Hello and welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Shubham. In this video, we are going to cover each and everything that you require to get started with Jenkins. We are going to cover what is Jenkins, why is Jenkins, and apart from the theories, we are going to do hands-on practical demonstration. Now, you might be wondering what makes this one-shot video different. So basically, we are going to start from very much scratch. Now, when I say very much scratch, we are going to start from bare minimum instance and we have to install each and everything from the scratch. In this video, it is further classified into multiple sections that will give you an clarity which topic to focus on. Apart from that, we are not going to do the practical and theories. We are going to cover few projects that will give you an hands-on experience how to automate things. At last, we are going to share you the note that will help you to understand how those things are working. And the best part is there is one repository that is created on my GitHub account that I am going to share with you. And the best part of that repo is you will find readme.md file in each and every subfolders that will help you to check in which topic what are the things that we covered. You will get each and everything that you want to get started with Jenkins. All you need to do is just grab a pen and paper, note down all your notes, and then you are good to start with Jenkins. I wish you all the very best with this course so that you can just start and get started with this Jenkins. So yeah, without further ado, let's get started with Jenkins in one shot.
All right, so let us start our journey with Jenkins. And the first deck that I'm going to present today is on what actually Jenkins is. All right. And in the same video, we are going to cover why we should consider Jenkins in the very first place. All right. So now first understand what exactly is Jenkins. Okay. So Jenkins is an open source automation server, okay, which is written in Java. Okay. I know this is sounding very much technical, but to put it in a very simpler word, it is a tool that help you to automate the repetitive task in software delivery lifecycle. Now, what it is, the next thing is it is mainly used for CI/CD. Okay. Now, Shubham, what actually CI/CD is? So CI/CD is something that you don't have to do the build, the test, the deployment manually. The Jenkins, it will take care of it automatically. For example, let's say you are working on a project, you are a developer, and then you push the changes to code. Then you don't have to actually worry about who will pull the code, who will build a code, who will run the test case, and then who will deploy it. Those things can be taken care with the help of Jenkins. So what Jenkins will do, Jenkins will automate the changes such a way that whenever you push the changes to a specific mentioned branch, okay, the event will trigger. Now, what it will do, it will detect the new code, okay, it will build it, it will test it, it will build the image, and once the images are built, it will deploy using the Kubernetes cluster and like whatever we are using for deployment. Swampit or Kubernetes. So that is the basic functionality, that is the basic use case, and that is the basic definition of CI/CD. Okay. Now the last point is what is the benefit of using Jenkins? So one of the biggest strength of Jenkins is plugins. Now, what actually is plugins? To put it into very simpler words, let's take example of Chrome. Okay, so let's say you want to add an highlighter. So you go to a website and you want to just you just want to specifically see specific text. Okay, so what you will do, you will just add those words into that highlighter. Now, whenever you go to any of the website, and if that plugin detects those words, it will just show you on the screen. Okay, so what it does actually, it added additional functionality to the Chrome browser. Like the same way, we have plugins in Jenkins that will help you to do multiple integrations throughout your CI/CD framework. It will help you to connect to Git. It will help you to connect to Docker. It will help you to connect to Git, the Kubernetes. So your manually done activity will be sorted down into very simplified manner. Okay, so that was the basic introduction that what actually Jenkins is. So it is not just a tool, it is like a central automation server that will help you to fix and deliver your software solution. Okay, now coming up to the first question, that okay, we understood what Jenkins is. Now next question is why we should consider Jenkins now. So see, Jenkins, as we already know, is one of the popular tool. It comes with the integration. It helps you to do the CI/CD, that is continuous integration and continuous delivery, which is also known as CI/CD. So to put it in simpler words, so basically it helps the developer to automate the process of building, testing, and deploying. Okay. Now, what it will help you is it will save your time and it will help you to meet the dates that you have committed to the client for the delivery process. Okay. Next is one of the biggest reason is it is open source, and secondly it is free. That means you don't have to worry about the costing of Jenkins because it is open source. You just have to pay for the licenses and then you are good to use with the Jenkins. And then at the same time, that since Jenkins is open source, there are people who are actively working to develop Jenkins to make it much better with the current version. Okay, so you don't have to worry about the update. Everyone is working there in the open source community. Once the changes are ready, you will get the updated version of the Jenkins, right? So, and the best part is Jenkins has very strong community, as I said earlier. So there are thousands of people who are supporting Jenkins with further implementation and further features. Let it be the plugins, let it be the new enhancements. So, and whatever is getting deprecated, you are being notified earlier itself. So to sum it up, Jenkins is popular and it's free and it is flexible. Also, it is actively maintained by the people. So since it is maintained by a huge community, it is always a number one choice for the people whenever they are thinking about doing CI/CD, right? So yeah, that was all about this video where we understood about what is Jenkins and why we should consider Jenkins in the very first place. All right. So let's wrap up this video. Before ending this video, I just have one request, just pin down this playlist because each video is connected to the earlier ones so that you won't miss out with the concepts. In the next video, we are going to actually see and we are going to do a deep dive on CI/CD. Okay, this will again be a theoretical video where we are actually going to see what actually Jenkins is, right? So yeah, that was all for this video, and I will see you in the next one. All right, so before even we start with the installation, let us first understand what actually CI/CD is. CI/CD stands for Continuous Integration and Continuous Delivery and Deployment. I specifically wanted to discuss this topic before even we start with the installation of Jenkins because why? Because Jenkins is all about CI/CD, right? So let us first understand, let us know what actually CI/CD is, okay? And by the end of this video itself, we are going to see where CI/CD actually fits in the software development lifecycle. Okay. So what actually CI is? Continuous integration. So CI, that is a practice in software engineering of merging all the developer working copies of into a several machine multiple times a day. In order to break this down, let us first understand. So let's say you're working in a GitHub repository. There are multiple people working on multiple branches. Okay. And there is one specific branch where they are supposed to merge their code. Okay. So that comes into continuous integration. Now, what happens here backend is here the code will get merged into that specific branch. Let's say the development one. And then the automation test suites will get triggered. So here, this is something which falls under continuous integration. Why? Because all the code are being merged into a specific branch and then the unit test cases are being run. Okay. Now, Shubham, who is going to do the merge and who is going to solve the merge complete? Is it Jenkins who is responsible to merge the code, or is it Jenkins who is responsible to solve the conflicts? Definitely low, because it is developer's responsibility who is merging the code and at the same time he is resolving the code. Jenkins has nothing to do with merging and resolving the merge conflicts. Okay. Then can start with the integration where it is executing the test cases that has been written by the QA and the dev team. Okay. Now let us start and see what is the overall functionality of continuous delivery. So, continuous delivery in software engineering is an approach where the team is going to make sure that the software can be reliable and can be used at every time when the release has been done. Okay. Here, there are two aspects. That is when we say continuous delivery and continuous deployment. In continuous delivery, there is a human intervention is needed when we need to deploy the code to the environment. And second, continuous deployment, that is here no intervention is needed. It automatically get deployed the code. Okay. In practice, we are verifying and publishing the work by triggering the automation build test for every commit at least once a day. Okay. Now this happens multiple times, but at least once a day. Okay. Now what actually CI/CD is? Okay. So all the developers will push their code into the version control, that is Git, which should be then built and tested, and which can be done with done by Jenkins. Okay. Now once the code is merged into the Git branch, okay, it will automatically trigger a test suite and then it will show the result. Now it will not merge the code or solve the conflict. It's still the developer that is going to do that job. Okay. For that instance, you can use the Git or some merge tools. Okay, so that is the basic meaning when I say what is continuous integration. Okay, now let us understand where does CI/CD falls in SDLC. So see, it starts from the beginning itself. Okay, where the developer is writing the code. Okay, it get merged into the feature branch or the master branch. Here the code is been compiled. Okay, once when the code is compiled, it will go to multiple tests. It will first run the unit test case where it will see module by module whether the test cases are running or not. Second, it will do an integration test. It will check whether the components are able to work integration, like where 10 features are being working together or not. Third is regression test, where it will test whether the existing change are not been broken or not and the user acceptance. These are the four test cases that will run, and post that it will build a package. Okay, it will create a Docker file, and then it will maybe it will push to Docker Hub, or it can be deployed into Swampit or into the Kubernetes environment. So that is something that is actually been done by Jenkins using CI/CD. So see, the developer will write the code. It will push the code to the branch. Now, once the changes are merged, it will automatically trigger a test suite where it will run multiple suites of test cases. And once the test cases are passed, it will create a Docker image. Now, that Docker image will follow into multiple process. It will build again, and then it will get pushed into the Artifactory. Now, it can be Docker Hub, it can be Google Artifactory, it can be a local registry. Now, once the push is done, now here we have two scenario whether you want to do continuous delivery or continuous deployment. Now, when it comes to continuous delivery, there will be one trigger that will be expecting from you to trigger it manually. Now, when it is continuous deployment, it will automatically deploy it into the environment using Kubernetes, using Swampit, whatever you use for the deployment. So yeah, that was all about CI/CD in Jenkins, okay, where we learned about what actually CI, continuous integration, and what actually it is CD is, continuous delivery and deployment. I believe you got a good idea what actually CI/CD is when it comes to SDLC. By using this diagram, you can actually clarify all your doubt what actually CI and CD is. Okay, that was all about in today's video, and in the next one, definitely we are going to see the installation. So let's get started with the installation. All right, so finally, let's start with the installation. In this video, we are going to see how we can install Jenkins on AWS. Okay, the prerequisite for this specific video is you should have one free tier account from AWS. Okay, if you don't have one, you can create a new account on AWS and then you can start follow along with this video. Okay, if you don't know how to create a new free tier account, okay, I'll just pin a video in the description and in the I button. You can go there and check how you can create a new account. Okay, now, considering you already have one account which is ready for the installation, let's get started with the installation itself. Now, following for this specific video, I have created one repository where all the things, all the commands which I will be running will be provided over here. Okay. Now, I am recording this video on September 2025. So, in this specific point, this is the latest version because all the documentation has been added recently. But in future, I want you to use the documentation itself. I will also show you how you can actually leverage the documentation because whatever latest will be there will be provided in the documentation itself. Okay, so let us first install Jenkins. So for that, what we need is we will need one EC2 instance. Okay, so let us go here in the search bar and search for EC2 Elastic Cloud Compute, which is a virtual server in AWS. Okay, now here let us click on launch instance. Here we are going to create one AWS virtual server. So let us name it as Jenkins server. Okay, and here we are going to select Ubuntu as the base operating system. Let me go down, and here we have multiple options whether to take T3 micro, T3 small. You can proceed with the T3 micro itself. Okay, if you have T option for T2 micro, you can proceed with that one itself. Now here we have a key pair. So what key pair is actually doing here? Key pair is used for authentication. Okay, so we are going to do one SSH from our terminal to the VM. Okay, so here I'll write Jenkins key. Okay, so this will be the name of the key. All right, and then let's click on create key pair. Now here what it will do, it will download the PEM file. Okay, the PEM file will be used for the authentication itself. If you scroll down here, you have multiple options. So here you need to enable the SSH traffic, and let me just allow the HTTP and HTTPS traffic as well at the same time. Here it is asking about configuration of storage. Okay, you can just increase the storage if you want to. Okay, let's make it as 15 with GP3 root volume. And if you want to add a new volume, you can proceed with that as well. But for now, I think we are good. We should be good to start with this one. So click on launch instance. Okay. So here what it will do, it will create the security group, it will initiate the VM, and once everything is ready, then we should be able to do the SSH. Now I'll go to instance back again, and meantime, once it is ready, we are going to start with the SSH itself. Right now the status check is in initialize, so let us wait for some time. Okay. Meantime, I want you to go to the Jenkins repository which I have created. The link will be added in the description. So here in the directory one hyphen installation, you'll find one README file where all the information is readed. Okay, so far whatever we have covered, like what is Jenkins, what is CI/CD, all those basic things has been written over here. Okay, so you can just go along with this. All the notes are present over here, and then post that whatever is required for this specific one is already provided, right? So basically, how you should run Jenkins. Now we are already aware that Jenkins run on Java. So the prerequisite for running Jenkins is you need to have Java installed on your system. Okay. So what I'm going to do is let me just do a refresh. Our instance should be ready by this time. So it is taking some time. So let us wait. Once it is ready, then we'll proceed forward with the installation. Okay. So here we have two options. When you click on connect, there are two sort of options that you can connect with the VM to. So first is you can directly connect the VM with the browser, or second you can do the SSH. Now since we have downloaded the key file, let me click on this SSH key, and here in the terminal I'll just try sudo SSH Jenkins pem.exe file. Here it is asking for my permission. I'll give it, and then here it is saying, do you want to continue connecting? Yes, definitely I want to connect to the EC2 instance, and then it will connect to the VM. Now here you can see the Jenkins is connect or SSH connection is done. Okay, it is success. Now the next thing is, let me just clear the screen. Okay, and let me enter as a sudo user. So sudo su clear. Now, let us refer the documentation which I have provided. So here there are two commands that we need to run. First is, in order to run the Jenkins, you need to install OpenJDK. Okay, that is Java runtime environment. So for that, first of all, you need to update the system. So just write apt update. Okay. Now, meantime, it is updating. There is one more thing that I wanted to tell you, that whenever you are installing any sort of software on Ubuntu, okay, the first thing that you need to do is it should update the application manager, right? The package manager itself. Why? Because there are few dependency files which will be needed to run that specific package that you want to install, right? So the first best practice is to update the system. Now, once the system update is done, then we are going to install the Java runtime environment. Okay. Now package updation done. Now let us install the Java runtime environment. Now whatever packages are required for it to run, all things will be downloaded. Now it will go to the package manager. It will search for the Java runtime environment for version 17. And then based on all the dependency which are met, it will prepare and unpack, and then things will be present in your system. Now, once a package has been installed, how do we validate it? That thing also we are going to cover. So basically, let's say we are installing Java this time, so it would be Java hyphen hyphen version. So that is how we are able to check whether the system is been whether the system has actually installed this runtime environment or not. So let us first verify whether Java is installed or not. So Java hyphen hyphen version. And here you can see OpenJDK 7 is installed, and here you can see the runtime is present over here. All right. All right, so here you can see that Java runtime environment is installed. All right, so the next thing that we want to do is we validated whether the Java is installed or not, and we got the output similar like this. Okay, now the next thing is Jenkins provide a long-term support release, okay, which release after every 12 weeks. So you can choose from the stable releases, and this is one of the stable release that you can look up to. Okay, so just copy this and paste it over here. I'll explain what we are actually doing over here. Okay, we are installing a stable version of Jenkins, which is released every 12 weeks. Okay, now once these things are done, Jenkins will be installed in our system, and then we can proceed forward with the configuration. Okay, now if you come back to this command, what actually it is doing, it is first adding the Jenkins repository key. Okay, and then what it is doing, it is adding the Jenkins to the system. Okay, here the key has been added, and the last thing, again I said, even if you want to install a single package, the first thing that you need to do is update the system. So it is again updating the system, and then it is going to install the package files. Okay, that is Jenkins. Now Jenkins install. Now let us validate whether Jenkins actually got installed or not by running systemctl status Jenkins. So this will actually tell you what is the current status. Okay, whether it is active, whether it is inactive. So those status can be tracked from here. When you want to validate whether Jenkins, what is the current version of Jenkins? So Jenkins hyphen version. So this should do the job, and it will tell you what is the current version of Jenkins which is installed. So that is 2.5.16.2. Okay, so this is the version which is installed. So Jenkins installed. Now, where do I see Jenkins running? Okay, so here we have two options to start and enable Jenkins. Okay, so systemctl start Jenkins to start the service, which is already start, and then second is to enable the service. All right. Now again, if you run the status command, you can actually validate whether it is up and running or not. So actually it is up and running, and we are good to start with Jenkins now. Okay, now the next thing is you need to go to the instance. Okay, now here go to the instances section, and here copy the public IP. Now, before even doing that, we should be aware of one thing, that Jenkins runs on port number 8080. So, did we expose the port number 8080? No. So, we need to go to security, and under we have one security group. We need to just manually tell him that there is a port number 8080 that we need to expose to, because we would be clicking over there, right? So here, just write port number 8080. Okay, and here the traffic can come from anywhere, and that's why we are going to click on anywhere. And then once it is ready, the security group is updated, which actually will tell AWS that okay, you have to listen to port number 8080, where the user will click to. Okay, and then you should be able to provide with the dashboard. Now here what I am going to do is https:// I'll provide the public IP which I copied, followed by a colon, and followed by the port number 8080. Okay, now what it will do, it will show you a GUI, okay, where it will ask you for a password, okay, and the path will also be given. So here, what it is asking, to ensure Jenkins for setup, okay, there is this file where the password is been stored. Just copy that password from your terminal and paste it over here. So basically, that is the admin password that is required for the very first time. Go back to terminal, okay, clear the screen, and just click on right and just type cat. Cat is used for reading a file, and again, since it is a file, there is a password which is currently stored over here. So copy this password and paste it over admin password. Now click on continue. Now it will ask you for one more thing, okay, whether you want to install the suggested plugin or whether you want to go with the selected plugins. Right now, we want to go with the manual way. We don't want to select a plugin one by one directly. We want Jenkins to install the suggested plugin by itself. So just click on install suggested plugin. Now, what it will do, whatever plugins which are required for Jenkins to run to in order to operate, it will install all the plugins, okay, at the same time. So here it actually install these plugins which you can see over the screen. Okay, and once all the plugins are installed, then we should be good to go with it. Here, then it will ask us to create one user, which would be an admin user, and then we should be good to go and start with Jenkins journey. So let me just type my username. Password would be password. Okay, and here just write the full name and just write a temp mail for now. Okay, and then click on save and continue. Now what you have done, you have created a user, okay, and then it has the admin access, and then it is showing that Jenkins is ready. And in the previous screen it showed that if you want to access Jenkins, then you can just enter that URL, and then you should be good to go. Okay, so that is how we install Jenkins, and this is how the GUI of the new Jenkins look like. Okay, we are currently on Jenkins version 2.516.2. Okay, so here you can see. Now, coming up, so this was something that we referred my documentation, and you might be wondering, okay, Shubham, now let's say if I am watching this video 1 or 2 years after you published it, so scenario might be changed, and definitely that is a correct question. So for that, what you have to do is every time just go Jenkins install Ubuntu, you will find the first link. Okay, here you will get updated version every time. Here, let's see, whatever version I installed right now, it is a long-term support that would be released, that will get refreshed after every 12 weeks. But if you are someone who is watching this video after 2 or 3 years, then the version might get changed. Okay, at that time, the version that I am recording right now and the version that you would be referring will be very different. So for that, just go to this documentation, and here you'll find the wonderful documentation written by the people who are maintaining Jenkins. Now, since we are dealing Jenkins in Linux, so click on Linux. Okay, now there are multiple flavors that Jenkins support. Now it is Debian, Fedora, or Red Hat. So since we are installing on Ubuntu, click on Debian Ubuntu. And here there is one more video which is provided by CloudBees. Okay, there the person has already told you how the Jenkins can be installed. Okay, but if you don't want to follow the video, you can definitely go through the documentation, and the documentation is really very wonderful. It will help you to install Jenkins in low time. Okay, but just one heads up that before even directly copy and pasting the command, just first thing to remember is before even running this command for long term or weekly releases, just first install the OpenJDK. Okay, so scroll all the way to the down and install this version. Okay, here they are using Java runtime error of JDK 21. In my case, we have installed JDK 20, 17. Okay, so this thing is something that you have to take care of. Now, once the system is updated, once you have installed the Java runtime environment, update the system once again. So your package will get refreshed again, and then come back again to upwards. And here, whether you want to install a weekly release or whether you want to go with the long-term support, I recommend to go with the long-term support because that is the stable version that is being tested by the developers. So then copy this command, paste it, and the step remains the same. Then you have to go to security groups. Okay, under security groups, go back to inbound rules, add port number 8080, and allow the source from anywhere so that Jenkins can listen the request from anywhere. And then once it is done, copy the password by using the get command, copy this value, and then paste it over there, create a user, go with the recommended plugins, and then you will be landed over the screen. Okay, so that was all about installation of Jenkins, and I hope you were able to follow along with the video. If you faced any issue, just drop down your issues in the comment section. I'll just go through it and then definitely help you out with that. Just one recommendation from my end is before even starting with the installation itself, before even going through my repository, I want you to go to the actual documentation because my repository, whatever I have added the data, it is coming through this specific documentation itself. Okay, so the first thing that you have to do is just refer the documentation. If you find that something is difficult, then come back to my repository, just read everything. I have written everything, whatever is required for you to understand for the from installation perspective. Okay, and in this specific playlist itself, we are going to follow this same repository. All the application will be provided here itself. Okay, so no need to worry, everything will be provided here only, and then you should be good to go with the setup and the further more things as well. Okay, so that was all about Jenkins installation. I hope you were able to install Jenkins. In the next video, we are going to see how and what are things which are currently present in the dashboard. So next video will be specific to exploration on the dashboard, what actually things which are currently present on the screen and what is the actual meaning of it. Okay, so those things we are going to cover in the next video. So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome again. And today we are going to explore Jenkins, and I believe we are done with the installation. So if you're someone who has missed the installation, I would request you to go with the previous video where we have seen how we can install Jenkins in a very easier manner. Okay, we followed my GitHub repository wherein the MD file, each and every step for the installation was written. And at the same time, I told you one more method from where you can actually start with the installation, that is from the official Jenkins documentation. Okay. The only prerequisite that you have to make sure is you need to just install OpenJDK, and post that you will be able to start with the Jenkins installation. Now, considering you are done with the installation and your instance is up and fired, let's get started with this one where we are actually going to see what actually the dashboards look like and what are the things which come under the plate. Okay. All right. So I believe you have already stopped the instance. So let us fire up the instance once again and let us wait for some time. So meantime, the instance is getting fired up. Okay. What we are going to do is let me go back to my deck, and here I have already added this snapshot. Okay. So once you log in to Jenkins, okay, this is the dashboard yet that you will be looking up to. Okay, here you'll find a welcome message that this page is where your Jenkins job will be displayed. Now, since it was a very fresh installation that we did, this message will be visible to it. Okay, now the next thing is the terminologies. Okay, job. Now, what is the meaning of job? Okay, Jenkins is a tool that helps you in automation. Okay, so whatever task you give, okay, it will consider it as a job. Okay, so let's say you want to clone a GitHub repo. Okay, you want to build it, compile it. Okay, after compilation is done, you want to run a test case. Post that you want to build an image and then push the image to a Docker artifact. Okay, so that thing is a job for Jenkins. So everything that you do on Jenkins is a job. Okay. All right. Now here you have something called set up a distributed build, set up agent, configure a cloud, or learn more about distributed build. What actually it is. So basically here it is asking you to set up an agent. Now what is an agent? So agent is nothing but a helping hand to Jenkins that will help in running the job. Okay. Okay. So agent is nothing but a helper to the master. Okay. In order to understand this, let us take a real-time example. Okay. You are working in an IT firm and you are actually reporting to a manager. Your manager will give you tasks, and based on that, you will fix it, you will work on it, and then you'll report it back to the manager. Right. The same way we have something called master node and an agent node, where agent is someone who is asking for a job from the master, where the manager, the master will give the task, the job to the agent, and once the job is finished it will again notify back to the master that the job is done. Okay, so same thing the agent is actually doing over here. Okay, here on the left hand side we have something called build executor status. So it here it will tell that how many jobs were executed and out of which how many got filled. Okay, on top of it, you'll find a build queue, meaning if you are triggering multiple job at a time, then how many are there in queue? Those things can be seen over there. Now, remaining, let us see on the screen itself. Let us go to the Jenkins and let me just search http:// port number 8080. Okay, and it will ask you to sign in. So, yep, let us wait for some time and let us log in, and then we will actually see how does the dashboard look like, and we are going to see what are the things that are important for us to get started with. All right, so let me just wait for some time. It will take some time, and then should be good to go. All right, so here is the login screen. So let me log in with the credential that we set up during the initial setup that we did. So here it is. All right. Now, once you are done with the username and password, just click on sign in and it will forward you to the dashboard. Okay, where we can actually see what are the things that is currently available to us. And here we are going to see all the things which I mentioned in the PPT as well. Okay, so we are going to take reference from both the PPT and also from the live. Okay. So this is how the dashboard look like. So we already discussed on the left hand side what is build queue, what are build executor. We discussed about what are distributed build, basically what is an agent. Okay, and here we have something called create a job, and on the right hand side we have something called the manage Jenkins and the user configuration. So let us go with the first thing that when you click on create a job, meaning here we are going to assign a task. Okay, now, once you click on create a job, it will redirect you to this screen where you will see multiple options. So when I say you will see multiple options, these are the things that you will be looking into. Now, when you see it for the very first time, it can be overwhelming. So that's why I wrote whatever is possible, whatever things that you should be aware of. So the first thing, it will expect you for the item name. Now here, when we say item name, it is expecting you to write the name of the job. So here, this is a field where you will provide a unique name for a Jenkins job. Okay, so whenever you're creating multiple job, those job name cannot be same. Okay, it can be similar, but provided you are adding some more abbreviations over there. Now, second, select an item type. Now, what sort of job that you want to run? Okay, whether it is a freestyle project, whether it is a pipeline, whether it is a multi-configuration project, whether it is a folder, whether it is a multi-branch down pipeline, and whether it is a organization folder. All the things are mentioned over here. Now, what is a freestyle project? Okay, so generally, whenever we are starting with Jenkins, the first thing that we learn is a freestyle project. Okay, which is a classic general purpose job. Okay, it checks out from source code manager. Now, whenever we are talking about SCM or source code manager, we are talking about Git over here. Okay, it executes build step serially, followed by post build step like archiving artifact and sending email notification. Freestyle project is very easy to get started with Jenkins because it will give you an idea how Jenkins works at the back end. Okay, and second is pipeline. Okay, here it defined the entire build process as a code. Here we are writing a Jenkins file specifically. Okay, so here we are orchestrating long running activities that can span multiple build agents. Okay, suitable for building pipeline. Okay, basically here we are defining a workflow. Okay, so what actually we are doing is we are actually telling him, okay, in stage one you have to do this, in stage two you have to do this. Now what are stages? Now if you want to do a specific task, the task is further broken down into multiple pieces. Those specific segment of pieces is called a stage. Now, next we have multi-configuration project, which is suitable for large number of projects which require different configuration. For example, you need it when you want to test it in further more environments. Okay, so it is used when you need to test the same project on multiple environments with different configuration. Okay. Now next is folder. So basically, it is just like a namespace which is used for separating the jobs to avoid the name conflicts. Next is multi-branch pipeline. Now it will create pipeline for each branch in the repository. Now let's say you are into a beta project where you want to see, okay, what is the behavior on master? What is the behavior on pre-release? What is the behavior on dev? So in this case, you can actually define a multi-branch pipeline where it will trigger the job based on the branches. And last is the organization folder that automatically creates subfolder and multi-branch pipeline for the repository. Okay, so that was something that you will get when you click on new job. And here the first thing that is expected out of you is the item name. Now, in the next video, we are going to see a basic freestyle project that will give you an idea how actually Jenkins work in the backend. Let me just go back, and here basically we are just navigating through all the windows, what actually things might look like when you log in for the very first time. Okay, so that is the basic reason why we are actually giving this overview. Okay, in the next video, we will be discussing how we can create a freestyle project. We are going to do a deep dive how a freestyle project has been done. Okay, also at the same time, we are going to run a Java based application. First, we are going to see how it can be done on local, and post that we are going to see how it can be automated using Jenkins. Because see, whenever we are talking about automation, there are multiple steps which are involved over here, right? So we would be storing that specific code in one of the GitHub repository. Okay, and then I will show you how you will be pulling the data into your local, then you will be running it, and how would the output look like. Okay, now that would be a multiple step process. Now, when it comes to Jenkins, how would you automate it? Okay, for you, it should be just a single click action and your job is done. You are just sitting here watching the logs and all the automation is being executed parallelly. Okay, so that is the power of Jenkins. That is something that we are going to experience in the next video when we are going to see the freestyle project. Okay, so yeah. All right, so that was all about the navigation on the left hand side. We actually saw how does a job page look like, and when you click on new item, it will also show you the same screen. Okay, now the next thing is build history. Okay, so build history is basically nothing but it will show you how many builds were executed at this time. Okay. Now let's say you are triggering a job multiple time. Okay. Now do we have a log? How many times it was executed? Yes, definitely we have a log, and those log has been stored in the build history. Okay. Now in coming video, when we are going to define a freestyle project, we are going to actually see the use case of build history, because we are going to trigger the same job multiple times. Okay. Sometime it is going to fail, sometime it is going to execute. Okay, we are going to cover all the scenario because we want to see how does it look like when a job is being getting failed, and how does it looks like when a job is executed successfully. So all those things we have to see, all the scenarios should be covered. Okay. Now, my internet is slow, that's why it is taking too much time to load. But yeah, let us wait for some time. Meantime, let us explore the right hand side of the section. So here we have something called user preferences, where you can see the person who is currently logged in with the user. Now, while we were installing Jenkins, we created a user by name Shubham Gaur. Okay, so that's why my name is coming over there. Here you can do the configuration at user level, whether you want to see a dark theme or light theme. So based on that, you can just click on theme, and when you'll click on dark, your theme will change to dark, and when you click on light, the theme will change to light. Okay, it will just require a refresh, and the dashboard will get changed. Now, again, going back to the previous screen where we were looking to build history. So this is how the build history screen looks like, where all the history of the builds will be listed over here. Okay. So if the jobs are in queue and if the jobs got failed or the job got success, all the logs will be present over here. Here you will get two specific point that you will be noting. First is the time, and second is the status, whether the build got executed or whether the job got failed. Okay. So that was all about build history. Now coming back to the dashboard section. So it is taking some time due to some internet issue. So let us wait for some time and I'll show you what is up pending. So this is the user page and this is how it looks like. So basically here you will see your Jenkins ID. Okay, the same ID that we used for logging. Okay, here you can add the description for the user, whether it is from QA team, whether it is from dev team, whether it's from DevOps team. Okay, so all the description will be added over here. You can see the builds. The same build history which we saw earlier is can be viewed from here. Here, when you click on My Views, it will actually show you what are the things that you would be able to see from your view when you actually log in. Now, since this is an admin, you can see everything because it has all the privileges. Okay. So that was actually a basic rough idea about Jenkins and about the dashboard. How does it looks like? In the next video, we are definitely going to create a freestyle project, literally a very basic one where we will be actually seeing how does the automation works like. All right. So yeah, that was all about this video, and I will see you in the next one. And before even I close this video, just please do not forget to stop the instance. Just click on instance state and stop the instance so that you can avoid the unnecessary bills on AWS. All right, so I will see you in the next one. Hey everyone, so we were facing some issues with the Jenkins, right? In the previous video, when we were actually exploring the dashboard, we saw that there is some slowness in Jenkins. And I was also wondering, like, what might be the reason? Like, is it due to the instance type? So I changed my instance type to M7i Flex Large. But again, that was not the issue because whenever you are trying to install Jenkins, at the very first time, it will run very much smooth. But what will happen when you stop it and restart it again? Will it work the same? Well, definitely not. I can give you the proof once again. So let me just copy the IP, and when I go to port number 8080, okay, this will take time to load. However, the actual behavior of Jenkins is not like this. Okay, so what might be the reason? So I was thinking, and then I just used Chat GPT and Grok. I was just trying to troubleshoot the issue. Then I came to know, okay, there is one issue that might be a point of concern. Now, if you remember, every time what we are doing is we are going to copy the public IP and then we paste it on the browser with port number 8080. See, port number 8080 is already exposed in security groups. But what about the IP? Are we using the same IP? No, the answer is no. Why? Because every time we restart our instance, we get a new public IP. So that was the reason which we troubled out. So, so if you see the page is still loading, it will take 30 to 40 seconds, and we actually cannot wait for that long time. So there are two solutions for it. Either you use a elastic IP, or second, there is a configuration that you need to change every time. So what is that configuration? So for that, let me take SSH for this instance. I'll just copy the key and let me just do it via sudo. Okay, all right. Okay, now if I can show you systemctl status Jenkins, you can see it is up and running and there is no issue in it. But the actual issue is with some file. Okay, so we just need to go inside cd. Okay, we have something called where all the variables are being stored, lib Jenkins. And under this, we have something called Jenkins model, Jenkins location configuration.xml. So this is the file where we have to actually make the changes so that our Jenkins will run faster. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll just open it using the Vim browser. Okay. And here, if you see, here you can see there is an IP address which is present. And here it is saying that it is the Jenkins URL. Now, the thing is, when you're working in a corporate, you will definitely get one IP address. So let's say if you're working in Delta Corp, so it would be delta corp dot in, right? And here the Jenkins URL will be https at deltacorp.in or deltacorp.jenkins.io or something, right? But here, since we are dealing with an IP, there are two options: either to add a elastic IP. Okay, now what is an elastic IP? Elastic IP is an IP address that is not changed even after you restart your instance. However, since you're using an elastic IP, you're reserving one IP for yourself. So for that, you have to pay extra to the AWS. But since here we are dealing with free tier account, we don't want to pay much. We will be using the IP which is getting changed every time. So what I'm going to do is, let me just clear the IP which is currently present and no changes will be made apart from that. Okay. So let me just clear it and let me go back to the instances. And here in the instances, let me copy the current IP. And when I paste it, it will look something like this. And here it is http colon slash slash followed by the IP address. Okay, so this is the same IP address which we are actually entering in the URL. Okay, escape colon WQ. And then since we updated a configuration file, okay, we have to restart the service. Now it's not just about Jenkins, it's about all the service. So whenever you are updating any configuration file, you have to restart the service. So in order to restart the service, just write systemctl restart Jenkins. Now what it will do, it will restart the service. It will take some time, and then once the when the Jenkins is restarted, then you can see the Jenkins is actually working faster than earlier. Okay, let me just check the current status. So in order to check the status, we have a command system ctl status Jenkins. All right. Now here it gave a green signal that okay, your application is up and running and there is no need to worry, everything is fine. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'll again go back to this page. Okay. We are going to do a refresh. Earlier it literally took some time, but this time it is loading faster. Now how do I believe you? So I have to actually show you the dashboard, then only you will believe me. So let me just enter the username and here I'll type the password. Okay. And here we are actually signing in. Okay, so now as compared to the previous video, if you remember, the dashboard is actually loading faster. So what is the root cause of it? So basically, every time we were hitting on the IP, it was just connecting to the configuration file. Okay, which configuration file? It is basically searching in the model Jenkins location configuration file, and it was actually checking. Let me just do the cat. Okay, cat Jenkins model configuration file. So it was going to this Jenkins URL and it was checking the IP. But since during the installation time the IP was different, and after the restart of the Jenkins of the virtual machine, the IP got changed. It was actually redirecting it to the new one. So that was the issue. It was loading very slow. Okay. Now since we made the configuration changes, now it will work fine. Okay. Now I'll click on build history, which I was about to show you in the previous one. So yeah, now you can see it is working fine as it is supposed to. Okay, even if I go to user section, I can show you everything. So it is working as fine as it is expected to be. Okay, if I go to my view, I will be able to show see my view. I can even go here and create a job. And as promised, in the next video, definitely we are going to create one freestyle project where you are going to create your first job and definitely you are going to enjoy it. So basically, yeah, that was one configuration change that you have to make whenever you are dealing with Jenkins. Okay, this is a troubleshooting thing that you have to keep in mind. So whenever Jenkins is running slow, there might be multiple options, there might be multiple reasons, right? So see here, right now the dark mode is also working fine. Okay, and yeah, so something is running slow. There might be multiple issues. Okay, so firstly, it can be due to space. I checked this space. Now, since it was a new instance, there is no chance that there might be an issue with the storage, right? Then what can be the some another issue? Then we came to know that okay, the IP is getting changed every time. So is there any configuration file which is actually referring for in order to load this? Yeah, then yes, we came to know that this location configuration file is actually creating the trouble. So what we did, we actually changed the IP address and things are good for us, right? So I hope you like this troubleshooting step and your Jenkins is running as smooth as it is supposed to. Okay. If you are facing any issue apart from these, please let me know. I'll definitely help you out. So let me see you in the next video where we are going to actually create our first freestyle job. All right. So that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, so finally it is the demo time, and I hope we have already fixed all the configuration that are required for the Jenkins to run very fast and smoothly as it is supposed to be. Okay, if you are wondering what I am talking about, then you have to follow the previous video where we actually saw how we can fix that issue. Right. So yeah, once you are done with that thing, please follow along with this video. And if you're still facing the slowness of Jenkins, then I would recommend you to watch the previous video. Now, considering that we are done with the initial configuration, so let us start with beginning with the freestyle project. Now, here is the dashboard, and there are two things to observe. If you click on create a job, okay, it will redirect you to this page. Now, if you click on Jenkins and click on new item, it will again redirect you to the same page. Okay, so this is one of the observation that you have to keep in mind, because you won't be getting this specific job created job button every time, because since we have installed Jenkins freshly on the system, we are getting this specific one, but mostly you have to create the job from new item. Okay, now the first thing that it is expecting is enter the item name. Now what is this item name? Actually, it is asking you to write the name of the job. So let me just write the name of the job. It is first Jenkins Freestyle Style Job. Okay, and here you have to select the type. Now we have pipeline, we have multi-branch pipeline, but for now we are just focusing on the freestyle project. Okay. Now here comes the actual page, the actual configuration which we have to do in Jenkins. Okay, here it is further classified into multiple configuration, general configuration, source code managed configuration, trigger configuration, environment configuration, build step configuration, and post build configuration. So let us start with the very much beginning, that is the general configuration. Now here it is giving us the box for the description. Now what is this box about and what actually it wants to say? So basically it is actually asking you to write the description of the job that you are creating for. So let's say here we are going to create a new file. So this job creates a new file and prints the current location. So basically, this is the vague description that we are writing for the current project. However, if we are working on a real-time project, we will definitely change the description. For now, for just the understanding purpose, we are writing the plain text. So this is how it will be visible over there. If you want to write the headings, that can be done using the HTML tags. But for now, we are just focusing on the basics to keep the things very much simpler. Now there are multiple options under general. See, here it is saying discard old bill. Now what is the meaning of this? Basically, if you want to know more about it, just click on this question mark. This will actually give you the entire description of what actually it is supposed to do. And if you go through the example, it is saying if a project builds some software and produces large installer, which is archived, you may wish to keep the console log and information about which the source code commits were built. While the disk space reasons, you may want to keep only the last three installers that were built. This can make sense for the projects where you can easily recreate same artifact later by building the same source and control commit again. Okay, in order to bring this thing into a good context, so basically discard old build meaning discarding the previous builds. Okay, removing the data from the previous build. Here we are not talking about the logs, but the actual files, the archival we are talking about. Second is GitHub project. Now, if this Jenkins job is dealing with any GitHub repository, you may check the GitHub project. Now, when you click on this checkbox, it will expect you to add the project URL, the GitHub repository URL. Now, further, it is saying that this project is parameterized. Now, let's say there is some builds that you are working on, there is some project that you are working on, and during the execution, there are few values that you need to change. Those things can also be automated. And here you are actually expecting the user to add some input. So here we are talking about the project is parameterized. So during the execution, it will actually ask for the user input, and based on that, it will produce the output. Okay. Next is throttle build. Now let's say there are few people who are actually triggering the build multiple times, due to which there are multiple jobs are created parallelly. So in order to avoid that, you can click on throttle build, and here you can actually define how many builds can be executed during a specific period of time, whether it can be second, minute, hour, day, week, month, or even a year. Okay. So throttle build is definitely something that you can actually use. Next is execute concurrent builds if necessary. Now, let's say if you want to build parallelly, so you can just check this thing. Okay. When this option is actually selected, you can just build parallel jobs in this specific job. Next is coming to the next configuration section, that is source code management. Here, basically, we are defining the source code. Let's say your code is actually stored in GitHub, okay? And here you are working on the automation. Let's say you want to build, compile, test, and then you want to create an archival, but the code is stored in GitHub repository. So at that case, you will select the source manager under Git. Now here it will again expect two values. One is the repository URL and second is credential. Now credential is not compulsory. Why? Because if the repository is public, then you don't have to pass the credential. But if it is private, then you may need to pass the pet key. All the things I will be showing you in the coming videos, so don't worry. For now, we are just going to keep things as simple as possible because this is the very first job that we are going to create. Next is trigger section. Here, basically, we can set up the automation script. Now, based on that, it can be triggered. Now, let's say you can trigger the builds automatically remotely using a script, or you can trigger the build after a project is been done, after the execution is been done for that specific one. Now again, if you're asking him to execute this specific job after one project is built it, then which project, second after which condition, whether the build was stable, whether the build got failed, whether the build was unstable, based on those conditions you can just set it up. Next is build periodically. Here it is asking you for the cron value. Next is GitHub hook trigger and GitHub ICM polling. So basically here you can add the webhooks. Now what is webhook? So let's say if you want to do event-driven build trigger, here you can define the GitHub webhooks. Next is policy. Now here you are not actually relying on GitHub. Here actually you are relying on polling. Now what is actually polling? You just have to provide the source code management. Okay. Here you can schedule it per minute, per hour, per month. Okay. Now, based on that, it will just go and check. Now, let's say if you check the add the polling for 2 minutes, it will go to the GitHub repository, check that specific branch for every 2 minutes. If a new commit is added, then the build will get triggered. If there is no new commit, then it won't trigger the build. So it is as simple as that. Now, next is environment changes. Here you can actually set up the environment. Basically, like if you want to delete the workspace, if you want to use a secret as a file, if you want to add the timestamp, all the things are actually added over here. The next is if you want to add timestamp on the console output, you can just select this one and it will actually add the timestamp when the log will be generated. Next is inspect bug log for push scan. Next is terminate build if it is stuck. And last is with Ant. If you're dealing with Ant based project, basically when you're dealing with JDK and pom.xml file, you can just check this box up. Right now, we are just focusing on the very basic project, okay, a very basic automation that is a freestyle project. So we are just going to focus on that one. We have build step and we have post build step. Now, build step is the actual place where we are going to define our freestyle project. And post build action, it's basically what to do after the job is actually done. Now, let's say if we are creating a Docker build, okay, and if the Docker build is pushed to Docker Hub registry, okay. Now, what to do about the image? Okay, it is of no use for us, right? So we can delete it. In order to delete it, we can add that in the post build action. Okay, so that was the basic introduction of the options that we have in Freestyle project. Now let us first click on Add Build tab and click on Execute Shell. Here we can actually type the commands with which we need to automate. But before even doing that, let us come back to the console, and here we are going to run the commands manually. Okay, now let's say you're been given a task where you are asked to create a new file. How do you create it? You will just write touch new.txt, and in order to validate it, you will just write ls-ll and your file is present. Okay, now if you want to see the current directory, you will type pwd or write understood, and if you want to print any message, you just write echo hello. Now, let's say if you want to do this every day, you can set up a cron for it, definitely. But if it is something that is related to a build trigger, then definitely this project will help you out. Let us come back to the configuration section, and here we'll just run the plain command, that is echo hello, and just click on apply and save. Now, what is happening over here is, okay, we added a shell over there. That shell will act as an executor. So when we click on build now, this project will run. This job will get executed. But if you noticed one more thing, this is the job name and this is the job description which we added during the creation of this job. If you click on Jenkins, okay, this is how a job looks like. Okay, and here just notice build history. If you remember in the previous videos, I told you about build history is the place where you can see all the history of the builds. Here is something we are going to explore. Okay, now here you can trigger the builds from two places. Here, either you can click over here multiple times and your build will get executed, and also you can click over here and your build will get executed. Okay, now one more thing, if you go back to Jenkins again, if you go to build history, here it will tell you all the information about all the builds which were created. It will tell you the name of the build, time taken, status of the build, and if you want to see the console, you can click over here and it will forward you to the that specific build, and the output will be shown for that specific console. Okay, now here what sort of information we are getting? It is showing that it is started by the user Shubham. Okay, now since I am logged in with Shubham user, okay, it is telling me, okay, this build was triggered by the user Shubham. Running a system, okay, and here there is something called workspace. So whenever you create a new job in Jenkins, it creates a new workspace directory under the folder workspace. Okay, and then it will execute the script. Now, if you remember, we selected one option during the build action, that is execute shell. It created a shell script and it got executed. Now here we passed one command, that is echo hello, and the job was and it actually printed hello, and the final message is success. This was a very happy path. Okay, now let us make things complex. Okay, let us go back over here. Okay, I'll again go to configure. Now, since the project is already created, we directly jump to build step. Now, let's say, let us make this thing complex. Okay, hello, and here let me just add equals to for readability. And here, let's say if I want to print the current working directory, okay, what I'll write, I'll just type over here, printing the current working directory. Okay, and it will actually print the current working directory by using the command pwd. Okay, now again, I will add few spaces over here so that it would be easier for us to read. Now, next thing what we want to do is we actually created a new file, right? Because this job actually does create a new file. So I'll just type that name of the file, that is new.txt. Okay, and here I'll just pass one message, that is creating a new file. Okay, and it will create a new file, and post that if we want to validate it, we are going to run lsfnll, where we will say that okay, listed all the file. Okay, so this is the basic operation that will be done this time. If you click on apply and save. Okay, now let us build this job. Okay, this will be the build number 9. It follows a sequential pattern. Now, if you go over here, click on success, the green box, and you can see the logs. Okay, now again, you will check the workspace. Okay, here we have the name of the job. script was executed. Okay, good. Now, what this script does, first it will print echo hello. Okay, hello was printed. Post that it will print the current working directory, and the current working directory is this workspace. Okay, now post that you will see we asked him to create a new file. So this is the new file, and where it is created under this workspace. If you want to see where this file is, I'll definitely show it to you. Next is we ran the command lsfnll, and it actually listed the file which was actually created and post that the build was success. Now there is one more observation which we have to do is when you go to workspace, all the files which are created under this job will be listed over here. Okay, and if you click on wipe out current workspace, all the files which are created under the job will get deleted. Okay, now let us make life a little bit difficult. Okay, let us again go to configure, and this time we are going to run a Java program. Okay, it will be a very simple Java program, but it will definitely help you out to understand the concept of Jenkins Freestyle project, because whenever you're executing and implementing any project, Freestyle project does give you that visibility uh, to perform the action of automation in Jenkins. But first, let us do the same on our console. Let me just clear the screen first. And here we are going to make use of this basic program. And let me just copy the repo link. Okay. So the first thing that I want to do is, all right, the first thing is I want to clone the repo. So I'll just write git clone. Now, don't worry if you don't know how to do this. Basically, I'm just cloning a remote repository, and I will be executing a program manually into my local, okay, manually into the command line. And then we are going to do the same using Jenkins. Okay. So now the first thing is done. The first command which we executed was cloning of the repo. Now, next is we are going to go inside Java learning. And if you see, the file is currently present under first program. Okay. So let's go to first program. Okay, and if you do ls-ll, here is the first Java file. Now, how do you run a Java program? First, you need to compile it and then you can run it. So, Java C first.java. Now, here it throws an error. It says, okay, Java C is not found, but it can be installed with the below commands. All right, noted. Let me just copy this command, paste it over here. So these are the dependency which are required for the application to run. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll again run that compiler command javac first.java and again java first.java. Okay. And here you can see hello world is printed. The same operation we are going to do with this freestyle project. Let us go back. Okay. And here let us create a new project this time. How do we create a new project? Click on new item, and here we'll write Java Freestyle project. Not project, basically job. And here we are going to select a freestyle project, click on OK. All right. Now, I want you to leave this specific section for now. Just focus on build step for now. Okay. I'll tell you how you can add the GitHub repository going forward. But for now, just focus on build step, because this will, since we are in the initial phase, I don't want you to go into multiple configuration. First, focus on the basics first. It will definitely help you to understand how Jenkins works in the backend. Then we are going to see how it can be done by adding the option of Git and GitHub. All right. Okay, so the first thing that we wanted to do is we want to clone the repo. So let me first write a command that it will clone the repo. So cloning repo. Okay, and what it will do, you just have to write git clone followed by the link. So let me just add the link of the repo. One sec. Okay. So this is the command which we are going to use for cloning the repo. Okay. Now once cloning is done, what was the next step which we did? Okay. After the cloning was done, the next step was to go inside the repository, right? So let me just go inside the repository, changing the directory path. And here the directory path, if you go over the history, okay, we want it to go to this specific path. All right. And post that what we want to do is we want to compile the program. So Java C Okay, it was first dot Java, and then after the compilation was done, we executed Java first dot Java, and the output was visible to us. Okay, now let us make this thing a bit beautiful. So let me just copy the echo command again. Here, compiling Java program. After that, we want to execute the change. So executing the Java compiled file. Okay, apply and save. Now what you have to do is just click on build now. This will be the first job in this Java Freestyle job. What it will do, if you click over the success, if you go to the console, what it did actually, it cloned the Java learning repository to this specific workspace. Okay, and here it entered the repository. It compiled the program and then it executed the compiled file, and we got the output and the build was success. Okay, now if I go over here, okay, if I click on build now, there is one thing that we need to observe. Okay, the build got failed. Now remember why? Because the directory was already existing. So what it is showing that the repo already exists. Okay, that's the reason of failure of this job. If you go over Jenkins job freestyle, if you go to workspace, and if you see there is already a repository present. Inside that repository, all the files are present. But what if I go back to workspace and wipe out the current workspace, meaning I am deleting entire data and I'm building the data once again? Okay, it will again clone it, it will again compile it, and it will again show the result. If you go over here and if you see the console log, entire data is present. Now again going back to Jenkins, and here, if I go to build history, you can see all the history of the logs of the jobs which were executed. And basically, if it got failed, then basically it is actually showing you that what was the reason. And if you want to deep dive into that error, go on the console and you can actually see what was the actual reason using the console output. Okay, to wrap things up, this was the very basic of Freestyle Jenkins. In the next one, we are actually going to leverage freestyle in the next level, right? But for now, just go through the definition, and I just want to give you a recap of whatever we did so far. So first of all, we created a job by entering the name in this specific section. Post that we selected freestyle project, which is a general purpose job. Here we added a description of the job. So when you click on the job, here you will get the description. Okay. Next is discard old, which we discussed about multiple parameters, multiple configuration that Jenkins offer in Freestyle project. First is discard old build, meaning this will discard the old build. GitHub project. So when you want to make use of a GitHub repository in your job, you can turn this flag on. Third is this project is parameterized. So when you wish to take input from the user during the execution, during the runtime, you can turn this flag on. Throttle builds. So if you want to limit the number of build execution based on the time, let's say during an hour, only 30 builds should get executed. So you can just define that under the throttle builds. Next is execute concurrent builds if necessary. If you want to allow the execution of multiple jobs parallelly, you can feel free to select with this specific one. Next, source code management. So if you want to link any repository, click on Git and it will connect your Git for pulling the code. By default, it is none. Now, next is trigger. So if you want to set up automated action, so it can be via a script, it can be via hooks. So let's say the first one, if you want to trigger build remotely, it will build via API or script. Second is if you want to build it after a specific project is done. So it will just check the dependent job is actually executed or not. Now, if it is executed, now it will ask you which job you're talking about and after what status it should be executed. So those sort of information is present over here. Now, next is build periodically, where you are scheduling the builds using cron. Next is GitHub hook trigger for Git SCM pulling. Here we are building GitHub push event. So whenever there is a push, automatically build will get trigger. Now next is poll SCM. Here we are checking the repo at interval of the changes. Now let's say after every 2 minutes, if you're setting the poll, basically a kind of cron, it will go to the GitHub repository every 2 minutes and check whether there is a new commit or not. If there is a new commit, it will trigger the build. If there is no build, then things will be as is. Moving forward with the next one and the last one, that is environment. Here we can configure the settings and the variable that is actually defined in the context in which we run the builds like credential paths and global parameters. There are multiple options that we have. That is first is deleting workspace before the build start. Here it will clean the file before the build. Next is use secrets or file. Here, basically, we are injecting the credentials securely. Third is add timestamp for the console output. It will show the time for each log. Okay. Next is inspect the build log for published build scan. It will check the logs for scan result. Fourth, fifth is terminate a build if it is stuck. It will auto stop the hanging builds which are currently stuck with Arn. Basically, it will run an Arn build using the build.xml file. For now, just not focus on Arn builds. We won't be focusing more on this one. Next is build step. Now, here we are defining the task that should be executed during the build, which we actually saw today, but we are going to do a deep dive on the following videos. Next is post build action. Now, let's say once the job is finished, what tasks to do after? Okay, so here we are defining the task that needs to be executed post the build is done. I hope today you actually learn about the freestyle project. Today you learn about freestyle project and it definitely add some value to your learnings. Okay. In the next video, we are actually going to see how we can leverage freestyle for automating the task. Okay. Today, we deliberately used the execute cell command. Why? Because I wanted you to get familiar with this tool. Because if I would have told you directly the build, it would have become very much difficult for you to understand. So that's why we are keeping things very much simpler to understand. In the next video, we are going to level up our learning journey, and I hope you will enjoy this journey with me. All right, so that was all about this video, and I will see you in the next one. All right, so welcome back. In this video, we are going to do a deep dive on freestyle job. Okay, so I believe that you have already gone through the previous video where we actually see the overround, like how does freestyle job works like. In this specific video, we are going to level up our journey with the learnings with freestyle. Right. In this video, what is the agenda? So basically, we are going to run the same project, but there would be a difference. We are going to make use of source code manager, that is Git, for pulling the code into the local. And secondly, we are going to send the email on every unstable build. So this is something that we are going to do today. We are going to leverage the power of plugins. So this would be a very special video when it comes to learning the freestyle job that to in Jenkins. All right. So without further ado, let's get started. All right, so I have already logged into the Jenkins dashboard. So for demonstrating this specific one, let us create a new job itself. So let me just go to new item, and this time I'll write as Java freestyle job, and we are going to select the project type as freestyle project for now. Okay, and here if you want to add the description, then you can just write it, but for now we are just focusing on the functionality itself. So let me just scroll down, and here let me just select Git, because here we don't want to manually pull the code. Okay, now before even we do the configuration, let me just show you what we did in the previous video as a recap, as a revision for us. Okay, so this was the project which we created earlier. If I go to the configuration section, here we didn't even selected any of the options, right? Already whatever was there, we actually were using the shell. So what it was doing, it was cloning the repo, it was changing the directory, then it was compiling the code, and then it was running the program. Okay, this thing was done, and then I told you something about post build action. Okay, now what post build action is? Post build is an operation that you do once the job has been executed. Okay, once this build step is done. Okay, now let me go back again. We were configuring the Jenkins Freestyle job. Let me go back to the configuration. Here, let us select the Git as the source code manager, and this is the repository that we are going to use. Okay, let me just copy the URL and paste it over here in the repository URL. Now, since it is a public repo, do we need to provide the credential? Definitely no. Now, if you are dealing with a private repository, at that time those credentials are required. In the further videos, in the coming videos, we are going to see how you can configure the credentials. But for now, right now, the focus is to making our basics strong, just to focus on the learning on the freestyle project. So let me scroll all the way to the bottom. Here it is asking, then, okay, you provided me the repository. Now, which branch to take care of? Okay, now here you can go to the repository and check whether the basic configuration of your Git is set up to master or main. Now here you can definitely see the main branch is the one that we are supposed to build. So go to the Jenkins job again and here change the master branch to main branch. Okay, so here we were specifying the master branch as main branch because the default configuration of the branch in this repo is main. Okay, so what we did, we specified the branch that we need to build for. Okay, scroll all the way to the bottom, and here there is the builds tab. Now here again we are going to run the execution cell, and here let me just print the current working directory for now to make sure whether the cloning has been done or not. Okay, so let me just write here echo printing the current directory. Okay, this is done. Apply and save, and let me run this job. Okay, build is scheduled, and here is the first job which is showing as success, and in the console output. Okay, here we will get all the information. All right, so here it is cloning the repository. Okay, repository is been cloned under the workspace Jenkins Freestyle Job. Okay, all right, and then it set the remote configuration URL. Done. And here it saw the last commit message, just create Docker file, and then here it is printing the current working directory space, and that is this workspace. All right, the initial thing is done. Now let us go back to the job under the configuration. Now let us do the furthermore steps. Okay, now if you go to this repo, you can see within this repository there is first program directory under which the files are present. So let us do the compilation and let us build the application. Let us go to build step. Now here echo change the directory, and here we'll write cd first program, and then go. Let's compile the Java file by using the command java c first dot java, and post that we are going to build the application. So echo running the Java application. Okay, this is also done. And here let us pass the actual command which is required to run the application. So instead of Java, say here it would be Java first.java. Okay, the basic thing is done. Let us first try to execute it and let us see whether the jobs is been executed or not. Now let us wait for the second build to get executed, and here you can see the success status, meaning everything is working fine. Okay, now here it changed the directory part to first program. Okay, then it started compiling of the Java file, and then it actually executed the Java file, and here we are getting the output of the file, and it actually finished with the status success. Okay, now if you go to the Java freestyle job, okay, under the workspace, here we are just checking what sort of files are created. Now here you can see it actually cloned everything, and all the information is present over here. Okay, the initial thing is done. Now, whatever we did in the previous video, the same thing is been done in this video. The only difference lies over here is we made use of the source code manager this time. Okay. Now, as I mentioned in the starting itself that we are going to utilize the power of post build action. Here, we are going to send the email to the recipient whenever a job is getting filled. Okay. So for that, here we are going to make use of the plugins. Okay. So go to this setting that is called manage Jenkins. Okay, and here under plugins you need to search for mailer. Okay, go to available plugins, and here you have to search for mailer, emailer, or you can just write email. Okay, here you need to search for email extension template and search for mail. Okay, this is done, and just click on install. Okay, so there are two extensions which are required. First is mailer, which comes by default, and second is the email template. Okay, and click on restart Jenkins when the installation is complete. Now Shubham, why do we actually need to restart Jenkins while we are installing the plugins? Okay, so just like the configuration which we do on the command line, it need a refresher. Okay, like the same way, if you want to if you want the extension to work properly, the configuration to load correctly, you need to restart the Jenkins. Okay, so whenever you are installing any plugins and if it requires restart, then definitely go for it, because it will reload the Jenkins and will include all the updates that plugins required in order to run that specific job. So let me just log in. The restart is completed. Okay. All right. So here, if you go to the installed plugins and if you search for mail. Okay, so these are the extensions that we have currently. So first one is the mailer plugin that we need to see. If it is not present, then go install it from the available plugins. And second is email extension plugin. Okay, so both the things are done. Now go back to Jenkins again, and this is the place where we are going to do the actual configuration for the mail itself. And if you remember earlier, we were not getting this editable email notification template option, but after the restart, everything is highlighting over here. Now, the first thing that we need to do is we need to go to system, and here we are going to do the actual configuration that is required to send the mail. Okay. So let us wait for some time and let it load. Okay. Here you need to go all the way to the bottom and you need to search for email notification. Okay. And here we are making use of SMTP. Now, what actually SMTP is? Simple mail transfer protocol, which is used for communicating via the mail. And here we are going to make use of Gmail. So the SMTP server will be smtp.gmail.com. Okay. Now, what would be the default email suffix? So here it would be @gmail.com. Okay. Now go to advanced. Here you need to provide the username. Okay, so here in my case it is the email address that I will be using for sending the mail, and second is the password. Now, do I need to provide the Gmail password? So definitely no. Here you need to go for Google app password. Click here. Okay, and here you need to create a new app. So first of all, just log in with your Gmail. All right, so once the login is success, here you need to create an app. So let me just write Jenkins application auth and click on create. Now, this is the password that it is expecting for. Okay, now go to system again, and here just add the password. Make sure that you're using SSL secure socket layer. Okay, if you want to know more about it, just click here and then go to the bottom and add the SMTP port as 465. And since this is the very first time we are doing the configuration, click on test configuration by sending email. And here just write the mail where you want to do the test. So click on this and click on test configuration. Now wait for some time, and here it is showing that email was sent successfully. Okay, so let me just go to my Gmail and check whether there is a test mail or not. Okay, here you can see the test mail is received, okay, which means the configuration is valid and we are good to go with the next step. Click on save. Now, the next thing is to go back to the Jenkins job which we created. So let me go over here, go to the configuration section. So we were here till build step. Everything was working fine. We did the clone, we entered the directory, we compiled the project, then we executed the Java application. Now, under post build action, we want to send email notification whenever something go wrong. Now, whom to send this email? Now just add the email address. Okay, and here let us make some mistakes. So instead of, let's say, this main branch, you're scanning the master branch which doesn't exist. So click on apply and save and build the job again. One sec. All right, and build the job again. Okay, now here you can see the fourth and third job got failed. Okay, now here see the console output. What actually is the issue? Okay, so here it is building in the workspace which we created. So basically, this is the job name. Okay, now second thing is it was trying to clone the repository. Okay, but here it is showing that this is the origin master, meaning this is the branch that it is trying to pull. And here the error says couldn't find the revision to build. Verify the repository branch configuration for this job. Now, if you go back to your Gmail, there should be a mail received against this issue. And here you will see there is a link which will redirect you to the job where actual you can see the issue. Okay. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to troubleshoot the issue. Now, as we figured out that, yeah, there is an issue with the branch itself. We are going back to the repository and check, okay, the main branch is present over here. So go back under builds tab, under the source code manager, just correct the branch by main to master to main, click on apply and save. Now click on build now. Okay. Now we troubleshoot the issue and it is working fine. Now again, if you go back to the success, here what it is showing, okay, we did the checkout, okay, and then we entered the repository, compilation is done, program execution is done, and then it is sending the mail, the success mail to the mentioned email address. Now go back to Gmail and here you can see the Jenkins build is back to normal. And when you click over here, it will redirect you to the console output where you can actually see what are the changes were done and how the application is running now. Now, by doing so, we actually saw how we can send an email address while running the job. Secondly, is we figured out, okay, if there is some issue, how we can troubleshoot it. In this video, we learn about the power of plugins and how do we leverage it for our own sake. Okay, so I think this was a very good learning when it comes to Jenkins Freestyle Job. Today we learned two new things: how we can make use of source code manager and how we can push notification via email. Right. So yeah, that was all. I hope you learned a lot in this video, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So before even we further do a deep dive on the pipelines, I wanted to cover this topic specifically to plugins because earlier we just saw a small introduction what actually plugin is, right? So yeah, so what we understood as of now is plugin is something that gives additional functionality to Jenkins, right? In the previous video, if you have followed the video so far, what we did, we added one extension, a plugin named Miller, which gave us the functionality that we can actually send email whenever there is a build failure, right? So it was a kind of notification enabler for us, right? So that is something a plugin did. So plugin in Jenkins are the add-ons that extend its core functionality. So Jenkins will do the core job, but actually if you want to extend the functionality, then you may need to install the plugins. Okay. So think of Jenkins as a lightweight automation engine and it has limited features. But with plugins, you can just give it support, like you can connect it with Git, Docker, you can give notification. There are different build tools that can even help you. Even there is one more plugin that will help you to enhance the UI. Okay, we have something called Blue Ocean that will actually help you to see a good view of the Jenkins UI. All right, so plugin is something that is actually giving you a new enhancement to the existing Jenkins automation, right? So it keeps the core system small but stable. You only install what you need. Okay, so if you remember, while we were doing the installation, it was giving us two options: install suggested plugin or install manually. So we just install the plugins which are actually suggested by Jenkins, which comes by default. Okay, so this makes Jenkins flexible to fit enough with any CI/CD use case, from small projects to enterprise pipeline. Okay. So that was the basic reason for me covering this topic, because even we do further enhancement in the current project or whatever projects we are going to build in the coming videos, there will be this topic that will be coming repetitively, right? Because there will be multiple plugins that we are going to install in the first thing, right? So that's the reason for creating this video. Okay. There are few important points to keep in mind while we are dealing with plugins. So the first thing is, since Jenkins is an open source tool, there are multiple versions that you will be getting. Okay, you have to keep the plugins updated too. Okay, so what it will help you with? So basically, the new version will fix the bugs and the security issues that are present in the current one. Okay. Second, you can avoid unnecessary plugins. So basically, if you are adding too much plugins in the Jenkins, then definitely your Jenkins pipeline will become slow and it will cause conflict for you. Okay. So only install the plugins which are required for your use case. Third, be careful with outdated plugins. So basically, the discarded plugins, old plugins might have vulnerabilities that the attackers can exploit. So this is something that we have to keep in mind while we are dealing with plugins, right? The first thing is to keep them updated. The second thing is we don't have to install too many plugins. And third is something that whenever we are dealing with old plugins, so we are actually taking the risk whatever is reported, right? So it is in terms of security, right? I think that was all about plugin in Jenkins. And in the next topic, we are going to start with a fresh new topic that is pipeline, right? I hope you are excited because I am excited too. So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back. So today we are going to talk about one of the important concept in Jenkins, which is called pipeline. So if you are wondering about how does developer build, test, and deploy their code within an automated manner, so this is the video for you, right? So before even we do a further deep dive on what exactly is Jenkins pipeline is, Jenkins pipeline is just nothing about a dish. Okay. So think of it as a recipe where it requires multiple steps. Now, let's say the step one would be chop the vegetable. Step two is to fry them up. Step three is to serve them. Just like the same manner, we have something called pipeline where it is further classified into multiple stages and step where we write down what exactly needs to be done in each of the stages, right? Okay. So, keeping the base concept of recipe, let us understand and correlate it with Jenkins pipeline. Okay. A Jenkins pipeline is a set of automated process to build, test, and deploy application. Now, here when I am telling about build, test, and deploy, here we are talking that it is step one, step two, and step three for the recipe to be ready, right? Second is it helps in implementing CI/CD, that is continuous integration and continuous delivery and deployment. Okay, and third is it is written as pipeline or it can be act as a code using Jenkinsfile. We are going to see both the methods because we want to explore how does it work under the hood. Okay. Now, why we should consider pipeline in the very first sense, even though we have freestyle project. So the first thing is it will automate the software delivery process. Second, it will provide you consistency and repeatability. Okay. And third, one of the important part that is it will help you in version control. Okay. That is you will be storing one Jenkins file in Git. Okay. And that will be used as a point of reference. We are going to see both declarative and script pipeline so that like we have the clarity how does things work. Okay. And basically why we are considering pipeline in the very first sense because let's say there are complexity are present to build the application to deploy and push, all those things can be written over here. How many types of pipeline do we have in the first sense? There are two main classification of the pipeline. First is a declarative and second is scripted pipeline. So declarative is very simple and structured, which is the most recommended way. And second is scripted pipeline, which will give you more flexibility and actually it is written in Groovy. Okay. Now here you can see there are two screenshots which I've added over here. So let us cover the one which is present over here. Okay. The one on the right hand side. So here the pipeline starts with an agent. There we have a stage. That stage is further classified into stage. Okay. So the first stage, what it does, it will build. Then there is a step which actually is printing echo building. Second is test, then it is testing, and third is deploy, where it is actually echoing the deployment. Okay. So this is a basic declarative pipeline, which is actually showing you the basic structure. How does a declarative pipeline look like? On contrary, if you go to the right hand side, here you can see a scripted pipeline is present. Okay, here it starts with node and there are three stages, build, test and deploy. Now, if you see comparatively, scripted pipeline is looking very much simpler, but actually it is the declarative one which is very simpler and structured. Okay, it's a kind of template that you refer for every pipeline. When it comes to scripted pipeline, it is giving you more flexibility since you are writing it in a coding manner. In scripted pipeline, you can even write the loops. If you want to add few conditions, those can be implemented correctly over here. So when to use scripted and when to use declarative. So scripted you can use for more complex project which requires multiple condition checks. Okay, we are going to see both scripted and declarative. At that time, you'll get the clarity. Okay, which one to use at what case. Okay. Now here you can see a pipeline example. This is a declarative pipeline which I just explained to you. So here it starts with pipeline which defines the start of the pipeline. Here it contains stages which has multiple executional steps: build step, test step, and deploy step. Okay. And then how it is executing, first it will run the build, and then it will go to test, and then it will get to deploy. Okay. Now you might be having one question, Shubham, it does the same thing is been done by scripted pipeline. Then what actually is the difference between both of them? Now see, since you are following declarative pipeline, there is a syntax that you would be following too. Okay. And in scripted pipeline, you will be mostly following Groovy syntax. But here the issue is when you execute a declarative pipeline, okay, if there is any syntactical issue, it will not run the entire build itself. But when it go to scripted pipeline, it will wait till that stage and then it will throw the error. Okay, that is one of the basic observational change that you can see that I am going to tell you in the forthcoming videos. But for now, just remember, if you want to give more flexibility, if you want to add more condition, then go for the scripted pipeline. However, if you want to go with a templated one, go with the declarative pipeline, which is actually recommended, which will give you easier hand to build any application, and it is basically very easy to understand. Moving forward, that is what are stages in pipeline. Now taking the reference of the same example of the recipe, okay, now Jenkins pipeline is a recipe which requires multiple stage to prepare the dish. Stage 1 to chop the vegetables, stage 2 to fry them up, and stage 3 to serve them. Likewise, the same way we have stages in pipeline. The first stage will build, stage 2 will test, and stage 3, which is the final one, will push the code to server or the container. Okay. Now, when we say build, it is compiling the code. It will install the dependency. Okay. Test code, it will run the unit test case or integrational test. And third is it will push the Docker images to the container. Now, there is one more thing to tell you that there is one more project that we are going to do where we are going to implement the same example where the code will get pull, it will get compiled, it will create a Docker image, and it will push to the repository. Okay, so this is a project that we are planning to do in the coming videos. All right. Now, what are the benefits of using this pipeline? Because this can be done manually itself. So the use case of using pipeline is we are actually avoiding the manual task. Okay, the first thing is we are using pipeline as a code. Here, you can just add your Jenkins file into your source code manager where you can take care of the versioning itself. So if something is changed, you can roll it back to the previous stable version. Second is reusable and shareable. Now, since you are storing the Jenkins file, okay, the syntactical file in your repo itself, there is no need to worry about whom to share it with. All the people who have the access to the repository can actually access the Jenkins file. Third, it integrates with Git, Docker, Kubernetes, and almost everything, whatever is required for you to get started with, because we have something called plugin, which we learned in the previous video. And the fourth and the last one is error handling and notification. Now, if something goes wrong in the pipeline during the executional step, you can just get an email notification directly, and you don't need to worry about it. If you want to know how you can send notification on build failure, you can follow along my previous video where we actually saw how you can send an email on the build failure. Okay, right. Now, we are also going to see a real world CI/CD flow where the developer will commit the code to GitHub. The Jenkins pipeline will get triggered. It will build and run the test case, and finally, it will deploy the image to the production. Okay. Now here, there is further one more enhancement that you can do. Okay. First is if you want to enable Git webhook. Now, what exactly is a webhook? So webhook is a feature in GitHub wherever like you commit on a specific branch, okay, the pipeline will get a trigger that okay, new changes been added, and then post that it will automatically build the changes and it will deploy the images to the production. So that is GitHub webhook. So that is something that you apply on the branches where you know that there are no frequent the frequency of changes is very less. However, it is recommended to build the image directly with single trigger. Okay, so both the things we are going to see in the coming videos, but for now, the real world CI/CD flow looks like this. Next, and the final one, conclusion. Jenkins pipeline is equals to automation, which is the backbone of CI/CD. It will provide you flexibility, scalability, and better collaboration. Now, what can be future of Jenkins with pipeline? You can integrate with AI ML, Kubernetes, which is already possible, and third is cloud and DevOps, right? So that was all about Jenkins. In this specific segment, we learn about how does things work under the hood, how does pipeline work. Okay, in the next video we are going to see how does declarative and scripted pipeline work. Okay, the first thing that we are going to do in the coming video is we are going to see okay, what is the difference between declarative and scripted pipeline. Then we are actually going forward with the demonstration itself. All right, so yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one.
Declarative and scripted pipeline, one of the important questions in Jenkins, right? So this is something that we are going to cover in this video. This is going to be both theoretical plus practical. I will be focusing more on practical because unless and until you do it, you won't understand it, right? In this specific presentation, I have added this snapshot of whatever we are going to do so that whenever you're following along with this PPT, it will be easier for you to go through as a revision material, right? At the same time, there is one more thing I wanted to highlight. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to follow this GitHub repository where I will be adding incremental changes. So whatever we are going to learn will be properly documented from over here so that whenever you want to make any notes or whenever you want to do a refresher or a revision, you can go along with this one. Now, let me just explain the structure of this repository. So under the second directory, if you go to this repository, you have to go to Jenkins pipeline. Under Jenkins pipeline, there are two more subfolders under which you will find the readme.md. Okay. Now this readme.md will contain the entire description of whatever things are present into it, right? Now here you will find a MD file that will actually tell you what actually is a Jenkins pipeline. So if you are someone who is following along the previous video, this will act as a revision material for you. But if you're someone who is directly jumping to this video, this will definitely help you to understand what actually is Jenkins pipeline. So as a refresher, Jenkins pipeline is nothing but a kind of recipe where you break down things into multiple segments. Now, let's say if you want to prepare Maggie, so the step one would be to take an bowl, okay, add some water and then turn on the gas and then wait for 2 minutes. Basically it's not 2 minutes, but let's wait for 2 minutes and finally the dish is ready in front of you. Likewise, the same way Jenkins pipeline work, here we are breaking down the actual step into multiple steps where we are telling it to, okay, in the first stage run this step and then in the second stage run this step and so on. So this is a basic overview what actually is a Jenkins pipeline. If you want to know more about what actually Jenkins pipeline is and how does it works, I would recommend you to go to the previous video because each video, just like the step and stages, are connected to the following one, right? Okay, so here you will find the short overview of declarative versus scripted pipeline. So I would request you to go along with this documentation. Now moving forward, so how we are going to proceed forward with this. Okay, so in this directory itself, if you go to scripted pipeline, you will find two Jenkins file. Okay, and again there will be a MD file that will tell you what actually this directory contains. Okay, so it will tell you first the syntax. Okay, now then it will tell you the key concept and then what actually it is going to do, right? So here if you see, it will actually tell you that what is the meaning of workspace in the scripted pipeline. So all sort of details is actually noted over here. And yeah, the next thing that you have to see is the Jenkins file. Now here you will find two sort of Jenkins file. First is Jenkins file scripted. So here you'll find the multiple stage Jenkins file for the scripted. And if you go to -ws, that is without, you'll find a single staged Jenkins scripted pipeline. All right, so the same structure goes for the declarative pipeline itself. If you go to the Jenkins tutorial in the second repository, okay, you will find the same structure in the declarative pipeline itself. in the readme empty file, which is at the source of the subdirectory, you will find the definition what actually is a declarative pipeline. Then it will provide you the syntax. How does we write a declarative pipeline? Now, if you remember, declarative pipeline is a template kind of pipeline, which is easier to understand, and like it becomes very handy when we want to create any pipeline, right? So yeah, and also again, you will find the key concepts followed by the last level example for you to understand. Okay, and again the same example we are going to follow here as well. So here we have added a declarative pipeline, and post that we have added without stage declarative pipeline. Okay, now Shubham, what is the key difference between both the pipeline with the in terms of Jenkins file? So both the Jenkins pipeline or both the Jenkins file, both for declarative and scripted, I have kept it same for us to understand how does things work under the hood. Okay, now what is the key difference between running a scripted pipeline and what is the key difference between running a declarative pipeline, right? That is the basic reason I have kept both the Jenkins file same. Here we are going to see the behavior of scripted and declarative pipeline, right? So enough of the exploration done. Okay, now let us directly go to the PPT. I would like you to show the PPT so that it will be easier for you to visualize what actually we are going to do. Post that we are going to perform the same operation, so it would be easier for you to understand, right? All right, so let us first begin with the declarative pipeline itself. Declarative pipeline is an easy structured beginner friendly pipeline. Okay, it is just like a filling a form with fixed section which is easier to read, and there are very less chance of making mistake. Okay, now before even proceeding further with this, I would like to take you to to VS Code. Here, let me just create one Jenkins file. So here, I will just going to replicate this entire thing, whatever is created. Okay. So the first thing to write a Jenkins file is you will need a pipeline. So here, just write pipeline. Okay, and then if you're using Jenkins, if you're using VS Code or any IDE, okay, so technically it will become very handy for you to understand how to open the curly braces and close it, because it is a default feature given by the IDEs, and you don't need to worry about the indentation also, right? So here, okay, let us first understand this basic structure of this templated declarative pipeline. So the first thing is you have to write pipeline, and here agent any. So here, if you remember, we were talking about worker node and master node in the initial videos. So basically here we are writing any because like we haven't configured the worker node, right? So that is the main meaning of agent. Now stages. Now in order to cook this dish, what are multiple steps that are needed, right? So let's consider you want to build an image and deploy an image. So that is the activity that you want to do for the application, right? So here in the stages, you break it down into three stages. The first stage would be to build the code. Okay. Now here it is a label for us to understand. Here you can write builded by Shubham, builded by Neha, builded by Sapta, or whatever name that you want to display on the user screen. It doesn't matter. The actual thing, the actual magic is inside the steps. Okay. Now steps is the shell command that you would be executing inside that pipeline. Okay. Now it is further classified into three stages because this pipeline consists of three steps: build step, test step, and deploy step. Now here you will see the build, test, and deploy would be the labels, but the actual magic would be done by these steps. So here you can replace it with the Linux command also. Right now I am just showing it to you how the things are working. That's why we made use of echo. Now what it will do, it will print building, testing, and deploying over the console output. This same pipeline we are going to run to see how does things work for us, right? Okay, coming back. So this is the actual structure, the template of declarative pipeline, where we have seen, okay, what is pipeline, what is agent, what is stages, and what is stage. So the template part here would be, okay, let me just make it very much simpler. Let me remove the stage. Let me remove the stage as well. So here you are dealing with pipeline, agent, stages, stage. And inside that stage, there is steps. And inside this step, you can just write the commands. Okay. So this is something that we are doing. Okay. Now let's say if you want to add one more stage, then You don't have to worry about anything. Go here and add one more stage. So this would be stage 2. And here you will again write the command. So this is the basic template, okay, for you to proceed forward with declarative pipeline. All right, moving forward with the declarative pipeline itself. Now, what are the things that declarative pipeline give us, right? See, if we have two equivalent option, why we are considering declarative pipeline in the very first sense. So here we have a very good option, that is restart from stage. Now, this is something that we are going to do the practical. At that time, you will understand what is the actual significance of restart from stage. Now, here, if I go back to Visual Studio Code, here you saw that okay, there are multiple stages that we are currently working into. Now let's say there is a requirement where you don't need that stage to get executed, right? So here a declarative pipeline comes very handy for us to skip the stages, and that is the option provided in the declarative pipeline. By default, it's a free gift given by Jenkins community. Okay, now moving forward. Now, this is the console output of the declarative pipeline. How does things work? So, if you see over here, under declarative pipeline, if I go to without stage, this is something that we are going to run. Okay. And this is the output that we are going to see. Okay. Now, don't worry. This might look overwhelming. Now, when we are going to do the practical, it will become very much easier for you to understand. Okay. Now that was all about declarative pipeline. Now let us proceed with scripted pipeline. So what is scripted pipeline? So basically it is written in a groovy language. If you're someone who is dealing with Java, you will find it very much easy. It is just writing your own story and you decide what needs to be done. Okay. Now if you see syntactical wise, it is very much similar to declarative pipeline. There is only one difference, that is node, and here the another difference would be the source checkout, which comes by default in declarative pipeline. But when it comes to scripted pipeline, things become very much straightforward. Okay. Because you have control of everything. And this is how the output of scripted pipeline looks like. Correct. So enough of theory part. Okay. Let us directly jump to the AWS and let me just log in to my Jenkins dashboard. So till now we were here. Okay. Now let us create a new pipeline for this specific demonstration. Now here there is one more new thing that we are going to learn today. Okay. That is, this time we won't be writing the pipeline inside the job. Here it will check out the Jenkins file from the source itself. Okay. So let us click on new item and here let us create a new pipeline. So I'll just write Jenkins scripted pipeline. Okay. So this would be a pipeline job and let me click on OK. Now, as I mentioned, this time we won't be writing the Jenkins file directly into here. Okay. But we are going to copy the Jenkins file from the repository itself. So for that, let me go to the repository, copy the code, copy the URL and paste it over here. Now here in the definition itself, you need to provide pipeline script from source code manager. Now here it is asking you for SCM. Right now the default is none, but here you have to select Git. And then it will ask you further question. What is the repository URL? So here you have to paste the URL that we copied. Now, since it is a public repository, there is no need for you to provide the credentials. We are going to see how you can provide the credentials in Jenkins. Okay, there are two methods which I am going to tell you in the coming videos. But right now, let us focus on the basics itself and then we are going to master on this thing. Okay, now here you need to specify the branch. Go back to the repository and here you can see right now we are only dealing with main branch. So remove the default master and change it to main. Okay. And the last thing is script path. Now see, whenever you're dealing with any project that is dealing with Jenkins, okay, it will consider the Jenkins file is stored in the root path. Okay. But for this project, the things are different. So the Jenkins file is actually stored inside the second folder. Okay. Go to the scripted pipeline. Okay. And here are the Jenkins pipeline stored. Okay. And go to the first one, that is Jenkins file scripted without space, without stage. Okay, now how do I provide the path? Okay, so it is very much straightforward. Just copy from here, copy the path and paste it over here. Okay, this is one of the important thing that I am telling you, because this is the place where you might do the mistake. So if you provide the script path properly, it will pull the code from the center source code manager and will locate the Jenkins file, and then it will do the further operation, and then click on apply and save. The initial work is done, the pipeline is created. Now if you go to build now, okay, a job is scheduled, the build is triggered. Now what is the thing that is going to happen behind the hood? It will pull the code from the source code manager. Okay, it will then run the scripted pipeline and will show you the output. Now see here what is happening. It is storing the changes into the workspace and by the name of the by the name of the pipeline that you created. Next thing is it checked out to the source code manager. Okay, and here it actually ran this Jenkins file. Okay, now what it does here, it is displaying hello, and then it is running this command, that is hello world. If you go to the console output, you will see it is echoing the hello world command and it is printing. If you go back to the scripted pipeline, there is one thing that is missing over here. Okay, so the thing is, I mentioned that that would be a display part that you would be looking into, but Shubham, I am not able to see anything over here apart from the green check that you saw. So here again we are going to deal with one of the plugin that we are going to install in this specific video, that is a stage plugin. Now go over to the home page, under dashboard, go to the settings, and here this time we are going to deal with a new plugin, that is a stage viewer plugin. Okay, go to available plugins and here this type stage. Okay, and here you need to install this plugin, that is pipeline stage view. Click on install. Now since this is the configuration change, just restart the Jenkins. Okay, it would be easier to reflect the changes for us to visualize it, and then you are going to learn it in a very better way. Okay, now again thing to note, do not install many plugins, since it will add more value to your Jenkins, but at the same time it will slow down the speed. Okay, so just be cautious when you're dealing with the plugins. Only install those plugins that is adding value to your pipeline, right? So let me just log in right now. Okay, so the download is in progress and it got successful. Now go back to the pipeline that we created. Okay, so this is the pipeline that we created, and here, okay, you should see a visual. Okay, now Shubham, when you were saying about the display label, I was talking about this label. Okay, so this is the generic view that you might see in all the video, but this is the thing that is working under the hood. At the same time, there is one more thing that you can explore, that is if you hover over here, 324 milliseconds. So this is the execution time that it took. If you click on log, instead of going directly to the console, it will give you user friendly, easier to understand stage logs. Okay, so if something get failed, you can just refer these logs and you can troubleshoot the things very much easier. So this was about scripted pipeline, and this was without the stages. Now let us level up the learning with stages. Okay, let us go back to the repository and here go over here. Now here I'll copy the path. Now what is happening over here is we define node. Okay, and there are 3 stages. Okay, first is build, second is test, and third is deploy, and all of them are just printing a console output. Okay, all right, go back to configure, and if you go to pipeline, you just have to replace the path. Okay, the file path of the Jenkins file. The source code manager remains the same. I just have to change the script path, click on apply and save, and I'll trigger the pipeline again. This would be second job for the scripted pipeline. The job is success, and you can see build, test, deploy. Okay, now I'll go over here, build, test, and deploy. The labels are actually getting highlighted over here. So all the labels are actually getting highlighted over here is actually coming from this specific segment. Here you can just, if you want to explore, just
try some random name, and this is something that you will get the output for. Okay, if you again hover over this build and click on log, it will tell you, okay, in that specific stage, what are the things that we're doing. Okay, if you go to test, if you click on log, it will tell you, okay, what are the commands which are running behind the hood and what are the logs for that specific stage. Okay, so that was all about scripted pipeline. Now let us go with the main thing, that is the declarative pipeline. Okay, let me go to new item and I'll create one more pipeline for declarative. Jenkins declarative pipeline. Just make ds small. Okay, this would be again a pipeline. Okay, I'll again go back to the repository. I'll copy the URL. Okay, I'll again go to pipeline. This time this is script from SCM, that is source code manager. The source code manager is Git. Okay, and I'll provide the URL and the branch is main, and here I'll just replace the script path. So I'll go to the second folder. This time we are dealing with declarative pipeline, and the first thing that we are going to run is a declarative pipeline, that too without stage. I'll just copy and paste the path over here. This is the path. Apply and save. Build now. Now here we are going to compare the declarative pipeline output with the scripted one. Okay. Now see, if you remember, I'll just duplicate this video, this dashboard. Okay. And I'll go back to the scripted pipeline. So if you go to the first one in the console output and console output for the declarative pipeline, what it is doing actually, as I mentioned earlier in the PPT itself, that there is a default behavior of checking out from the source code manager that is acting as a first stage in declarative pipeline. Okay, this comes by default. And if you go to the scripted pipeline, it directly pulls and run only the stage which are defined over there. Okay, so that is one of the difference between declarative pipeline and a scripted pipeline. But both did the same job. Here also it printed hello world. If you go to declarative, here also it printed hello world. Okay, now coming up to the second part, that is, I mentioned that if you want to skip a specific stage, that can be done in declarative pipeline but not in scripted, and that is the power that declarative pipeline gives us. For that, let me go to configure, and this time we are going to deal with the Jenkins declarative pipeline, which has multiple stages. Now let me explain you this file as well. Here we define the pipeline, and here we wrote the agent any. Okay, now here we have a template, that is, inside stages there will be multiple stage, and in each stage there will be one label accompanied by a step. Now when I mean by step, it would be the Linux command that we need to run. Okay, it can be a Linux command, it can be a Java command, it can be anything that you want to run. Okay, right. So right now we understood this skeleton. Let me just copy the path of the Jenkins file for the declarative pipeline. I'll go back to pipeline, and this time I'll just replace the script path and paste it over here. All right. Now let me just trigger the build again. Now, as per the expected behavior, it will do a declarative checkout from the source code manager. It will build, test, and deploy. Now, Shubham, you mentioned since we installed that plugin, it will show you graph. If you show you the logs in a very beautiful manner, you just have to hover over here and click on logs, and you'll see the same logs are listed over here. If I go back to scripted pipeline, okay, for the job number 2, if I go over build and click on log, it did printed the same output which we are getting over here. Okay, there is no difference in the output. All right. Next thing is, Shubham, you said that in declarative pipeline, okay, apart from it doing the checkout from source code manager, there is one more thing that you can do. Okay, now what is that? So basically, we were talking about restart from stage. If you see on the way to the left, there is a option for restart from stage. Now click over here. Now, where does the stage are actually coming from? So if you go back to the Jenkins file, here I have added stage build, stage test, stage deploy. Now, as I mentioned earlier, these are just the visual labels for us. Okay. Now those are the stage name that you are getting over here. If you go to test and click on run, it will skip the first stage and it will run. Okay. If I go to the console output, before even going to the output itself, you will see it in the visual itself. See, here you will see a blank over here, meaning that stage has been skipped. If you go to the console and under console output, you'll see stage build X is skipped due to this build restarting from the stage test. Okay. Now you can further skip one more stage. Okay. Now if you don't want to uh, execute the initial two stages and click on deploy. Okay. If you want to just execute the last stage, select the stage and click on run. It will skip the initial two stages and will run. Okay. The only thing that will run for sure is declarative checkout SCM. Okay, that comes by default when we are dealing with Jenkins pipeline, that to a declarative one. Okay, I hope you understand the key differences between a declarative pipeline and a scripted pipeline. Okay, what are the powers that declarative pipeline give you? What are the powers that scripted pipeline give you? Okay, now I would request you to go along with this repository. I want you to explore this repository, just play along with the stage names. Okay, change or whatever you want. In the coming video, we are going to do a short project that will give you more clarity how does declarative pipeline will work. Okay, I would request you to go through the MD files which is mentioned in the repository, and I want you to go through this video once or twice so that the more you go through this section, the more you'll understand. All right. So that was all in this video, and I will see you in the next one.
All right, welcome back. And in the previous video, we learned about what are scripted pipeline, what are declarative pipeline. This video will give you a practical demonstration. This will be a project where you will be implementing all the learnings that we have done so far, right? So this will be a very basic project that will help you to enhance your knowledge when it comes to Jenkins. Okay. Now here there are two sort of projects that we would be working with. One is Java based project and another would be a Python based project. Today, we are going to work with the Java-based project. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to do the local development, which is already been done. I have shared it on my GitHub repository. Okay, now where it is stored and how do we use it, everything will be shared over this specific video. There will be no cuts and shorts that will be missed. Okay, everything will be shared over this specific one. Okay, no matter how much lengthy it goes, but we are going to record each and everything which is required for you to get started with Jenkins. Okay. So here what we are going to do is we are going to pull the code from GitHub. Now then we are going to build, test and compile. Image will get created. We are going to tag it and then we are going to push it to the artifactory. In our case, this is Docker Hub. Okay. So this is a basic fundamental thing that we are going to do today. Okay. And here this is the repository that we would be referring to. Okay. Now considering that you have the basic knowledge of Jenkins, like whatever we have done so far, and I believe that you are following along the playlist. Okay, if you are coming directly to this project, I would request you to go through the previous videos so you have the idea what is actually running behind, right? What is the science behind the logic? Okay, so yeah, you have to go to the third folder, that is 3 Java Jenkins Docker app. Here we have the entire code base which is we are going to use. Now, I might have used a to-do application, or I might have I might have been chosen a complex project, but here this is just a basic hello world program. Now I deliberately choose this to move forward with the tutorial because I don't want to move into complexity right now. See, things can be done complex later on, but right now we just have to understand how those things work. So let's not directly jump with a project that will create complexity, right? Let us break down the things, understand in a very simplified manner, and then go for the complex one. Okay, we are definitely going to cover the complex projects as well, but this basic structure the skeleton will give you the idea how does things works under the hood. Okay, and further on we are going to implement this, we are going to modify this project at the same time, so that whatever we are learning we are implementing at the same time. Okay, I would request you to follow along with this repository because it is a very basic one that you can find into. Okay, now once you understand what is the science and logic behind it, then only you will be able to implement whatever you want to do. Okay, so yeah, so let me just explain you the hierarchy of this repository. When you go inside this folder, 3 Java Jenkins Docker app, you'll find one readme.md file. Now I have added everything whatever you need to get started with this application. So this is a minimal Java based application that we are going to use for the demonstration for complete CI/CD workflow. Okay. Now this is using Jenkins, Maven, Docker, and Docker Compose. Here we are just going to focus on Docker. Okay. Now how do we proceed the things? Okay. Let us first even if we move, let us first see what actually it is capable of. Here, this project is intended for the beginners who want to learn CI/CD, who want to know how do we create a simple Java application, okay, how you containerize your application, and how do you share your images over with the people. So this is the basic purpose of creating this repository, and this is how the project structure looks like. And these are the two main files that we have to take care of. First is a main Java application, and second is unit test case file. Okay. Third, now what is pom.xml? Now, pom.xml file, so basically it is a Maven build file. Pom.xml file is a file which is used for installing the dependency. All right. And second, we have Dockerfile where we have added all the logic how we are going to containerize the application. Post that, I have added a basic Jenkins file, but we are going to write a Jenkins file from very much scratch. And this time we are not going to pull the code, the Jenkins file from the source code manager, because I deliberately left one topic that we have to explore this time. Okay. And guess what? We are going to write our own Groovy pipeline in the Jenkins itself. All right. So yeah, if you go at the bottom, you'll find the instruction how you can create a clean package, how you can compile the Maven code. Okay. Now here it will also give you what actually that command does. So basically Maven clean, it will remove the previous build artifacts. Maven package, it will combine the code and package it into a jar file. And then where is the output stored? It will store the output into target slash Java Jenkins Docker one dot snapshot jar. So this would be the file name. So here we have ambient clean that will remove the previous build artifact. We have ambient package that will compile the code and package it into a jar file. Then we have the output jar file. Now it will get stored into target folder, and this would be the name of the Java archival. Okay. Now we have something called basic JUnit test. And in order to perform the unit test case, you can run ambient test, and this will run all the test cases which are present inside source, test, and Java. And if you see this hierarchy structure inside source Java, you'll have the apptest.java file. Okay, this will run the test cases. And then once the test case is done, then you will compile it. Okay, and then your classes will be created. Okay, now we are going to see these how you can learn it locally, and then we are going to containerize it using Docker. Now, once everything is done, the next thing would be we are going to push it to Docker Hub, and we are going to verify whether the changes are actually pushed or not. Okay. So, what are the prerequisites? So, basically, we will need Java 17 plus, Maven, and Docker installed in your system. Okay. So, that was all. Right now, this is the prerequisite, and these are the things that you should understand before even proceeding with it. Now, this is a basic pipeline structure that we are going to follow, but let me just explain you what we are going to do and what is this steps does. See, pipeline defines that we are going to go with the Groovy syntax. Agent tiny. Now, what is an agent? So for now, just understand agent is a worker node where we are going to execute the job. But right now we didn't define the agent, so definitely it will going to run in the master controller plane itself. Then we have stages, just like recipe. We have broken it down into multiple stage, and each stage contains a label that is build, test, Docker build, and Docker run. Post that, there are few executional steps that are required. So, for example, for building, we need the command ambient clean package based on the MD file, based on the handover which has been provided to us by the developers. Okay, then we are going to run a test. So basically, mvn test would be the command which will do the job. Then again, Docker build. So for that, we are going to build a Docker file, and then we are going to run the Docker file to verify the changes. So this is the basic pipeline structure that we are going to follow. If you still don't understand, don't worry. While we are going to perform the creation of Jenkins pipeline, the Jenkins file, you will understand it very much easier. Okay, because there is something a tool called helper which is going to help us to create this groovy syntax. Okay, so yeah, before so all the things are done, let me just fire up my instance and let me just connect to my EC2 instance. So I'm here. All right, and I hope that the terminal is visible to you. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is, if you remember, the Jenkins will run slow if we did not update the location configuration file. Let me just copy the public IP and I'll just go to /var lib Jenkins. And inside Jenkins, we have Jenkins called Jenkins.model location configuration file. And here we just need to update this IP address. Okay. All right. We should be good. Escape colon WQ. And let me just restart the Jenkins system. CTL restart Jenkins. All right, so this Jenkins will get restarted. Now, once Jenkins is restarted, then we can start with the further proceedings. Okay. Now, before even we jump directly to Jenkins, what I want to do is I want to show you how things are going to run locally. Okay. So for that, we will require a pull. All right. So let's take a pull from this repo. Let me just go to code and I'll just copy the HTTPS. Okay. Just make sure that you're here under HTTPS. Just copy here, copy the URL to the clipboard. Okay. And then come back and inside Ubuntu home. Okay. This is the current place where we are present. I'll just clone the repository. And in order to clone the repository, we have a git command that is called git clone. And I'll just press on enter. Now, since it was a public repository, we were able to clone the repository. Now, let me verify whether it did cloned or not. So here you can see Jenkins-tutorial, that file is currently present. Okay. Now, let me just go inside the Jenkins repository. So we are inside Jenkins tutorial. Now, the next thing that we want to do is, here we are dealing with the Java Jenkins Docker app. So let me just go inside this repository, this directory, and we are right now inside the Java Jenkins Docker app directory. Okay, the folder. Now, let us take reference from the MD file which has been shared with us. Now, here what it says, okay, so in order to compile the Java source code, you have to run mvn clean package. All right, let me just copy this command and run it over here. But see, here is the thing. Since Maven is not installed, the system is saying MVN not found, but it can be installed with apt install Maven. All right, fair enough. So let me just copy and run this command. So what it is going to do is it is going to install Maven. Okay. Now what is Maven? Maven is a project management tool that will help us to build and compile the Java based project. It will help us to install all the dependencies with the help of the pom.xml file. All right. So all the dependency will be installed using the pom.xml file. All right. Okay. So let us proceed forward. Let me just copy the command again and let me run mvn clean package. Okay. And when you execute it, it will install all the dependency which are mentioned in the pom.xml file. Now here you can see that the build is success. Okay. And here under the target folder, we have Java archival, which is present over here. That is java-jenkins docker 1.0 snapshot.jar. This is the file that we were expecting for the Maven to create for us. All right. So the initial job is done. Now let us move forward. That is with the test. Okay. So you have to run nvn test, and this will run all the test cases which are written in the source test file. Okay. Here. So let me just paste the command, and what it is going to do is it will run all the test cases, and if the test cases are correct, it will show that the build is success. All right. Till now, we are following a very happy path where all the things are working so fine for us, right? But this thing is actually running locally. Now, when we are going to do the automation in Jenkins, things will get changed. Okay. Now, considering that, okay, build is done, test is done. Now, let us compile the source file and create a package for us. So, for that, I'll run mvn compile, maven compile command. And then here you can see the build is success and the compilation is done. Okay. Now, let us verify after this building is done. Let us run this application locally. So here, if you remember, the name of the archival that was created for us under target folder was Jenkins Docker 1.0 snapshot.jar. So I'll just run this command to verify whether the application is actually running or not. And here you can see the output is present. Hello from Java application, and this is for Jenkins CI/CD. Okay, meaning the application ran exactly the way it was expected to. And here you can see we have the expected output. Okay, now we are going to automate the same process, okay, using Jenkins. But before even we move forward, let us try to build a Docker image so that like we are aware what we are about to do. Okay. Now considering the fact that all the things are working fine for us, okay, let me just do a cat on the Docker file. So this is the Docker file, and what it will do, it will we are using a slime image. It will copy all the code file into slash app directory and all the snapshot into target folder, and then it is going to execute the application file, that is the jar file. Okay, so this is the basic thing that Docker will do. But is Docker installed in your system? So in order to verify, just type Docker hyphen version. Okay, so it is saying that Docker is not installed. So let us first install Docker so that we are good with the changes that we need to get proceeded with. So here it is installing Docker into a system. And once it is done, then we are going to create an image and like we are going to run the image. Okay. So yeah, next thing. Now since Docker is installed, let me just verify it once again. Docker hyphen version, and the version is 27.5.1. All right. Now let us build an image based on the Docker file that we have. So here we have the command called docker build hyphen t java hyphen jenkins hyphen docker colon latest. And here we are mentioning dot, meaning the Docker file is present in the root directory in the current place. Now, it is going to do? It is going to pull the Slim library from Docker Hub, and then it is going to create an image for us. Let us verify the image. So Docker images, you can see the Java Jenkins Docker app is created. And now let us run this. So the output should be the same as we were expecting earlier. That is hello world from Java application. And this is for Jenkins CI/CD. All right. So these things are working fine in local, right? What we did, we installed Maven, we installed Docker. All the dependency which were needed to run this application are now ready. We even try to isolate it. We even try to create an image so that whenever we are sharing this image to the world, they are also going to get the same output. So this is all the things that we done manually into our local instance. Now let us go to Jenkins finally to automate this process. All right. So here I'll just open one more window. Okay. And let me just copy the IP address and let me fire the Jenkins. Okay. HTTP colon / and port number 8080. Okay. So finally the Jenkins screen is here, and let me just log in over here. Okay. So here comes the dashboard, and this is where we left on in the previous video. Now let us create a very fresh new job because this is will be a very fresh new learning that we would be doing. Okay. So here let us name the pipeline as Java application automation. So this would be the name of job, and definitely the item type that we are going to select is the pipeline. So click on pipeline and then click on OK. Now, see, the new thing that we are going to mark as a learning today is we are not going to directly pull the code from the source code manager, not via the checkbox which are provided, because this would be the very first time that we would be writing the Groovy pipeline itself. So I want you to go directly to the pipeline, and this is the actual definition that I am referring to. Because earlier, what we did, we defined the GitHub repository and it was pulling the code, but we were not aware how things were working behind the hood. This time we are going to mark a new learning by using the pipeline script itself. Okay. Now here, if you can see here, we have two sort of definition. One is pipeline script and secondly is pipeline script from source code manager. Now, Shubham, when you say pipeline script and pipeline script from source code manager, so here we are talking about the Jenkins file. So when I select pipeline script from source code manager, it is expecting you to help you with the source code manager information. Right now, the default one is none, but actually it is Git, it is asking you for. Now, again, it will ask you for the repository URL. So in our case, we are going to provide the same repository URL where the code is stored. But since we already saw this in the previous video, let us go forward with the newer options that we have in our hand. So this time we are going to write a fresh new pipeline script. Now, Shubham, I am coming from a place I don't know programming. I have a basic knowledge how things are going to work, but I don't know how does this Groovy sandbox things work. How do I proceed forward with this? So see, we have something called a sample pipeline script that are present over here. If you go to Hello World, it will give you a basic template. Okay. Now, based on this template, you can define your workflow. Okay. Now, what does this workflow does is here, let's understand the same thing. Here we are defining the pipeline. Okay. We just have to make sure that the curly braces are being followed. Now, just make sure that it is a skeletal that we are filling up into. So right now, whenever you are dealing with a pipeline script, just imagine that you are filling up a form which have a constant value that it is asking you for. Okay. Now, pipeline is started over here, and here we are defining agent as any. So here it would be the controller where the job will get executed. Now under stages, okay, there is one stage with the label named hello, and there is one step that will print hello world. Okay, we are not going to write anything right now because I just want to show you how does things look when you are going to go with the default one. So I'll just click on apply and save, and let me just trigger the job by clicking on build now. Proceed. All right. So here you'll see if you go to the console, okay, the hello world is printed and the job is success. So the initial thing is done. Now let us start with the actual automation. So whatever we did locally right now, we are going to automate it with the power of Jenkins. Okay. So all right, hover over here and click on configure, and let us take the reference from the readme.md file like we did earlier, and let us design a new pipeline. Okay. So the first thing that it did was we did a build. Okay, so let me just copy the build command, and here instead of echo, it would be sh followed by the command that is mvn clean package, and here the stage would be build. Let me apply and save. And you know what? This will throw an error. Definitely, it will throw an error. Now, guess what? What is the reason behind it? Okay, if you go back over here, okay, it is saying as build failure. See, the dependencies are there, and when the command is also getting executed, but where it is getting executed, if you see, right now we are under the path where leave under the workspace, that is the Java application automation that we created, but it doesn't have the code. Okay, we didn't provided it with the source code to build with. So the first thing that we need to do over here is again go to the configure, and this time we have to provide the code. Now, how do I share my code with this thing? Okay, and I don't know how do I write a Groovy syntax. Okay, here we have a pipeline syntax option. Just click over here and it will redirect you to a new snippet page. This is a basically our lifesaver, and this snippet generator will help you to learn the pipeline script code, which can be used to define various workflow. Okay, now the first thing that we want to do is we want to clone a code. So select Git, okay, and under Git, it is asking you for the repository URL. Okay, so let me just copy my repository URL and let me copy it here. All right, and here it is asking you for the source branch. The source branch here is me. Right now we are on May, so I have provided the same. And we do not require any sort of credential. Why? Because it is a public repository. See, when we are on the topic of credentials or environment variables, all things will be covered. But right now, let us stick to the basics to understand how these things are going to work. We do not want polling and we do not want to include it in the change log. Right now, our basic requirement is we just want to pull the code from the source code manager and we want to proceed forward with the further development, that is build, compile, and then we are going to create an image and then push it to the artifactory. Fair enough. Now click on a generate pipeline script, and this is the script that it has generated. Let me copy it directly, go back to the pipeline again. Okay, now here we have stages, stage. Now here, what I have to do is I'll just copy this stage and paste it over here. So instead in this stage, I have to just write, you have to clone the code. So just copy the command that was shared with you and go over here and paste it. You didn't copy it, one second. All right. So what it is doing is it is actually defining the branch. So git branch, which branch? That is the main branch. Do you want the change log? No. And do you want the polling? So basically it is false. And which repository we are polling? We are going to work with this repository, right? So this is the URL that has been passed. So that is the actual meaning of this thing. Now, what do you want to label it? Okay, now let me go back. So here earlier I write that we are cloning the GitHub repository. So I'll just write clone GitHub repository. Okay, so cloning will be done and then it will perform the Maven clean package. That is, it is going to build and compile. So let me just click on apply and save, and let me just trigger it once again. Now see, it will again fail this time, but the cloning will be done. See, the cloning is done. If I go to the log and if I show you the workspace, you can see inside this workspace, okay, the application file will be present. That is the git clone that we have done. All right. Now, where is the actual issue over here? Now, see, if I go back to the log, that is the third build which got failed, here it actually pulled the code from the GitHub, okay, and it actually saw the last commit message, and then it tried to run mvin clean package. But when it started to scan the project, it was not able to verify where the pom.xml file is. That's why it threw the error. Please verify that you invoke Maven from the correct directory. Meaning it is only telling us that you are on not a correct directory path. Now, let me go back to the repository, and if I go over here, you can see the current path of the project. See, it is not present in the root, it is present in the subfolder. That is the reason it is not able to detect the pom.xml file. Now, what is pom.xml file? Pom.xml file is a file that is helping Maven to install all the dependency that is required for the Java application to run. Okay, all right. So let us come back again and let me go back to configuration. Now this time the initial challenge for us is to change the directory. Now should I write cd change directory every time, or can we make use of the pipeline syntax generator? All right, so we are not going to change the directory multiple times, and here we are going to make use of our friend, that is the pipeline syntax generator. Let me go over here and let us utilize this tool once again. So here what we want to do is we want to change the directory. So search for change directory, and here you will find this option, that is dir, that is directory, and change directory. Now again, it will ask you for the path. And where do you will get the path? So basically you go inside the repository where the pom.xml file is present and copy the path from here. Paste the path here and click on generate pipeline script. Now see, it actually generated a snippet for you that you can use in your pipeline. Okay, let me go over here and inside step, I'll just add this. snippet. Okay, and let me go back and paste it inside the steps. And here we want to execute this command. So that's why I'll just remove this comment and paste the actual command that I have. Okay. And let me just correct the indentation as well. So uh, it will be good for us as a readability. Okay. Now here what is happening? The cloning will be done. Now post cloning is done. It will try to build the application. Let me click on apply and save. And this time it should definitely work. So let us wait. I have triggered the job. The build is scheduled. And here, if you go to the logs, okay, here you can see it is actually building and the build is success. Now, what happened basically earlier, it was not able to find, okay, where the pom.xml file is. That's the reason it asked us to change and check whether we are on the correct path or not, right? So let me go back over here, go back to configure. Now, successful these things is done. Let us go back, and this time based on the documentation that is been provided to us, we are going to perform a test. Okay, now that test is based on the file that has been already provided, and that file is actually stored in source file. Okay, so yeah, again we are going to perform the same operation but with different method. Okay, so let me just copy the stage. Okay, and here making sure that we are following the indentation. This time we want to perform test. So I'll just write test. And here again, the directory is the same directory, but the command will get changed. And what is the command? That is mvn test, maven test, and it will refer the file which is stored inside the source file. Okay, ambient test, and we are expecting the same output that we got inside the local repository in the local server. When I click on apply and save, and when I'm going to trigger the build will get scheduled, and this time the build 5 will get scheduled. If you go over here inside the log, it will scan for the project, it will run the stage. Okay, it will run the test. Now see, things were working smooth in local and things are working smooth in Jenkins pipeline as well. Okay, so right now we automated two things. First is it will clone the code, it will run the test case, and it will compile the things for us. Okay, now go back to configure and refer the documentation again. See, the code package was created, meaning the snapshot file was created, then the JUnit tests were run, the testing is completed. Now the final thing is to compile the code and create the .class file. All right, the compilation will get started. So let me just go to configure this time, go to pipeline, and again, let me just copy this stage, paste it over here, and this time the operation that we are going to do is basically compilation. So I am going to compile, and the command for the compilation here is mvn compile. Okay, apply and save. All right, let us trigger the build again. Okay, now here you can see it is actually cloning the repository. It is building it. The test cases are run and the compilation is done too. If you go over here, you can see the build is success and the compiler is done. Okay, all right. So build is done, test is done, and compile is done, meaning we are very good to get started with it. Okay, all right. Now, once everything is done, if you want to run it, basically it will give you the output, but we are not focused on the result because see, we already ran it locally. The main thing for us, the task was to actually verify whether it is able to give you this output or not. Okay, if you want to check whether it is giving you the output, you can definitely go for it. Now see, these things are done. Now let us move forward with the creation of the docker file. Okay, now go back over here, go to configure, and this time what we are going to do is we are going to build a docker image. Go to pipeline, compilation is done. Let me just copy this stage, paste it over here, and here Docker image build. Okay. Now here it is again, it will go to the same directory. So since that's the reason we are not changing here anything. But the thing that is going to change over here is the method. That time we were learning it, we were running it locally, but this time we are making use of Jenkins. So let me just replace this command and I'll just type it over here. So Docker build -t Java Jenkins Docker latest. Okay, so this would be the image that would be created. And post that, I want to do one more thing. I want to execute this Docker file. Paste it over here. And what was the name of the stage? So it is Docker image tag and then Docker login. All right. So before even that, I just want to execute it. So I just want to verify whether the changes are actually running up or not. Okay. So once that is done, I'll just run Docker run and I'll just replace this command with the one that I have already. Okay. Docker run -rm Jenkins Docker latest. Click on apply, save, and trigger the pipeline. Okay. Now here again it cloned the repo, it built it, it is doing the testing. Now it will do the compilation and here we have an error for the Docker image build and Docker run. If you go to the field results, go all the way to the bottom. Okay, now what it is saying. Okay, let us see what actually is the issue over here. Deprecated. The legacy builder is deprecated and will remove in future release. Okay, install buildx component to build the images with the build kit. The permission is denied while trying to connect Docker daemon. And okay, so there are two issues basically. It is not able to build, and second, there is a permission error. Okay, how do we close it? Now here we are going to make use of our best friend, that is ChatGPT. So what we are going to do is let me just copy this command. Okay, because see, this is the place where we are getting the issue. Go to ChatGPT now. And this is the place where we are going to write the prompt and it will definitely help you. So first of all, you can just write, I am trying to build an image using Jenkins, okay, but I am getting the below error, okay. I just wrote it in a very basic English so that like it is easier for you to troubleshoot the changes. Okay, now here you just write, help me in troubleshoot this based on the below log. Okay. Now here what it is saying is since you don't have the permission to access Docker, okay, the first thing that you need to do is you have to give the permission. So first of all that you need to do is it is asking you to restart Docker. Okay. Now once it is done, you are going to add the user to Jenkins group. So see, you are going to add Docker into Jenkins group so that like you have all the permission that are required to run the Jenkins. All right, go back to here into the console. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the same command. I'm going to add Docker into the Jenkins group so that the permission issue will get resolved. All right. Let me just go down and now see. Since this was a configurable changes, now as I mentioned earlier, whenever you make any sort of small configuration change, you need to do a service restart. So here we are going to restart Jenkins, okay, and it will restart Jenkins for us. Now this time when you run this, the issue will get resolved. Okay. Now let us go back to the Java application. Now I believe that the Java Jenkins service is running. So system CTL status Jenkins. Okay, it is active up and running. And let me just do a refresh over here. Let me just log in. Okay. Now let us trigger a build once again because see, this time we added Docker into Jenkins group. Now it has all the permission that are required. So this time the permission issue should get eliminated for sure. Let me just click on build now. Okay, cloning the code, success, building, done. Okay, it is running the test cases. Test cases is done. See, since we provided the permission, the issue is actually resolved. If you go to the logs, earlier it was showing the permission denied error. Now, once we provided it with the required permission, that is, we added Docker into Jenkins group, the permission issue is getting resolved, and now we are able to build an image. And this is the image that we have created, and this is the output that we were expecting, right? So far and so good, things are working very fine for us. Now, let us go back. We are here at this stage. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to push this change to Docker Hub so that the image is present to the world and they can actually use our application. Okay. So let me go back to the automation tab. Let me go back to configure again. Now, see, if you know basics about Docker, if you want to push any changes into your Docker Hub repository, you need to tag it properly. Let me just go here into Docker Hub and log in with my credentials. So if you are wondering what actually Docker Hub is, so just imagine Docker Hub just like GitHub. In GitHub, you store your code. In Docker Hub, you store your artifacts. So that is the basic thing that is difference between Docker Hub and Git. Okay. So that is a very basic example that I have given to you. All right. So here, all the images that we are going to create, all the artifacts will get stored over here. Now, if you see, there is one pattern that you can see that is the username followed by the application. All right. And the tagging is going to be performed in the same manner. So go over here and in the pipeline, the next thing that you want to do is see, if you want to run the application, go for it. But if you don't want to, you can just keep it as is. So here, after the image build is done, we want to do Docker tagging. Okay, so Docker tag image, and here, in order to tag an image, the command is Docker tag followed by the current image name and the desired image name. So that would be my user slash Java hyphen app current version 1. Okay, so this would be the tag for it. Let me just apply and save and click on build. Now let us wait and verify whether it is actually performing the tagging or not. If there is any issue, let us troubleshoot it out and let us make use of ChatGPT for whatever issues we get. But the basic thing should be we should be able to troubleshoot the things. If you go over the log, you can see that Docker tag is successful. All right. Now what is the next step? If you go over here, okay, Docker image tag is done. The next thing is Docker login, and then we have to push it to the artifactory. All right, fair enough. Go to pipeline. After Docker tag, we need to do Docker login so that the credentials are verified. So Docker login, and here the command would be Docker login hyphen u followed by the username and hyphen p followed by the password. All right, let me click on apply and save. Now let us verify whether Jenkins A is able to log in or not. Okay, most probably it should be because it is just the command line argument that we pass to. So let us wait. And here you can see that Docker login is successful. If I hover over here and under logs, you can see it is able to log in. All right. See, I know there are few people who are going to say that, okay, we are compromising with the security, but the actual thing is this is just the basic, and we are going to do a deep dive on the credentials and everything. But right now, the thing is you have to just understand how does the things are actually working, right? All right, so Docker login is done. Now the next step that we want to do is, okay, that is we need to push this image, this artifactory to Docker Hub. All right, let me go to configure. Let me go to pipeline again. And this time we just want to push the image. So let me copy this stage. Okay, paste it over here. And this is Docker push. And the command is Docker push followed by the image name. And here the image name is the username slash the image name. So it is this Java app v1. All right. So the Docker push is also done. Click on apply and save. and click on build now this time. This is build number 11 that we are checking right now. Now see, this is how you proceed forward with the pipeline creation. You verify each and every step that you create, and post everything is done, you can proceed forward with it, right? If you go to logs, okay, go all the way to the bottom, it is saying that, okay, the image is pushed, and where it is pushed to Docker Hub. All right, let me just verify. Let me just do a refresh over here. Okay, if you see, there is a Java app which is pushed over here, okay, and that is just a few seconds ago. All right, if you go to tags, this is the exact tag that we created, that is V1. All right, okay. Now the next thing is for cleaning workspace. Now, Shubham, what is clean workspace? Now, see, if you go over the Jenkins pipeline here, just hover over here. I'll just tell you what actually a clean workspace is. What is clean workspace? It will delete the workspace when the build is done. Now, why to keep the clutter which is not required for us? Okay, it will unnecessarily use the space. Okay, when we are dealing with Jenkins, storage is definitely a very big thing for us, right? So here we want to clear the workspace when the build is done. So let me just refresh it 1 second. Here we want to clear the workspace and click on. Okay, here click on advanced, and here we don't want to do anything. After every status, it should clean the workspace. So click on generate pipeline. Here you have this function. Now where you need to execute this function is basically after the job is done. So click on configure, go to pipeline. Okay. Now here, if you go to this specific pipeline, I have already added whatever we have done so far. Okay. So this will be again a stage for us. All right. And this would be cleaning workspace. All right. And inside this directory, we will be passing this workspace function. Okay, clean workspace, and just execute this function and click on apply save. All right, and click on build now. All right. All right, and the clean workspace is also done. So whatever was done, okay, whatever we have promised, we are actually able to automate it, right? So that was a very good example for us, a very good learning that we learned today. First of all, we executed it locally. We understood how does this project behaves when we are actually running it in local. Okay, then we actually automated each step one by one into Jenkins. We figured out, okay, when we are getting this error, what should be done, whom to ask for help. We made use of chat gpt to troubleshoot the issue, and then things worked very fine for us. It worked very smooth for us, right? This was definitely a very good learning for us. So I want you to go through this minor project, and this will definitely help you out to learn more about Jenkins, right? So this Java-based application did add some value to your learning, and I believe that it will definitely add value to your learning. Just verify the images that are pushed over here so that it will give you the confidence that, okay, whatever that Shubham is doing, I am able to replicate at the same time. I want you to do is, after this thing is done, create your own application. Now, how would you do it? Make use of ChatGPT, make use of REPL IT. It will give you wonderful outputs. Okay. Now, once those outputs are ready, host it into GitHub. Okay, and try to build it, automate it using Jenkins, and then only you are going to learn about it, right? And if you face any issue, then feel free to add all the things in the comments along with the logs so that I can help you out with that. But before even reaching out for help, just make use of all the available resources that you have. Okay, you have a wonderful resource that is ChatGPT. Provide it with the log, just tell it what you are trying to do, what is the expected output, and it will give you clear cut answers. Okay, if you're still facing any issue, then you reach out with the people who have actually worked on it, right? So yeah, I hope this thing definitely adds some value to your learning. In the next video, we are going to perform the same operation but with Python based application, right? Then the next video may be a short one, but this will this is actually going to do the same thing. Okay. All right. So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. In the previous video, we did a demonstration with Java-based application. Okay, so what we did, we just followed whatever is present in the diagram. We created a CI/CD flow. We made use of Java-based application where actually it actually was pulling the code from Git. It performed few sort of build, test, and compile action. The image was created, the artifact got created, it was tagged, and then it was pushed to the registry. Okay, now that was a Java-based application. Now this time we are going to focus on a Python-based application. Okay, now there will be some twerks in this project because this is again, see, this is again a very basic Hello World program, but there are a few things that we are going to change this time. Okay, since this is a different language, the project structure will also get changed. So, okay, so this is the repository again that we are going to follow. So the fourth Python Jenkins Docker app is the repository subdirectory that we are going to take care of it. Okay. So yeah, let us go with the project description. So this is a Python application that we are going to use for demonstrating the CI/CD flow. And here we will need Jenkins, Docker, and Python itself. Okay. Now, this is the project structure. Basically, under app.py will be the main application file. There will be a unit test file. There will be a requirement of TXT file where all the dependencies will be mentioned. So in the previous video, if you remember, we have something called pom.xml file, which contains the dependency for Java-based application, where we were using Maven as a project management tool. Here we are using Python, and in Python, for maintaining all the dependency, we make use of requirement.txt. So here specifically, if you want a specific version to get executed on that specific application, you just mention the library and the version name in the requirement.txt. And once you run the application, it will download on the dependency and you should be good to be running the application. Then again, there will be a Docker file which will help us to create the Docker images. Okay, there is a Docker compose.yaml. So ignore it for now. We are going to cover the compose file later on in the course. And the next thing is again the Jenkins file and again a readme.md file, which we are currently referring to. Okay. Now, since Python is a interpreted language, so compilation is optional, but to check the syntax and by compilation, we are going to make use of Python-m, okay, pycompile app.py. Okay. So this will be a build step for us. Second step in the stage of the Jenkins pipeline would be to test. Here we will be running the unit test cases, okay, based on the test case file which is present under test. Okay. Now next is we are going to run it locally to see, okay, how does the application run and what is the actual output. Now once this is running fine locally, then we are going to containerize it. We are going to create a Docker image. Now once the Docker image is created, you are going to run it. You are going to validate the output, whether the same output you are getting or not. Now once everything is done, okay, we are going to go back to the previous flow where build test compile is done, the Docker image is created, then we are going to push the changes to the Docker hub, okay, which is the artifactory. Now, see, in the previous video, if you remember, we actually exposed our password, okay. This time we are going to do something different. See, we have something called credential manager in Jenkins that actually take care of all your credentials. Okay. Now it can be a GitHub credential, it can be a Docker Hub credential, it can be anything. Okay, whatever which requires a username and a password or a secrets that can be stored in a credential manager. Okay, now consider credential manager as a bank. Okay, and in that bank there is a locker, okay, which is your account. Here in our case it would be the locker for the Docker, where we are storing the username and password. Okay, now whenever we need it, there will be one authentication done at the Java at the back end, and then you will be provided with the credential. So that is how things are going to work over here. So here in this pipeline, we are not going to expose our password. This time we are going to make use of the credential manager, okay, which would be very much handy when it comes to write the pipelines which require authentication. Okay, so yeah, let's get started with the application itself. So right now I have booted up my Jenkins, and as you can see, the server is active and up and running. So the first thing that I am going to do here is I'm going to do a clone and I will run it locally. Okay. And then again, we are going to create a pipeline for it. Let me just copy the repository URL. All right. So let me just clear the screen and I hope the font is visible to you. So let me just do ls. Okay. The repository is already present as in the previous video we did pull the changes, right? All right. So let me clear it once again. And this is how the project structure look like. Here, this time we are interested in the fourth subdirectory that is Python Jenkins Docker app, where all the code is been written. So let me just change my directory to the fourth directory and let me clear and list all the changes which are present over here. Now here we are going to make use of the readme.md file, which will become our handbook for us to reference for how do we run the application. All right, so the first thing would be to run to do the compilation. See, it is interpreted language, but we are just trying to check the syntax. We are just trying to follow the process which has been defined. All right, so the first thing is we are going to just check whether the compilation is been done or not. Now see here, Python is not installed. That's the reason it said Python is not found. Do you want to install Python? So yes, definitely we want Python for our execution. So just type apt install Python. Now see, sometimes you won't find the Python package because in Ubuntu based machine, the application package name is not Python, it is Python 3. All right. So again, apt install Python 3. Now it will check for all the dependency, and once everything is ready, you should be good. Okay, so let us check the version for Python, Python hyphen app version. And here you can see Python 3 hyphen app version. And here you can see Python version 3.12.3 is running. Okay, cool. Now the next thing is we want to compile it locally. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just run this command. But the only change would be, since it is a Ubuntu-based machine, here instead of Python, you just have to type Python 3 and your application compilation is done. Next is you want to run the unit test cases. All right. So unit test cases is also again the same. So here you just have to run Python 3 hyphen m. Okay. And here you want to run the unit test case, discover unit test, and then run it. Here you can see the unit test case is run and it is executed. Here you are getting okay because the unit test case actually ran successfully. All right. Now, since everything is done, let us run this application locally. And here you can see again Python 3 app.py. And here you can see the application was executed successfully. Okay, so this is very bare minimal application which can be run on any machine. Okay, if you're on Windows, then the command for the readme.md will be applicable for you. But if you are running it on Ubuntu based machine, then you just have to update the package to Python 3 and likewise which command will get changed. All right. Okay, so this is something which we did locally. Now we want to do it in Jenkins. Okay. Now see, consider this that it is running on your local system. Now you want to share this code on the to the developer, to the people who want to use it and deploy it, right? So how do you do it? Basically, you will create it. You will create an image, and then that image will be shared over the one, and they can just run it and just explore the application, right? So yeah, that is something that we are going to do with Jenkins, and at the same time, as I mentioned, we are going to make use of credential helper, credential manager. All right. Okay. So in the coming videos, we are going to do a deep dive. What actually is credential manager? This video is specific to just tell you how we are proceeding with the change. Because see, in the previous video, we just dealt with an Java-based application, but here we are dealing with Python-based application. But what is the difference between both of them? Apart from the language, right? There should be something that we are learning, right? So, like here, the main purpose of creating this application was just to demonstrate how those things work in Python and what are the key differences in the commands. Okay. And secondly, if the things are same, okay, then let's make it interesting by adding few more learnings. So here we are going to make use of credential manager. All right. So here you can see my dashboard up and running. Okay. I'll just create a new pipeline this time. And here the pipeline name would be Python application CI/CD. Okay, and this will be again a pipeline. And then I'll go all the way to the bottom. And this time we are going to make use of the pipeline syntax. Okay, as I mentioned in the previous video, this would be very much handy for us. Okay, so the first thing that we want to do is, okay, we want to clone the repository. So go to pipeline syntax again and just search for Git. And here we want to clone a repository, and here in our case the repository is this one. Okay, and the name is master, not main. There are no credentials. We don't want to include pooling and change. Just generate the script. Okay, copy and go over the pipeline. And here just write git clone. And in the step, just paste the commands. All right, the initial thing is done. Okay, what this step will do, it will clone the GitHub repository. Okay, and then you can start your work. All right, just make sure of the indentation and the curly braces. All right, so here the stages got open. All right, git clone got open and steps got open. So this is closure for step. This is closure for stage. Then there need one more closure for stages. So let me just check. Stage one and steps one, stage one, and stages over here. Okay, we'll see later on if there is any issue. We are going to fix it. Okay, during the runtime itself. No worries on that. So okay, so git cloning will be done over here. Now the next thing is okay. As I mentioned in the previous video, this is present in the fourth subdirectory, not on the root folder. So here we need to change the directory. So again, we are going to make use of the snippet generator and go over here and search for change directory. Okay, so let us just search for it. Okay, and here just define the path, generally the pipeline, and here is the command that you can use for. All right, go back to the pipeline, and here we'll just do the further steps. So inside this step, there is one more thing that we are doing is that is we are working on the fourth directory, right? So apart from git clone, what is the next operation that we are doing? So let us follow the documentation. We are going to do the local compilation. All right, done. So go to the stage and here just name it as local compilation. Okay, followed by the command which is used for it. So python -m pycompile app.py, and this will fall under this stage. But okay, one thing that we need to make note of, this is the Linux command. So pass it as an sh. Now the next thing is this would be python 3 m app.py. Apply and save. Just check whether this single stage is actually working or not. Okay, now click on proceed. It is saying that you are doing a post method. Okay, so it is just for an authentication. We are going to troubleshoot this issue later on, but right now just focus on the projects. Okay, the pipeline got failed. Okay, now why it got failed? Just go over here. There must be some syntax error, or like maybe we missed the curly braces. That can be one of the reason. Now see here it is saying that all right, in line number 20 it is expecting for a closed curly braces, and that is the reason it got failed. All right, no worries. So we'll go to the configuration once again, go to the pipeline and go to line number 20. Okay, so as per the log that we received, it was expecting one more curly braces. Okay, we added it, apply and save and rebuild the pipeline again. So the build is scheduled and this time it should work properly. If not, then we are going to troubleshoot it again. Okay, go back to the field pipeline and it is saying, okay, the pipeline multiple compilation error started startup failed. Okay, expected a stage at line number 10 in column 5. Okay, and this is the error that we are getting. All right, let me just duplicate it this time and go to configure, go to pipeline again. All right, so see the issue is as I mentioned in the previous videos that the pipeline script is a templated pipeline that we are creating, and there is a form, a skeletal which is provided that we are following. But see here the issue was we actually broke that skeleton. Now, if you remember, there was a pipeline. After pipeline, there were stages, and inside the stages, there were multiple stages for the executional step. But here we actually missed the template. See, here we mentioned the stages, and that stages is actually getting copied over here, which is not required actually. So let us just remove the stage which is not required, which is unnecessary. Okay, so this is the stage, and we have the stage for git clone. Okay, the cloning will be done till this point. Okay, and the next thing is it will do a local compilation, and after local compilation is done, it will change the directory to the fourth folder, the fourth subdirectory where the code is present, and then it will do the compilation, the interpretation. Okay, now once it is done, then it should be we should be good to go with it. Okay, now click on apply and save and validate this time whether the build gets executed or whether it gets failed. If it gets fails, then again let's troubleshoot it. Now see, since we just resolved the issue, we just found out that okay, there were multiple stages that we added. We actually broke the template that was that we were supposed to do. That was the reason that we found, and we troubleshoot it, and then we fixed it. Okay, and this is how we proceed with the stages creation. If you just write all the stage at once, it will definitely create issue for you to troubleshoot the things. So just imagine that the problem is just like an elephant, and you want to break it down into multiple pieces. Okay, so imagine eating like a big elephant. So you won't be able to eat a big elephant. Like you will break it down into multiple chunks, and then you will be able to eat it. Okay, so just like that, instead of solving a big issue, just break it down into smaller pieces, smaller chunks, and then proceed forward with the troubleshooting part. This is how you will build the changes, and then you will be able to understand, okay, this is the reason why the things are getting filled, right? So that is something we followed right now. Instead of designing the entire pipeline, we just broken it down into multiple steps, and then we are proceeding forward. Okay. See, if something is getting failed going forward, we know where to troubleshoot and where to invest our time, right? So that is the basic purpose for me to tell you each step at a time, right? All right. So the git cloning is done, local compilation is done. Then what is the next step? All right. Next step is the test case. We need to run the test case to verify that the application works or not. All right. So go back to the pipeline, go to configure again, and this time there will be one more stage that will perform the unit test case for us. Okay. So let me just copy here. Okay, and this would be unit test case. Unit test case stage, the directive will change to the fourth one, and then we would need to run this command python -m unit test case discover test. And let me just replace this command python 3. Click on apply and save and execute this. Okay. Now, whatever was running in local, okay, it should run over here. And if something gets fail again, which is expected, let us troubleshoot it down. Again, it is saying that at line number 25, there is a closed curly braces, which is expected. All right, no worries. So there is a syntactical error. There is a syntax issue, which we did. So that is the reason I ask every time for you to take use of IDE, that is Visual Studio Code. Okay. So if you use Visual Studio Code, it will make your life easier. All right. So let us go and open VS Code for our use case. So I'll just open VS Code. Let me just create a random Jenkins file just for the tutorial purpose. Okay. All right. So far we have added the line still here. Let us verify where the actual issue is. Okay. And I hope that the font is visible. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. Okay. See, the pipeline got started, but there is no closure for it. So let me just close it. Okay, now see, it starts over here and close over here. This is the stage. All right, stage is present, and under stages there are git clone stage, local compilation stage, and unit test stage. Now there is one semicolon which is missing over here. Okay, so this closure is for the directory. Okay, let me just bring it forward. Okay, so it gets closed over here. Okay, this is for the steps close. This is for the stage close. Okay, and then this would be for the main stage is close. So we will need one more colon over here. All right, and then this is not required. Let us copy and go back to our pipeline and check whether whatever changes we proposed right now, whether it is applicable or not. Build down. Okay, again an executional failure. It is saying that in stage local compilation there is an error. Now what is an error? It is saying unknown stage section. Okay, now let us check what is the actual issue. 0 point steps in stage must be in steps in block number 10. Okay, so there is an issue here. So, all right, so this is the stage where the git cloning is done. The step is inside the stage. This is the stage where the local compilation is done, and the step is again inside the stage. And here the step got closed. Here, this is also closed. but we forgot to close the stage. Now we closed the stage. Now again, unit test case got started. Steps will get executed. Inside step, there is a directory change which we are doing, and inside directory there is a command that we are running. Okay, and there is unnecessary curly braces which is present over here. Let me copy it again. Go back to configure and let us rebuild this pipeline again. See, this is the main purpose for me for creating this sort of videos, because whenever you are facing such issues, it should get the result automatically. And you can see that the build got executed, and this is the seventh build which we are running. And here all the logs are success. Okay, now let us move forward with the next step. All right, now see, the application was compiled, the test cases were successfully, and we were able to run the application, right? Now the next thing is, instead of me running it in within the pipeline, I just want to create a Docker image for it, and I want to push the changes to Docker Hub. See, this is the same thing which we performed in the previous video. And then Shubham, what is the difference in this video, right? Here we are going to make use of credential helper. Okay, now what is credential helper? We just got a basic idea of it. But here we are going to implement it. If you go to this repository, if you go to the Jenkins file, you will get the entire script that I'm using over here. Okay, here everything is written in a very structural manner, and you can just refer this one. So we are here, we did the build, we did the test, we did the compilation. Here we have Docker build, Docker run, and Docker tag and push. Okay, now see, here we made use of credential helper. So this is the big chunk of code that is something that we are going to use. Now, how will I know what to use and how to use? Basically, we don't have to worry. We have ChatGPT, we have pipeline syntax generator for us, and that will do the job for us. Okay. Now go back to pipeline syntax. Okay. Now here, what we want to do is we want to add a credential, right? Search for cred over here, and it must be over here. You just have to search for the credential helper. Okay, so it is by the name with credentials, right? So click over here, and here, what are the bindings that you're looking for? Okay, do you want to add a username password? Do you want to add a username password separated? I will make use of username password separated. Now, what is the username variable? Okay, so basically the username variable here is Docker Hub user, and here the password would be Docker Hub password. Okay, and where we are storing the credential right now, you won't be able to click over here, right? You need to add those credential into Jenkins Credential Manager, and here you need to write the username. So the username would be my Docker Hub username, and the password would be the one that I'm going to provide right now. So this is the password for it, and ID. So I'll just write my username as the ID. Okay, and description. This is the Docker Hub credential. Okay, so here, see, you are even not aware what password did I make use of, right? Click on generate pipeline script and copy this entirely. Go back to your pipeline. Now, see, here we did everything. We did the cloning, we did the local compilation, we ran the unit test case, and now we are actually interested, very much interested in pushing the changes to Docker Hub, right? So let me just add the Docker stage directly, because here we are making use of credential helper. So let me just copy it correctly. See, this step gets closed over here and this stage gets closed over here. So this is the place that we are looking for. Let me just copy this entire code block, and here we're going to paste it. And here we are going to write Docker image tag and push. All right, so here we are going to add the stage for Docker image tag and push. Okay, and here instead of the sh, we are going to pass down the credential that we copied over here in the pipeline syntax generator. Okay, so let me just copy this entire block, and this will be very much handy for us to do the further configuration. Let me paste it over here, and here it is expecting us to write some blocks. So basically, it is asking for the argument that we want to pass to, right? So what is the first argument that we would be doing? Okay, the first thing is we want to log in using the Docker Hub credential that we have. Okay, so how would we do it? So basically here I'll just echo my Docker Hub password. Okay, and what is how where actually the Docker Hub password stored? So basically it is stored in this variable. So echo this variable. Okay, and I'll give a pipe and I'll just do Docker login -u, and the username would be stored in this variable Docker Hub user. Okay, -p for the password, and that would be hyphen stdin. Okay, so that is standard input during the runtime itself. So here instead of writing -p, we can also write hyphen password. So let me just go to the pipeline, and here we'll just write hyphen password. Okay, so this is the command that we have actually executed. Echo docker hub password, docker login -u followed by the docker hub username, which is actually stored in the username variable, and there is a password variable where we are passing it during the runtime. Okay, so let me go back over here and check whether things are working fine for us or not. And this is the syntax. All right, yep, hyphen password. Okay, let me just apply and save. And let us check whether it is able to authenticate using Docker Hub credentials or not. All right, now see the credentials were able, the credit, so it was able to verify our credentials, and like the credential helper was success. So we can do the further configuration over here. See, in order to push any image, we first have to create it first, right? So go to the pipeline again. So instead of going directly to Docker image tag and push, okay, here the first thing was done that we did the login. The second thing that we want to execute over here is run one more command. Okay, Docker build -t, uh, write the tag. So I'll just tag the Shubham slash Python -app colon v1. This would be the name of the tag, and the last thing would be sh docker push the image that we have created. Okay, so here the method that I'm writing is very much different with the method which is present over here, but the concept remains the same. Okay, the basically here we are tagging with the Python app latest with the uh, new image that we are created, and then we are pushing it to the repository itself, right? So go back over here, click on apply and save, and click on build now. All right, let's see what are the things that we are going to see right now. We got an error in the last stage. Go back to the field. In the last log, what it is saying, okay, the login was success, okay, and it is saying Docker build requires exactly one argument. But what exactly is the issue? Go to configure this time. Oops, go to pipeline. Okay. Now it is saying that it will only accept a single argument. Okay. Now see here we have passed multiple arguments. That is three times the sh command is present over there. Right. Now based on the error that we get, we got to know the clarity that okay, we can just run one single command at a time. Okay, but if you follow this specific stage that is written over here, okay, it was actually taking multiple argument. Okay. Now how do we fix it? Basically, it is just three stroke that will do the job. Okay, go back to the pipeline, remove the sh, and just add three strokes. One, two, three. Remove it from here as well, and add it over here. Okay, now what it is doing, it is running three command at once. Okay, let me click on apply and save, and let me just build now. Okay, it got failed again. Now, what is the issue this time? Okay, it is saying it only it requires one argument. Okay, now go back to configure. Now, this is the time where we are going to use ChatGPT. Okay, copy your pipeline because this is the place where you're getting the issue, right? Go to ChatGPT, and here you can ask for the help. So, I am getting the issue on the below pipeline. Okay, and this is the pipeline that we have created. And secondly, what error you are actually getting. So you have to provide the logs as well. Go to the seventh build, the build which got failed, not the seventh one. Okay, this is the 11th build that we are talking about. And here go back to the actual error that you're getting. After logging succeed, you were getting this error. It was expecting only one argument. Okay, so just paste the error, and then ChatGPT will only suggest you that okay, what is the actual error? Okay, the error comes from this line docker build hyphen t followed by the image that you have created. All right, but here it is saying that docker build requires a path. Okay, to know where the docker file is located. Since we didn't provided it, the docker complains that okay, it only requires one argument. All right. So we were able to figure out, okay, what was the actual issue. So here it was saying that we are missing this dot, okay, in the Docker file because we just passed the command docker build hyphen t followed by the image that we want. But where is the Docker file which is present, right? That is present, that is been noted by the dot itself for the current directory. So you just have to go to the pipeline again, okay, and here you just have to add a single dot. See, a single dot can literally fail your build, right? So dot is definitely an important thing when it comes to Docker. So click on apply and save, and then click on build. Now again, we are going to wait this time and check whether it is actually working or not. This is the 12th build and it is taking time, meaning we are finger crossing and then we are hoping that, okay, this time the image will get built and it should get pushed to the Docker Hub repository. Okay, go back and here you can see the pipeline is success. All right. Now what is the name of the image? So let me just search the log. So this is the image that we have created, right? Let me just log into Docker Hub and check whether it got actually pushed or not. Okay. All right. See, this is the image that we pushed. Okay. The Shubham Gaur Python hyphen app. And this is the V1, the version 1 that we just pushed. Okay. So yeah, that was all about this specific demonstration where we actually created a complete CI/CD flow for a Python-based application. This was something different than the previous video because we made use of credential helper over here. Okay. We made use of ChatGPT to troubleshoot the issue what we were why we were stuck in a specific place. Okay. Also, if you are referring this specific repository, there will be a change in the Jenkins file itself. Okay, because see, the pipeline that I have created is the earlier one, but the one which I am telling you right now is something that we are writing on the fly. So there will be changes. Okay, so let me just explain you what is the Jenkins file which is doing over here. It does the same thing, but there are only structural changes. The first thing it is cloning the repository from the main branch. Then it is building the code by running the command python 3 compile python app. Then it is test running the test case, the unit test case. Then it is building the image by running the docker build hyphen t command. And don't forget to add this dot because this is something where we failed this time, and we actually troubleshoot this specific error using ChatGPT. Then this stage runs the docker image, and then after that it is using credential helper for pushing the changes to Docker Hub, and then it is tagging the change, and then it is pushing to Docker Hub. Now, once everything is done, it is running a post build action. If you remember, we have pre-build action and post build action. So after everything is done, it is adding a post build action. And what it is doing, it is cleaning the workspace. Okay. And after that, if everything is successful, it is printing the message that pipeline executed successfully. And if there is any failure, it will show that, okay, pipeline got failed. So that is something we learned in this specific video. I hope you got a lot of learning about this specific video. You got to know the importance of credential manager because see, in the previous video, we actually exposed our password, but this time we actually secured it, right? With the help of credential manager, right? In the coming video, we are going to do a deeper dive what actually the credential manager is and what is the actual power of credential manager, right? And so, yeah, this was a demonstrational video where we actually see how things work under the hood when it comes to Python, right? Yeah, that was all. And I will see you in the next video where we are going to talk about one of the important thing in Jenkins, that is agent. Okay. So if you remember, if you just think and scratch your heads about why Shubham every time you're writing agent any, what is the meaning of agent? So this is something which we are going to see in the next video. So stay tuned and I will see you in the next one.
All right, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to cover about agents, right? So far and so good, we have been learning a lot about Jenkins. We even covered the projects where we learned about how we can write a declarative pipeline, how we can do a CI/CD for Java-based application and a Python-based application. But in every pipeline, we used to write agent any. What actually that agent is, that is something we are going to cover in this specific video. All right. So basically, agent is nothing but a worker machine where the jobs are being executed. Now consider in the current scenario, what we are doing is we are actually running the application in the same master machine. But what if I say there are multiple jobs that needs to be executed? How would you do it? Because see, in master you are running the jobs, and if there are multiple jobs which are running parallelly, it will actually consume a lot of resources. So that thing can be resolved using Jenkins agent. Okay. Now let's consider a scenario where you are being asked to execute a Java based application, and you are being asked to run a Python based application parallelly on Jenkins. Okay. What it will do, it will definitely do the job, but the thing is it will consume a lot more resources, and it will make the machine slow. In order to avoid that thing, we have something called Jenkins agent. So Jenkins itself has two part. One is master, which is also called as controller, and second is agents. Okay, master is the brain of Jenkins where the jobs is been executed, and controller basically it's another name for master. Okay, so basically that is the place where we are executing the job, but the job is actually getting executed in the agent. Okay, now consider master as the manager who is the brain, and agent as the worker who is actually executing the job, right? Okay, so let's move further. And here we are going to see why we should consider agent in the very first place, because we have master, we have everything which is working fine. Then why we should consider agent, right? See, the thing is, in the current scenario, whenever we are executing the jobs, it is getting executed in master node. But just try it once. When you execute multiple job, it will make your system slower and you'll get poor responses. In order to avoid that, we have something called agents. Okay, because consider agent is another machine where all the prerequisites are installed and you are executing the job. There is one more benefit of using agent. Now let's say if you want to execute a Python based application, and in your master Angular is not even installed, but in the agent Angular is installed, and when you are triggering the build, it is getting builded in that machine. Okay, so no need to install unnecessary thing which you don't require, right? So master is mostly used for executional purpose, and agent is the actual place where the job is being executed. So agent helps us by distributing the workload. It helps us running the job on different operating system. And thirdly is you can run multiple jobs parallelly. See, if you have three agents, so you can utilize one for Angular 18, one for Java based, and one for Python. Okay, so you can execute it parallelly without even relying on master node. Master would be just for executional purpose, but just for triggering purpose, but the actual execution will be done by the agent itself. It will be fast, it will be reliable, and it won't make your machine slower. So it is actually used for scaling large projects. So that's the reason we should consider agents in the very first place. Now in Jenkins, we have three sort of agents. One is built-in agent, second is static agent, and third is dynamic agent. First is built-in agent, which runs on the same machine as Jenkins. Right now, the current setup, whatever we have, it is a built-in agent, because here is master is only acting as a controller. Master is only acting as an agent. Okay, but it won't be that much reliable. But since we are learning, we actually started with built-in agent. Second is static agent, that is a fixed machine connected to Jenkins. All right, static agent is something which we are going to implement in the coming video, so that will be very much helpful for us, right? Third is the dynamic agent, which we created on demand, such as Docker or Kubernetes Cloud. All right. So these are the type of agent which we saw. And second is Jenkins agent. Now, what is Jenkins agent? So basically, it is a worker machine where the job is being executed. So far, so good. We are good with the definition of Jenkins agent. So basically, it is a place where the jobs is being executed. Second, it will help you in scaling, flexibility, and distributing the workloads across the project. Third, it can be static, it can be dynamic, or it can be built-in. Now, based on your project complexity, you can select any one. Okay, but the by default configuration of Jenkins is it is a built-in agent that comes along with your way, right? So yeah, that was all the theory that we want to know about agents. In the next video, we are actually going to see how you can set up an agent and how you can execute a job in it, right? So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to learn about agents. In the previous video, we covered the theoretical aspect of agent. Now, what actually agent is? So let us cover it in a very nutshell. So consider agent as someone who is actually doing the job. Master is someone who is helping in triggering the job. So right now, the current setup of our Jenkins is like we were executing the job on our master, and the master was only acting as an agent. So we have a built-in agent in Jenkins that were running by default. Now, why we should consider agent in the very first place if we have built-in agent? So see, now let's consider you have Python-based application, you have Angular-based application, and you have Java-based application. But for each of the project, you will need a specific environment, and in order to segregate those environment, you can create an agent. Now, agent is the place where you will be actually executing your job and where you will be building your own images. So the only thing that you will require in this case would be just the authenticator parameter, that is the SSH key, and secondly, Java, since Jenkins is based out of Java. And the best thing is you don't have to install Jenkins on your agent. It's just the master where Jenkins is required, right? So let us proceed with the configuration of of the agent, and let's begin. So right now I am on my terminal. So this is my master node where you can see the Jenkins is up and running. Meantime, what we are going to do is let me launch an instance so that meantime it is up and running, and here we'll write it as worker node. Okay, now here we are going to select the key pair. If you don't have a key pair, then go with the new one. I'll select the one which we were using in our master, and then make sure that you're allowing the security groups for HTTP and HTTPS, and then click on launch instance. Okay, meantime the instance is launching. What we have to do, we have to generate the SSH key pair. So for that, what you have to do, go to the directory called /.ssh. Okay, so this is an hidden directory, that is why it is showing as .ssh. So let me just clear the screen, and when I do double L long list, you can see there is an authorized keys. Now what I have to do, I have to create an authentication key. So for that, I'll just type SSH-keygen. That will generate the SHA-1 key value for me. So yeah, this would be the place. Just press on enter and your key will be created. So let me just click on ls, and here you can see there are two files which are present, id_ed25519 and id_ed25519.pub, where .pub file is a public file and id_ed25519 is a private key. Okay, so when I do cat on this file, so this is how a private key looks like, and when I do a cat on this public file, this is how a public file looks like. Now see, here the thing is we have generated the private file and the public file, and in order to do the authentication, okay, you will have to pass on this public file to the agent. Based on this, it will do the authentication. Now how do we do it? Let us proceed with the same. What I'm going to do is I'll create one more tab over here. We are going to name this tab as master node. Okay, this is the place where Jenkins is configured and we were running our job so far. Let me mark it as yellow, and this cell would be for the worker node, the instance that we launched. I'll mark it as red for now. I'll go to downloads where my key is present. I'll make the font a little bit bigger so that it would be visible for you. Now, since the instance is up and running, what I'm going to do is I'll just connect it via SSH. I'll go to instances. So this is the worker node, and here we want to connect. So I'll just go and copy and I'll paste the command over here. So I'm going to connect it via SSH, and here you can see we have successfully logged in. And here, okay, I think we have selected a wrong machine. We were supposed to select Ubuntu machine. So I'll just go back. Let me just do a cat /etc os-release. Oh, we selected a Fedora based machine. Let us go back and create another new machine, that is Ubuntu again. So I'll terminate this instance and I'll create another one. So launch instance, again worker node. So I'll select it as Ubuntu this time, and key pair would be again the same, Jenkins-key, allow HTTP and HTTPS traffic, and then I'll click on launch instance. Okay. So this is something that we were supposed to do. Let me clear up the screen. Okay. Now I'll go to instances again and I'll connect with the Ubuntu machine. All right. Let us give it some time so that it is up and running. Okay. Let me just connect it once again. All right. All right. So we are under the Ubuntu machine, which is under worker node. So the first thing that we want to do is, okay, we want to add this public key to the private. So I'll just copy this public key and I go to the worker node where I will be again visiting to the same directory, that is tilde slash dot ssh. Okay, and here when I do ls, here we have the authorization key. When I do a cat on authorization key, all the keys will be present over here. But what I want to do right now is I want to add the public key from master node to the worker node. So what I'm going to do is I'll just type echo. This is the key and I want to append it to authorization keys. Okay, done. Now the second thing is, in order to communicate it via Jenkins, we will need one more thing, and that is Java. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to refer my same repository which we have been following so far. So I'll go to my repository. And here in my repository, you will find a subfolder named 5 where I have written down all the methods, all the things that we are doing so far. Okay, so if you go to agent setup, you will find all the information that we are being doing so far. Okay, so here under Jenkins agent configuration, there are two things that we need to do. The first thing is, after adding the keys, you have to update the system, and post that you have to install OpenJDK 70. All right. So let us wait for some time so that it will update the system, and post that we will install Java 17 so that it would be easier for us to do the authentication. There is one more thing, that while you are executing this, if you face any issue, so there might be a possible reason that the permissions are not set up correctly. Now, what permission we are talking about? So see, in the agent, you have to set the permission of 700 in SSH folder, and for the authorization key, you have to set the permission of 600. All right. So let us wait for some time, and we are going to set the same permission for .ssh directory, read write executable permission, and secondly is 600 permission, that is read and write permission. Okay. So all right, let me just go and change the permission for .ssh, and here I am changing the permission for authorization key. Okay, so node configuration from this end is done. Now we are going to check whether the master is actually able to make the SSH connection to it or not. So for that, what I will need the public IP address of my worker node, and I'll type SSH at Ubuntu SSH Ubuntu add followed by the IP address. Okay, and when I click on enter, okay, it is saying do you want to connect? I'll press yes, and here you can see from my master I am able to do the authentication, and I am right now connected to my worker node. I'll just press on exit. So the initial configuration from master and node perspective is done. Now let us go directly to Jenkins where we are going to actually make the node configuration. So I'll go back to instance, and this time I will be needing the IP address, the public IP of my Jenkins server. I'll open a new tab. Now once the tab is open, I'll just log in. And post login is done, we will be back to our dashboard, and here is the place where we have been doing our job so far and so good. Now the first thing that I will have to do is, now since this is a node configuration, I will have to go to settings, and here under settings, that is under manage Jenkins, you have to go under nodes. Okay, so this is the place where we will be adding a node. Right now whatever we were running on the built-in node that comes by default. Now I'll go on, click on new node, and here I'll write the node name. So my node name is worker-node, and I want to make it as a permanent agent where I am executing the job on it. Okay, now description. So I'll write the description. This is a worker node for job execution. And here I have number of executors. So basically it should be 1 for now. And it is asking you for the remote directory. So the remote directory is the place where it will store the workspace file. Okay. Now you wonder what actually is a workspace file. So basically the place where all the files are stored after the execution. So basically whatever job you create, there is a directory that is being created for it. So here it is asking you for the root directory. So here in our case, it would be for agent's root directory. So it is /home/ubuntu. Okay. And label. So basically label is the actual parameter which will tell the master where to execute the job. So I'll just write worker node, worker-node. And here in usage, you have to select use this node as much as possible, and launch method. So basically we are connecting it via SSH. Okay. And here you have to provide the public IP address in the host place. So I'll go to worker node and I'll just copy the public IP, that is IPv4 address. And here in the credentials, now since here we are dealing with SSH, we have to provide the public key and private key. I click on add and I'll go to Jenkins. And here under the kind, you have to select SSH username with private key. Now the scope will be global, and here it is asking you for the ID. So I'll just write worker node. Okay, and the description, worker agent, Jenkins agent, and the username. So basically the username of the user who will be executing the job, so that would be Ubuntu. And here I'll add the private key directly. Now where do I find my private key? So basically if you remember under master node, when we were generating the public key and private key, that is the place where it is asking you for the key. So when you do ll under .ssh directory, it is asking you for this private key. So let us do a cat on it and copy the entire key. Make sure you're not missing in the comment as well. Copy everything, whatever you see over here, and paste it directly into this source. Now once everything is done, click on add. So you have added the credential and click on the drop down and click on this Ubuntu worker Jenkins agent. Okay. Now next thing is it is showing host key verification strategy. Okay. So right now we are going for non-verifying verification strategy, and in terms of availability, we want to keep this agent as much as possible. So we will keep it by default and then click on save. Alright, the initial work is done. Now when you will go to worker node, here if you go to logs, it will try to make a connection. Okay. Now once everything is good, it will show you that the agent is connected and online. Okay. Now Shubham, so far so good, everything is been going good. Okay, because we have been following each and every step that has been given. Now how do I make sure where I am running the job? So what we are going to do this time, let us go to the Jenkins pipeline section, and here under declarative pipeline, we actually created a Jenkins file. Okay, so this time let us follow the same approach, but here I wanted to show you something. So that's the reason I'll create one more new project. So I'll go to dashboard again and I'll create a new item, and here I'll write agent job, and here I'll going to create a pipeline, or we can go with a freestyle as well. So right now let us go with the pipeline, and under pipeline I'll write this is agent running job. All right, and I'll go directly to the pipeline, and here I'll paste my UID input. Okay, now what it does, basically it will build, test and deploy the application. But see, here is the place where we are going to define our agent. So here agent is n, but here what I want to do is I want to pass the agent whose label matches with worker node. So this was the ID which we added, right? So how it is working? So pipeline agent where the label is worker node. Here we want to run 3 commands. So I'll just click on apply and save, and then I'm going to build the trigger. Click on proceed. I'll go back again. Okay, and here you can see the job is been executed. And here, if you go on workspace, okay, it is saying under home Ubuntu workspace agent job has been created. Okay, let us verify the same. I'll go to the worker node. Okay, I'll just go to /home /Kubuntu. So this is the working place which we defined initially while we were doing the configuration. And here we have something called workspace where all the history will be stored. So I'll just go to workspace again. And here when I do long list, you can see the agent job is present over here. When I do cd on agent job and when I do ll, okay, all the things will be present over here. Now since we didn't created any file, it didn't show any of the file right now, so let us edit this console file once again. So I'll go to agent job again and I'll go to configuration, and under this configuration I'll go back to pipeline where we have defined the build so far. So what I'm going to do in the deploy section, I will create a new file. So under this sh, I'll just write fetch new.txt. So it will create a new file for me, and I'll just write creating new file just for demonstration purpose. So I'll click on apply and save, and I'll click on build now. Okay, now it is success again. If you go to log, okay, here you can see the new file has been created. I'll go back to agent, and when I do long list, here you can see the new text file is created. So that is how we do the worker node configuration in Jenkins. So right now we understood how do we configure a Jenkins and how you can execute a job over here. So for our simplicity, I will provide you this Jenkins file, so that when you are running the job, when you are following this video, whatever commands has been executed, you will be getting the same results as I am getting. So I'll go to the fifth folder and I'll just add this file. I'll create a new file over here. So we will name it as Jenkins agent init run. So I'm pasting the same file where I have the label name worker node, where we are just running few echo commands, that is building the project, running the project, and then we are creating a new file. So for all the verification point over here is whether the file is actually getting run or not. That thing is being verified by touch command, that is it created a new file. So I'm just committing it onto the main branch, and here you can keep this file for reference. Okay, so that was all in this specific video where we learned about master and agent configuration, where we understood about what is agent and why we should use agent in the very first place. In the coming video, we are going to see a use case of agent, how we should configure it, right? So as I mentioned in the starting itself, that agent is the place where you will be executing your job. Right now, let's consider a scenario where you have a Python based application, when you have an Angular based application, and where you have a Java based application. In that case, how will you utilize your agent? So that we are going to see in the coming videos. But for now, let us close this video. Let us wrap it up, whatever we did so far. And also one more thing, whatever steps we did, you can follow along with this resume.md file. All the information is written over here, right? Starting from the master configuration and the node configuration, and whatever you want to do in the Jenkins manage job, all the things are present over here, right? So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. In the previous video, we learned about agent, what agent are and what are their functionality. We even saw how do we do the basic configuration of an agent, right? We learned about built-in agent and agent in action, right? In this specific video, we are going to troubleshoot one issue that you might face whenever you're dealing with AWS, that too in a free tier account. Okay. And secondly, we are going to make use of agent to run a Python based application. Okay. As per our previous theory, what we learned, agent is someone who is actually executing the job, right? And master is someone who is telling them what need to be executed. Okay. But the thing was, master should not have that thing that should run the application. For example, in this case, here we will be triggering the job from master. Okay. But the actual thing will be installed in agent. Okay. So master is just required for giving them the commands, but the agent is actually the one who is actually executing the changes, right? So master, the teller, and agent, the executor. All right. So let's get started. So I wanted to show you everything from the scratch. That's why I just marked the instance status running, because there is one issue that you will face, and what is that? Let us see in this video. So let us connect the master node, and I'll go to my terminal and I'll just do the SSH. Okay, and now I'll just mark myself as a root user, and see, since we just restarted the instance, the first thing that we need to do is we need to update the Jenkins location configuration file, which store in /var lib Jenkins and Jenkins dot model dot location configuration XML. Okay, here I need to replace it with the public IP of the Jenkins master node. All right, so I'll just cut the previous IP address and I'll just replace it with the new one. Now, since it was a configuration change, what is the thing that we are going to do? We are going to restart the Jenkins service. So, systemctl restart Jenkins. Okay, now since the service is going to restart, it will take some time. Now, meantime, what we are going to do is we are going to do SSH on our worker node. So here I'll just open one more terminal. I'll just mark it as worker node and let me give it a new color. For our identification, we'll mark it as purple and let this be the master node. And here we'll mark this with some another color. So let's say yellow for now. All right. Okay. The Jenkins is restarted. So I'll just go http:// public IP port number 80 and the dashboard should be accessible. All right. So we are here. Let me just log in. And here I'll write admin123#, which is the password that we set during the initial configuration of Jenkins. Okay. I'll go back to the instances again and I'll do the SSH on my worker node. I'll change my path where the key is stored and this is how the SSH has been done. Alright. Yes. Now see, the thing over here is, okay, now since we restarted both the machine, the public IP got changed. Due to that, we did the configuration change on Jenkins location configuration file. But is it the same thing with the worker node? Because if you remember, while we were configuring the worker node on Jenkins, we provided it with the public IP. Now, since the public IP is changed, will the worker node work? Let us check the same. So, I will go to the dashboard, okay, and here we'll go to settings. And here we need to go to nodes and here we need to check whether the node is up and running or not. Okay, if you go to the logs, here it is trying to do the SSH connection, but it is showing connection timeout. Okay, so what might be the possible conditions? Here the issue is basically the public IP got changed. We are going to open any one of the jobs, okay, and let us execute trigger a build, okay, and let's see whether it is working fine or not. Okay, if I go to the 9th job and if I see the console output, let us wait and see what is the output that we are getting. Okay, so here it is saying that it is started by the user. Okay, start of pipeline and this is the node. Okay, now see, here it is saying the worker node is offline, meaning the job cannot be executed and the pipeline will do the follow-up calls, but after a number of calls it will get failed. Okay, now why? Because the public IP got changed. So where do we have to do the changes? Okay, before even doing the changes in the worker node, I want to show you one more thing which is surprising. Okay, so what I am going to do is I'll go back to instances and I'll copy the public IP of the worker node. Okay, am I able to do SSH from my master node to the worker node? Now since we did the key exchange, okay, we already created the public key and the private key. Now the only thing which got changed is the IP address, but the key remains the same. Are we able to do the SSH? Let us check. So SSH Ubuntu, add the public IP and just write yes. Now see, you are able to do the SSH, meaning you are connected to the worker node, right? If I do ls over here, you can see the workspace is present over here. And even if I go on inside the workspace, here the job should be present, that is agent job. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'll go back again and I'll just do exit. I am back to my master node, meaning there is no configuration change required at a master node level. The only change that you will need to do is copy the public IP, go back to your dashboard, okay, and here you need to do one more configuration. That is, go to the node and inside node, in the worker node, there is one more configuration that you need to do. Go to this gear icon and under configuration, scroll down, and here just change the host address. Now, since we are not making use of Elastic IP, now what is Elastic IP? Elastic IP is a static IP given by AWS which doesn't change. Okay. Or we are not using a DNS, right? Since this IP is not mapped with any of the domains, we have to change it, right? So yeah, I am changing it and I'll just click apply and save. Okay. And then I'm going to mark this node as temporarily offline. Okay. And then we are going to mark it as online again. Bring this node back online. Okay. And then when I'm going to see on logs, the agent should be up and running. So let us wait for some time. Let us do it the SSH try, and then it should be good and working. Go back to worker node. Okay. Relaunch agent. Okay. Now see here it is connected. Okay. Now go back to the Jenkins, and here under the agent job, trigger the build once again. Okay, and this would be the build number 10. Okay, it is failing somehow. Go back, go to the log and see it is working on worker node. Okay, which is good and fine, giving us an indication that yeah, things are working fine from us. Okay, now if you scroll down, here it is checking out. Okay, and here it did the compilation, and here it ran the test cases. Here the application was executed. All right. Now what is the issue? Here it is saying that docker build -t. Okay. Issue is with the docker command. Okay. Here it is saying docker not found. Now since docker is not even installed in the worker node, it is saying docker not found. All right. So what we are going to do is we are going to switch into worker node terminal and we are going to install docker. So sudo apt install docker.io -y. Okay. Now docker will get installed. Okay. Now before even that, just run apt get update. Okay. So it will install all the missing packages which are not present right now. Now post that we are going to install docker in it. So let us wait for some time. Once it gets updated, we are going to run the docker install command. All right. All right, the packages are updated. Now we are going to run the apt install docker.io. It will install docker in our system. But again, the things will not get changed. Why? Because I am going to tell you what might be the possible case of reasons. Now see, here we are installing docker, but it doesn't have the access to the user group. Okay, but will it work? Let us trigger one more build. That would be the build number 11. We are directly jumping to the console of build 11. So let me just change the URL and replace the 10 with 11. Okay. See, again what it is saying, permission denied. Okay. It is not able to access the socket. And this is what we have documented in our repository itself. Okay. So go to the 6th sub repository. Okay. Here you will find what are these specific error that you will get. See, the error that we are getting is permission denied while trying to connect to Docker daemon. Okay. The same error we are getting here. Okay. Now, what are the things that we can mitigate over here is, first of all, just give it the permission to the user group. Okay. So what we are going to do is, we are going to add a Docker into the user group of the machine. So here, what is the machine name? It is Ubuntu. So user mod -add user to the group. Okay. Add Docker in the user group of Ubuntu, because that is one who is executing the job. Okay. Now, since it is a sudo level command, it requires root access. So just write sudo and just execute the command. Okay. Now, since Docker is added to the Jenkins user, we need to reboot the system. So just run sudo reboot. Okay. And wait for some time. Okay. Now it will refresh the machine, and now we are going to execute it once again. Okay. Now see, there are multiple things that we have done. Okay. Since based on these error, okay, here we have installed build kit. Okay. Now the first thing that we have to solve is the permission issue. If things are working fine after rebooting, then we are going to further, we are going to troubleshoot it further. But let us go step by step. The first thing which we solved here right now is the permission issue. By how? Basically, we just added Docker in the user group of Ubuntu, because that is someone who is executing the job. Okay. Now the machine might have rebooted. So let me do the SSH again. All right. And let me just check the Docker version. So Docker hyphen version. Okay. And now let us trigger one more build. And this time the build would be build number 12. I'm just changing the URL so I can directly go over there, right? Now see the magic. The thing is, it is working fine over here. And what is happening basically, we just added Docker into the user group of Ubuntu is the execution, right? And that is how it is working. Now it is failing somewhere. So let us see what is the actual issue. When you go to agent job, let us see the pipeline. Okay. Docker build, Docker run successful, and it is working fine. Now here the error is with the application itself. Okay. Now what we are going to do is, let me go back to Jenkins. Here go to the Jenkins file. So this is the file that we are going to use. Let me just copy it. Okay. And here what I am going to do is, I'll make use of VS Code this time. VS Code editor is one of the best editor that comes very handy when you are dealing with Jenkins, because it helps you to resolve the syntactical errors, right? Okay, so let me just open a new file for now, and I'll just create a new file. Let me just give me a moment. Okay, so I'm pasting the file over here. Now the basic thing that we want to do is, we want to clone the repository, we want to build it, test it, we want to build the Docker image and run the Docker image. Post that we don't want tagging. So let me just remove this step and stage. So this is not required. Okay, and then let us done the post build action command. So I'll go back to my pipeline. Okay, and we were here. Let's go to the configure, and under configuration, let us replace it with the actual one that we have. Okay, I deliberately have removed that section, the place where we added the Docker push, because that is the topic that I want to cover in the next video. So that's why I've skipped it. However, we just used it in the previous video, but I want to keep a dedicated video for it. So let us skip that stage for now, and let us directly focus on the agent execution. So yeah, click on apply and save, and just trigger one more build this time, and let us wait whether the job is actually executing or not. This is build number 14. Okay, this is build number 13, and things are running fine, and you can see the results is over here. Okay, let me execute it once again so that things are very much clear to you. Okay, and this is build number 14, and you can see everything is running fine, and whatever is running is actually running on the worker node. Okay, and here you can see the job is successfully executed, right? So in this specific video, what we learned how do we troubleshoot the worker node if it is showing offline. Okay, now in our case, we were using AWS EC2 instance where the public IP was getting changed, and we were able to do SSH from master to the node. So configuration wise, we were good, but we just have to replace the IP address into the worker node of the master Jenkins dashboard. Okay, because we are not using a static IP, we are not using the IP since it is not mapped with any DNS. So that's the reason we were using it core as is. Okay, and second thing, what we did, we actually made use of agent in a real world case. Basically here we installed Python, Docker, and we were executing the job, right? So yeah, that was all about agent execution and how do we troubleshoot the worker node. And I will see you in the next one where we are going to learn about environment variables in Jenkins. So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. In this specific video, we are going to cover the topic Jenkins Credential Management. Okay, so basically, what is Credential Manager? So basically, it is a place, it is a bank in Jenkins where you store your all your precious credentials, right? So let's say in the previous videos, we have been using Docker credentials, right? So those credentials, instead of exposing it into the Jenkins file, into the pipeline, we will store it into the credential, and then we will be using those credentials for using it into the pipeline. So that is the basic use of credentials. Now let us go with the bookish definition. What is credential management? So a credential management is a secure way to store secrets. Now, when we say secrets, we are talking about, it can be passwords, it can be API keys, it can be tokens, it can be SSH keys as well. Okay. So instead of writing them directly in the pipeline, we store them in Jenkins. It is a world where all of these things are stored, right? So Jenkins will provide them to the pipeline safely only when there is a need. Okay. Now the second thing is, why do we need it? Okay, so the first and the most important part why we need credential manager is because whenever you are writing your credential, basically you are hard coding password in pipeline, so basically it will come into compliance, and there will be higher risk of exposing your passwords, right? So credential manager protects sensitive information, it centralized storage for all secret, and third, it is easier to update and change without editing the pipeline code. Okay, so let's say if you are changing your password on a regular basis, that is within 30 days, within 45 days, right? You don't have to update your entire pipeline. You just have to go to the credential manager, update the secret. That's it. And the pipeline will be untouched and it will work fine as is. So that is the need of credential manager. Okay. Now, what type of credentials do we have in Jenkins? First is username, password. Second is secret text that can be API keys or tokens. Third is SSH keys, fourth is certificates, and fifth are secrets. Okay. Now, next. Now, what are the best practices when it comes to credential management, right? So always store your secrets in credential manager, and please do not hard code your password or tokens in the pipeline. Okay, because if that pipeline is been exposed to someone else, then they might misuse it, right? So use descriptive IDs for credentials, that is AWS prod key whenever you're using the production keys. Third, restrict the credentials with RBAC. Now, what is RBAC? RBAC is role-based extra access control, the topic that we are going to cover in the coming videos. For now, it is just giving access to specific people. And third, rotate your credential regularly. So basically, there should be a specific time where you are actually revising your passwords and secrets, right? So in summary, credential management is equals to safe handling of your secrets. It will support multiple credential types. It will integrate with your pipeline using a with credit keyword, and it is essential for secure DevOps pipeline, right? So in this video, we learned about Jenkins Credential Manager. Okay, this was the theory. In the coming video, we are going to learn about Jenkins environment variables, and going forward, we are going to do a demonstration. How do we do it? And let's see how things are going to work, right? So yeah, that's all. And I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about environment variables in Jenkins. Now, Shubham, what are environment variables? So these are special variables which are used in Jenkins to store and reuse values. Okay. So before even we do a deep dive on environment variables, let us first understand like what is the generic thing? Why do we actually use environment variables? Okay. If you are someone who know basic of programming, we use variables just for storing repetitive values, or like the values which are getting repeated over the period of time, right? We have multiple data types that are doing the job. We have int, we have float, we have char, right? So likewise, just understand what is the concept of variable. Variable is something which varies over the time. So let's understand what is variable. It is a container where the values has been stored. Okay, let us take a very big example. Okay, if you can see, this is a bottle. Okay, and here I have water stored in it. Okay, so just like that, variable is a container where the data is been stored. Now coming up to Jenkins for environment variables. So these are the special variables which are used in Jenkins to store the values for reusable purposes. Okay. For example, what are the things that you can store? Okay. You can store paths, you can store credentials, you can store project names. Okay. So let's take one example when it comes to project name. It can be a project for ABC. It can be a project for XYZ, right? It can be like you can also define the environment, like you can also define the node, worker node, master node, worker Python node, worker Java node, worker Angular node. Okay, so it helps you to avoid hard coding the values in pipeline, and it can work as a dynamic pipeline too. It makes your pipeline secure, reusable, and easy to manage. So let's say if you are not using environment variables, then there are multiple places that you have to make the change. But if you're using environment variable, then you just have to update the value and it will get reflected in the entire pipeline. Okay. Now, why we should use environment variables? So basically, we should use environment variables to store sensitive information. Okay, for example, username and password, and we can avoid repetitive values everywhere. Third, you can change value in one place and it will apply everywhere. Okay, and it will work across multiple stages of the pipeline. So this is something which we are going to see in the coming demonstration, where we are going to experience how and what are the actual power of environment variables. Okay, now, there are few built-in environment variables that comes along with Jenkins, that is built-in ID, job name, workspace, and build URL. So build ID will give you the unique build number. Remember whenever we are triggering the build, it increments the build number by 1, 11, 12, 13. So that is stored in build ID environment variable. Job name, so it is a variable, built-in variable that will store the name of the Jenkins job, that is workspace. It is a directory where the code is checked out. And for this build URL, it is basically the URL of the running build. So these are the built-in variables that comes in Jenkins. Now, let us summarize whatever we learned so far. Environment variables make pipelines very flexible and secure. You can use them for credentials. You can use them for tagging. When I say tagging, it can be used for Docker tagging of images. You can use it for project names, and you can store your paths using environment variables in Jenkins. Okay, if you combine a credential manager with environment variables, so basically you will be very much ready for a production pipeline, and that is something which we can do in the coming video, right? So yeah, that was all in this video, and I will see you in the demonstration where we will implement a Jenkins credential manager and then with the power of environment variables in Jenkins. So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one.
All right, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to do a practical implementation of environment variables and use how do we use the Docker credentials, right? Now, what are environment variables? In the previous video, we learned about the significance of environment variables. So let us just understand what actually it is in nutshell. So basically, it is a place where you store your variables, right? So it's just like a bottle where you're storing the values, okay? And what are a credential manager? So think of it as a bank, a locker where you're storing all your password and secret keys. If you want to learn more about that, then follow along with the previous video. And if you're still following this playlist, then continue with the same. Because in this video, we are going to implement both the things. One is environment variable implementation. And secondly, we are going to see how we can make use of credential manager. Okay. Now, before even we do a further deep dive, I just want to tell you that whatever we are going to do today, everything is documented over here. Okay. Now, what is environment variable in Jenkins? What are the built-in environment variables in Jenkins? All the things are mentioned over here. All right. All right. So let us go to the dashboard and let us first see how you can do the configuration of the credentials. Okay. Because that is something that we are going to implement today. And you can also consider it as a minor project that will help you to understand how you can make use of environment variables and Docker Hub credential at once. Okay. All right. So I'll go to settings, and this time we are going to do the configuration for Docker Hub. Okay. Go to credentials. Okay. And here you want to add a new credential, right? So hover over to global, click here and click on add credential. Now here it is saying that the kind is username and password. If you click on it, you can see there are multiple options which are present. Okay. Now if you are aware, we already made use of SSH username with private key, and this we used where when we were configuring the worker book. But since this time we are dealing with Docker Hub, the kind would be username and password. Now, Shubham, how do you decide what is the kind that we are supposed to use? So for that, I need to open the incognito browser. I'll just write Docker login. Okay. And we are going to log into Docker Hub. Okay. Now here, let me just go to Docker Hub and I'll just sign in with my user ID. So I'll just write Docker Hub login. Okay. So see, this is the Docker Hub page where it is asking you for your username or email address. I'll try to log in with my username, and that's my username. Okay. And here I'll provide my password. Okay, so this is my password. And once the authentication is done, it will redirect me to my account. So normally this is how we do the authentication for any website, right? And this is how we log into Docker Hub. Okay, now if I go back, you can see that is how I came to know that, okay, the kind would be username and password. Okay, the initial thing is done. Let me go back, and here it is asking you for the username.
Now see, it is asking you for the same username which you used for logging in into the Docker Hub account. So I'll type my username, which is the theshubhamgour. And if you want to treat your username as secret, you can mark this flag as on, or you can keep it off for now. Okay. Now you have to add the password. Okay. So I'll just type the password. Okay. Now the next thing is ID. Now, what actually is ID? Now, if you remember, while we were configuring the worker node, at that time we mentioned the ID as worker node, right? So, ID is just for identification, a tag that will help Jenkins to know, okay, this is the place that I want to search for. Okay, so here I'll write Docker Hub credentials, or I'll just write Docker Hub. And in the description, I'll write Docker Hub creds for the username admin. Okay, so for now, let us keep the description as is, as simple, and I'll click on create. Okay, the credentials are added, and here you can see the ID is Docker Hub. Okay, and this is the username, and the kind is username with password. Okay, and if you remember, this is the worker node which we configured earlier, and here the kind was SSH username with private key. Okay, so the initial configuration for the credentials are done. Okay, now what next? Now here I want you to open this Jenkins file which is present in the repository under subdirectory 7. Okay, now here you can see there is a pipeline which is already present. Okay, so let's make use of this. I'll copy this entirely. Okay, and I'll go to Jenkins. Don't worry, I'll help you to understand each and everything. Okay, it's not just copy paste we are doing. I'll explain each and everything whatever we are doing. Okay, I'll click a new item. Okay, and here I'll write env where well. Okay, and this would be a pipeline, and click on OK. Click on pipeline and paste the pipeline which is present. Here I write Docker creds val. Okay, and here we added the credential ID as Docker Hub. Okay, if you remember. Now you might be wondering what is Docker pass, what is Docker user. I'll help you to understand. But for now, just run it as is. Click on apply and save and trigger the build. Okay, the build is scheduled. Okay, and here you can see it is success, and here you can see hello world printed, and it printed my username. Okay, now there are few things that you have to observe. Okay, the first thing is we logged into Docker Hub. Okay, and it actually printed my user. Now if you see, credential helper is also acting like a variable because it actually printed my username. Okay, now go back to the pipeline that we created. Now here you might be wondering, okay, I understood you added the credential and we used it. But what is this with credentials? What is this username pass? And what is this jargon? What is this thing that you are using, and how do I understand where to use? Okay, and how do I generate it? Okay, so I am going to solve that issue. Okay, go to configure again. Okay, and let me remove entire thing whatever we added. Okay, so till now we are clear that inside stages we have stage, and inside stage we have steps that we are going to implement. Okay, now the thing was, how did you generated this thing? I generated it using it pipeline syntax. Okay, in the pipeline syntax you have a step that will help you. Here you have to scroll all the way to the bottom and search for the option with credentials. And here, when you click on with credential, it will help, it will ask you for the binding. Now, what sort of binding we are looking for? We are looking for a binding which requires username and password which are separated from each other, because that's the actual thing that we used, right? And if you go back over here, the username that we added over here was Docker user. Okay, if you go back and like, what can be the username for it? Okay, this is again a variable. So I'll write Docker Hub user with U caps, and password can again be a variable over here. So I'll write Docker Hub pass. Okay, and here you have to click down and you can see it automatically selected the credentials that we added. Click on generate snippet. So this is the snippet that we will be using. Okay. All right. Go back to the pipeline. Okay. And replace this entirely. All right. So everything is added. And here I'll write the echo command again. So docker user is okay. Now, if you want to print a value of a variable, here you make use of star hash followed by curly braces, and inside you have to pass the variable. Now, what is the name of variable over here? So see, my username variable is docker hub user. I'll copy it and paste it over here. Click on apply and save, and I'll trigger the build. Okay, the build is scheduled, and let me do a refresh. Okay, and you can see the build is success, and if you can see, the output remains the same. Okay, so here I made use of pipeline syntax generator that actually made our life very much easier. Okay, in this specific one, we learned how we implement environment variables. Okay, and how we can make use of credential manager. Okay, now I hope you understand how do we make use of credential manager. Okay, and second thing is, what if you want to make use of environment variables, and how do you paste it, and how do you see the actual value of it? So basically it's star. Okay, basically it is dollar followed by the curly braces. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. Now I want you to go to the Jenkins file, but before even go to the Jenkins file, I want you to explore this specific MD file which I have created, because here we have built-in environment variables that you can use for your pipeline. If you go back to the pipeline and go to configure, okay, if you go to pipeline again, I'll remove this credential section because that is not needed for now, and I want you to play with this specific one. After hello world, I want you to see what will actually happen when you pass down build underscore number, because this is something which we didn't define, right? So I'll click on apply and save, and I will trigger the build. Now see, before even we trigger the build, Jenkins itself told me that there is an issue with the pipeline syntax. If I go to configure again, you can see here it is showing a red mark. Okay, meaning the syntax is not proper. Now what do I mean that the syntax is not proper? Meaning we are adding extra curly braces which are not required. So let me just remove it. So I'll just recheck it once again. So this goes for the pipeline, this goes for the stage, and this goes for the stage, and this goes for the step. I think we are good. I'll click on apply and save, and now I'll build on the I'll build the job, and here you can see it is again success. I'll go to console output, and here it is showing the build number is 3. Okay, this is something which I didn't hard code it. If I build again, this time the build number should be 4. Okay, and this is the build number which you can see on GUI. I'll go to the console output, and here you can see the running build number is 4. Okay, if you go to this section, you'll find multiple examples that will help you to understand. Okay, if you want to print the build number along with the workspace, copy this command. Okay, make use of this environment variable, and you can actually understand how does this thing works. Okay, go to pipeline. Let us add this command also. Okay, and here click on apply and save, and here again the environment variable that we are going to use is the built-in environment variables which comes by default with Jenkins. And if I go to the console output of the 5th, you can see the build number is 5, and it actually printed the workspace name also, that is env var. Okay, so yeah, I hope you understand about a built-in environment variable. You learned about how do we make use of credential manager. Now this is the final and most interesting point in this specific video, because here we are going to implement a small project which combines both the concept. Okay, I want you to go to the Jenkins file v2 which I have added in the repository, and this is something that we are going to do today. Okay, all right, so we are going to create this from very much scratch. Okay, and I want to explain you each and everything whatever we are doing. Okay, let me just go to configure again. Okay, and I'll just clear this pipeline. I want to open VS Code so that I can explain you each and everything from the very much scratch. Okay, I'll just open the repository. Give me 1 second. All right. See, this is the file that we have created, and I know this is very much difficult for a beginner to understand. Okay, but let me explain you each and everything. Now, how does things work, and what are the things that we are going to do? For now, just ignore this environment section. Okay, and I want you to focus on the stages. Okay. Now what is happening over here? Now, right now we studied about with credentials where we define Docker Hub as the user. Okay. And here we have passed the variables. Now here what we are going to do is in the first stage, we want to pull an image from Docker Hub account. Now we are considering that that image is a private image. That's the reason you need an authentication. So that authentication is done with the use of with credentials. And here we are printing pulling Docker image using credentials. Next thing would be we are passing a command that is docker login to log into Docker Hub account. Post that we are pulling that image. Now here you can see we are passing with environment variable that is image. Now it is actually pulling the variable from this section which is below agent. Okay. Now if you go down, you can see here the name of image is present because this image can change multiple times, right? That's the reason we kept environment at the top and it is referring it from there. And then once it is pulled, it is showing that Docker pull completed successfully. And the next step, what we are doing is we are tagging that image with a new version. Okay. And here you can see the app name and tag version is given. Okay. And then once everything is done, you are pushing that image into the registry, that is into Docker Hub account. Now, let us recreate it from the very much scratch. Okay. Let me go back to the syntax generator. And this is something that we have been using so far, right? All right. So here, what is the thing is we are using Docker user. I'm just creating the replica for you to understand. However, feel free to do the experiment. Okay. Click on generate pipeline. I deleted everything, and here I'll just copy a basic syntax over here. Okay, so I'll click and create a basic hello and pipeline. Okay, here what are the things that we have? We have pipeline, we have agent as any, we have the stages and the stages hello. Okay, and we have the step where we are printing hello world, which means the basic thing are ready. Now let us move forward with the Docker image pull section. Okay, now the first thing that we have to do is let me just copy this block that is with credential block. I'll go to this tab and I'll just paste it over here. Okay. Now the first thing that we want to do is first thing is we need to log into Docker Hub, right? So I'll just write sh docker login. Okay. And here we need to pass two variables. First is the username. So Docker user. So I'll write -u and this would be the user that I would be passing and -p for the password. Okay. And where the password is stored? So password is stored in password variable. And here I need to write hash and it will take the reference from there. I'll just copy this entire pipeline and I'll just paste it into VS Code for my reference. And this would be making my life easier for writing this Jenkins file. I'll write docker image. So it would be docker login. Okay. And here what we are doing, we are passing docker user and docker pass as in the runtime. And then I want to print one message at go logging into Docker Hub. Now, once it is done, I'll just write docker login successful. So this would be docker login successful. All right. And now I'll just copy this pipeline entirely and let me check whether this stage is working fine or not. Click on apply and save and click on build now. Click on proceed. Sixth build, you can see Docker login is success and it is saying that login succeeded, Docker login completed successfully. All right. The first thing is done. Okay. Now the second thing is, Shubham, in this file you showed that you are making use of environment variable. How do I use it in this one? Okay. So for that you have to pull an image. Now let's say there is a situation where you are pulling multiple images at a time, right? So for that you have to write environment section. So this is the environment that you would be using. Okay. And here, let's say what is the name of the image? So I'll just write docker underscore image. So this would be the name of the image that I will be pulling. Now I'll go to my Docker Hub account. Okay, we are going to take any random image from here. Okay, so let me just take Python app. Okay, and inside Python app, if you go to tags, we have latest tag and the v1 tag. So I want to pull the latest v1 tag. Okay, I'll just paste it over here. So this would be my image that I will be using for this demonstration. Okay, now what is the thing is we want to add one more stage. All right, so let us do the same. I'll just write stage, that would be Docker pull, and inside stage there will be a step where we are printing pulling Docker image, and name of basically we are going to pass a runtime command, that is Docker pull, and here we want to pull the image, which is again an environment variable, and that variable we have defined on the top, and then it will print Docker pull successfully. I'll just copy this entirely. I'll go back to my pipeline. I need to configure it again. Go back to pipeline. I'll paste it, click on apply and save, and click on build now. Okay, you can see the 7th build is success. If you scroll down, Docker login completed successfully, meaning stage 1 is done, and then it is pulling the image. Okay, and it is saying the status up to date, meaning Docker pull has done successfully. Now, the third thing was the important part. In the Jenkins P2, after pulling the image, okay, we were tagging the image and then we were pushing it to the new one. Okay, now the next thing is we have the image present locally. Now, what we want to do is we want to tag the image. All right, so, okay, let me just go and create another stage over here. Stage would be Docker tag, and inside that we are going to add one step, that is we are going to tag the image. So Docker image tag in process. Okay, and here I'll just tag the image, that is Docker tag Docker image, and here now see, again we can make use of environment variables or you can use a hard-coded one, but see, I want to use environment variable over here, so I'll just write app name and tag version. So my app name would be a Python web app and the tag version can be 101 on 110. Okay, and here my tag description will change. I want to make use of environment variable, that's why I'm using a dollar followed by the curly braces app name colon tab version, and then I'm going to print one more command, that is Docker tag completed successfully. Okay, now again, once this thing is done, I want to add one more stage, that is for Docker push, because it should push it into the artifact also. I'll write stage, and that stage would be Docker push. So Docker image push in progress, then it will push the new image and it will say Docker push successful. Okay, now whatever things that we are doing, it is taking a reference from two places. For credential, it is making use of this creds. Okay, and second thing is for environment variables, it is taking it from here. Okay, now copy the entire pipeline, go to configure, go to pipeline, replace this entirely and click on apply and save, and then click on build now. Okay, now let us wait for some time, refresh it. You can see we got one error. Now let us see why we actually got that error. Okay, it is saying that there is a syntax error at line number 40. It is expecting a curly braces. Okay, go to line number 40. Okay, and then I think we should be good now. I'll just copy and replace the pipeline with the existing one that we wrote right now. All right, apply and save. Build it. The build is scheduled. Okay, 9th job also failed. Okay, now what it is saying, unknown stage, section stage. Okay, steps in stage must be a steps. Let us go here and troubleshoot the issue. What actually is the issue over here? All right, so we have the stage which does Docker login. Then inside stage we have a step. Okay, and here it is saying, okay, I need to move the indentation. So till here we have the stage which is live. So I just need to fix the indentation. All right, now this stage is inside the stages. Okay, and inside all the stages we have steps. So I'll just correct the indentation again. I'll go over here. Now this step is at level of all the steps that we have so far. Okay, now I think things are good and we should be good to go with this one. So this stage gets closed here, and let me just check. Okay, this steps closes over here. All right, and then this stage will get closed over here. Then again, we have a new stage which is working. Okay, this will close here, this will close here, and then we need one more closer. Okay, this will get closed. Okay, this starts over here, this steps closes over here, this will be till here. Okay, so we need to check. Okay, for this one, and I think this closes here. This is for the credential helper, so I think this will be needed. I'll just copy this. I think we should be go with the indentation. I'll go back to the pipeline. I'll click on apply and save, build up. All right, 10th build finally worked. Version 10, 10th build is a very lucky number for me. Okay, so Docker login completed successfully. Okay, it pulled the Docker image. Okay, after the pulling is done, it actually started the tagging process. It tagged the image with the new one. Okay, after the tagging was done, it actually pushed into the Docker Hub artifact, and then it printed a message Docker push successfully. And if I go over here, the name of the image would be okay, and the name of the image would be Python web app version 100. Okay, I'll go back to my repository and check whether there is a new repository or not and when it was updated. Python web app, which was pushed 1 minute ago, you can see a new version being pushed over there. That is version 100. Now, Shubham, you have created this pipeline. What value will it add? Okay, because you have implemented credential helper. I understood that this is will be used for authentication, but what value is environment variable adding over here? Now, see, if I want to change the version, okay, if I don't add environment variable, I might have to fix it over here. And if I make any mistake, the entire pipeline will get break. Okay, in order to avoid that, we make use of environment variables. So the next time, whenever you are updating, you just have to update this version, that is 101. Now let us check what will happen when we run this command. I'll go to configure, and this time instead of replacing entire thing, I'll just replace this 100 with 101. I'll click on apply and save and click on build now. Okay, now this would be the build number 11 and that will do the job. And right now you can see if I do a refresh after version 100, 101 will be present, and that too with very low effort. Okay, so that is the power of Jenkins. You automated this process, and that is how you actually saved a lot of time. Now I want to share this file with you so that you can use it for your demonstration purpose. Okay, I'll go to the 7th subrepo, and here I'll just add this file. I'll just write Jenkins red project. Okay, I'll just add this file for now. Okay, click on commit changes. All right, so this is the final one that you can take a reference for your project. Okay, for this specific implementation where you will be implementing both environment variables and Docker Hub credentials. I hope this video did add learning to your. I know this will definitely add learning and value to your learning for Jenkins. This will make your life simpler because in future we are going to implement many complex things on this specific baseline. So if your base is strong, then you will be able to build the buildings, right? So yeah, for now that was all, and I will see you in the next one where we are going to do a deep diver on a fresh new topic. Alright, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to learn about RBAC in Jenkins, which means a role-based access control. Okay, now what actually is role-based access control in Jenkins? So just like the name, it tells role-based access control is a security model that defines user permission based on their roles rather than the individual. So see, till now, whatever we were doing, it was completely on the admin user, right? We were creating the job, we were building the job, we were configuring the job, we were literally modifying each and everything, whatever we want. But whenever you go at organization level, there are few sort of restrictions that you are been given into, and how those things are been managed. Actually, that is been managed by RBAC, that is role based access control. Okay. Now here there will be multiple teams who will be using Jenkins, right? There will be developer team, there will be DevOps team, there will be QA team. Now based on their role, there will be a change in the requirement, right? And that is how they will be using Jenkins, right? Because QAs will be using the Jenkins for running their automation. Developers will be using it for some different purpose. DevOps will be using it for creating artifacts, right? So here the thing is they are using the same product, but the thing is the use case has been differing over here, right? So that is the main reason why these things fall into the picture, because see, it makes no sense if a person who is into DevOps, he is running the automation, right? But that's the reason we create multiple groups. We have dev team, we have ops team, we have DevOps team, we have developer team, we have QA team, right? But the use case is differing, right? So that is the reason we create multiple groups, and we have multiple users who are working in the individual groups, right? So that thing has been resolved by role-based access control, right? Here, what we are going to do, basically, you are giving, you are creating a group, you are assigning a user to a group. Now, what sort of permissions are required, right? Now, see, if someone who is into operation, he or she, like, it makes no sense that he is actually doing the job which is done by the QA team, right? So few sort of restriction can be imposed, right? Now if you want someone who is who is just requiring a read access for the artifacts, for reading the console, so no need to provide him the write access, right? So those things can be provided. You can create a separate group for the users whom you just want to allow to see the console output but don't want to build and do anything. That thing can be managed with the help of a role based access control, right? So why we should consider RBAC in Jenkins in the very first place? Because the first thing is we are maintaining the security and we are preventing unauthorized access. Okay. Second would be we can control who can view, build or configure the jobs. Third would be it will simplify the management by grouping the users with the similar responsibility. Okay. Now see, if you are creating one group, you can just assign the permission. You don't need to worry if person X joins, if Aditya joins, if Shubham joins, if Shivam joins. You just have to add it into the group and he will get the permission. That is how things work, right? Now, what are the best practices? Apply least privilege principle, meaning only the required permission to be given. Secondly, regularly review rules and access, because sometimes it might happen that the permissions are being changed, right? So that's the reason it's a regular habit that you should follow while you are reviewing the rules and access, right? So it also follows and adhere the compliances. Third is use LDAP or Active Directory for user management. Okay, Active Directory just for user authentication. And fourth is backup Jenkins configuration. Now, how do we do the backup of Jenkins configuration? That thing can also be tell, but we'll cover in the later video of this section. But these are the best practices that we should follow while we are considering role-based access control in Jenkins, right? I hope you got the gist what actually role-based access control is. Okay, in the next video, we are going to see how actually we can do the same, right? Because here it's not just about one user who is using the pipeline, who is building the pipeline, who is configuring the pipeline. It is actually a group of people who are working together for forming something for a particular thing, right? So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, so welcome back. Let us do the practical demonstration for RBAC, that is role-based access control. In the previous video, we learned what actually role-based access control is and what value does it add to your life when you're dealing with Jenkins with multiple users, right? This video demonstrates the same. We are going to create a user and we are going to see what sort of value does role-based access control, that procedure helps us in Jenkins, right? Okay, right now you can see I am in my dashboard, okay, in my Jenkins dashboard. What we have to do is I'll go to settings, and here the first thing that I'm going to do is I'll create one user. Okay, so I'll scroll to the bottom, and here you can see there is an option under security called users. You can click here. So this is the place where you can create multiple users based on your need. Okay, so the first thing is I'm going to create one user. So let us give him one username, and this username will be the ID, the label for him. So I'll just write Barry Allen, who is the fastest man alive. And let me write the password. So here was the password. I'll confirm the password. And here I'll write his full name, Barry Allen. And let me write a mail address. Okay, and then create user. All right, so the Barry Allen named user is created. Now let us see whether he is able to access the dashboard or not. Okay, because till now we didn't give him any permission. Till now, nothing is been hidden from him. So will he act like an admin? Okay, so the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to sign out. Okay, and now let me log in with Barry Allen's user. Let me just log in, and here goes the password. And okay, here you can see he can visit all the job. If I go to env where well, okay, here he can see all the console outputs, how many jobs got failed. If I go over here, I should be able to see the console. Okay, let me wait for the console output to load. And here you can see he's able to navigate each and everything. So right now there is no difference between the admin user and Barry Allen's user, right? But was this the reason we created Barry? No, because we wanted to create a user who has limited access, right? That's the reason we created the username Barry. If you go to settings, and if you go to users, okay, he is able to create the user, meaning there is no difference between the admin user from Jenkins and the Barry Allen's user. Okay, so let us create the differentiator now. And again, here comes the concept of plugins. Okay, and if you remember, we already covered the concept of plugin. Plugin gave you additional power, the method that will allow you to add additional responsibility to your Jenkins. It will give you additional support that is required to fulfill your requirement. Okay, let me just write the correct password. Okay, we are here in the dashboard. Let me go to settings, and here we are talking about one plugin whose name is role based access strategy. So go to available plugins and just search for role. Okay, here you can see the plugin name, that is role based authorization strategy. If you want to know more about it, just go inside the documentation and read about it. So this strategy plugin is meant to use for Jenkins to add a role based mechanism to manage users permission, and that is exactly what we wanted to do. Okay, second, what are the features does it offer? Basically, it will allow you to create global loads, it will allow you to create item roles, it will allow you to create agent roles, and all the things are actually mentioned over here. And how to perform it, everything is mentioned over here, right? How you create a user, how you assign the role with multiple access. Okay, and at a user level, what sort of permission you want to give, everything is possible using this. Okay, so that's the same thing that we want to do. So click on this plugin and click on install. Now, since it is an installation of a plugin, click on restart Jenkins where the installation is complete. Now, why we are doing so? Because this is something which we are adding on top of the base which is added. So in order to give a refresher to Jenkins, this restart is required. Okay, so let us wait for some times and let Jenkins restart it, so that all the functionality that is been provided with the plugin is actually installed properly into a system, right? So that's the basic reason why every time a restart is needed for a plugin to get work properly over here, right? So that's the basic reason. Now, what are the next approach that we are going to follow? See, the user is created, and right now we can see there is no difference between Barry Allen's user and the admin user. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll go to user, and let me just log in. Okay, and here we can just confirm whether the plugin was actually downloaded or not. So if I go to available plugins, okay, I'll search for role again. Okay, I go to install plugins, I'll search role here, and you can see it is installed successfully. Okay, now I'll go to manage Jenkins, and this is the place where we are looking for the changes. Okay, and here you can see again we have the same options that were available earlier. Okay, but the thing is we want to give limited access. For that, you need to go to security. Okay, now under security, we have to click on authorization, and under authorization, see here what we have, logged in users can do anything, meaning they literally can do anything. But here what we want to do is we want to give them role based strategy, and this option comes up when you install that plugin which we just installed right now. Okay, now click on apply and save. Now it will do a refresher, and then here you observe you'll get one more option, that is manage and access role. This is the actual place where we are going to play today. So click over here, manage and access roles. Okay, now here we have this option. Okay, if you remember in the documentation, you were able to see this screenshot. This is actually coming from the same. Okay, now here let me just add a new role. So this would be for a developer team. Okay, and I'll click on add. So the development team global role is added. Now, what sort of permission do you want to give? So we'll give him overall read permission, and at agent level, let us keep it as is. At job level, we want him. He should be able to create the job. He should be able to read the job. He should be able to read the workspace. When it comes to run, let us give him zero permission. When it comes to view, let us give him read permission. So checkout, give him a tag permission, and metrics, give him view permission. So like you can play along this permission. Now once done, okay, click on add and click on apply and save. So we defined the basic global rules for development team, and now it's time to assign the role. Now consider there are multiple people joining the company. Now since you have already defined the role, this time it would be easier for you to assign the role. Okay, you click on add user, and here you need to provide the user ID. Now user ID would be the username. So here the username would be Barry-Allen. Click on OK. And here, do you want to give him admin permission or do you want to give him development permission? Right now we haven't given admin permission. So how would dashboard would look like for him? So I'll just click on apply and save for now. Let us save this state and let me just log out, because we just added him into the group but we didn't apply it. So I'll just sign out. Okay, and I'll try to log in with Barry-Allen's user. Okay, right now you can see Barry-Allen is missing the overall rate permission because he doesn't have any sort of permission. That's the reason he's getting this, right? So that is the sort of restriction we imposed on his account, right? So I'll just log out this time. Again, I will go back to my account, that is the root account, and I will give him the permission. And how will I give him the permission? Basically, I will add him to the user group which we just created. Okay. So I have to go to manage Jenkins, and here you have to go to the option manage and assign roles. And inside that you have assign roles. Here we added the user to the group, but we haven't added any sort of check mark. So I'll click on add user, Barry-Allen. I'll click on OK, and this time I want to give him the permissions that aligns with development team, right? Click on apply and save, and let us just verify whether he is getting the same error or not. Okay, this time he will be getting restricted access, but he would be able to do the basic job whatever is needed based on the permission provided. Okay, so I'll log in with Barry's user, Barry-Allen, and I'll write the password. Okay, and now you can see he is able to view all the job. Okay, if you go to agent job, he is able to see the things, but he won't be able to build the job because that permission is missing. He can go and read the console output, but he won't be able to execute the job. Okay, and one more thing, if you observe over here, is he won't be able to configure it. So basically at job level, we gave him read permission. That's the reason he is able to just read it. But if you give him build permission, then he will be able to configure and build it. So that is the basic meaning of role-based access control in Jenkins, that gives you the authority that you can restrict the user with specific job. Okay, so yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next video where we are going to cover a fresh new topic in Jenkins. So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one.
Alright, welcome back. In this video, we are going to do a practical implementation of whatever we have learned so far, right? So this is basically a mini project. So basically it is a Python Flask-based application. You can find all the information regarding this project in this specific MD file along with the GitHub link where the actual code is present. Okay, so here you will find all the overview, whatever things is required to get started with this project, right? Now here in the overview section, you can see what are the 5 to 6 steps that we are going to do in this specific stage in the Jenkins file. And also I have provided you the example file of Jenkins that you can use to utilize and to understand what actually has been happening. Let me help you to understand what actually this Jenkins file does. Okay, based on all the topics that we have covered so far. So the first thing is we have defined here the environment variables which we are going to use in this section, right? And here we made use of credential, that is the credential helper that we are going to make use of. Okay, here you'll
send your credential ID, and here you will be passing your init name. Next, there are multiple stages, as in multiple steps that will be getting executed over here. Out of which the first one would be to check out the code. Second would be to install the dependency. Third would be to run the test cases. Fourth would be to build the Docker image, and then we are going to push it to the Docker Hub using the credentials which are stored in Docker Hub. Okay. Now, if you might be wondering about how does these variables come into action, here we made use of Stack Overflow. I will share you that documentation also so that it will be easier for you to understand where those values are actually coming from. And then the last stage would be to deploy it to the stage where we are actually going to see how does it look like into the action. Okay. So these are the things that you will be seeing over here. And if you click on this specific link which is given over here, that is under the project link, it will redirect you to this specific repository where the actual code of the Flask application is actually present. Okay. Now here you can see entire thing is present over here. Now I will explain you how does this code works like. Okay. And here in the bottom you can see the folder structure. Okay. In the parent root folder you will find app.py, docker file, Jenkins file, requirement.txt where the dependencies are mentioned, readme.md file, and there are few templates, the HTML file which is being used for rendering, and there are few static files that are being used over here. Okay. Now, the initial thing is that is a requirement.txt. So this is the actual place where the requirement has been mentioned. And here we are going to make use of class. So here I have written class 303, and that is the actual requirement for running this application. Under app.py, you will find the entire code that is been rendered over here. Okay. And at the bottom, you will find this specific section. Okay. Under main, where we are actually trying to help it to understand, okay, where what is the host and under which port it is going to run. So for in order to run this application, you need to expose port number 5000. Okay. Now here comes the Jenkins file. So it is the same Jenkins file which I just explained you right now. Okay. No changes over here. And then here is the Docker file. Now what this Docker file does, here we are going to make use of a Slim image. Now, what is a Slim image? Basically, it is a condensed image that you are going to use for running this application. And here we define the work directory. We are copying all the requirement file into the working directory. And then we are going to install using the Python package manager. Then whatever is present in the current folder, we are going to forward it to the working directory. And then we are going to expose port number 5000, and then the Python application is going to run. Now, if you see the template section, these are the basic HTML file which are going to be rendered, okay, while the application is being hosted. And here you'll find the static file, that is the images that we are going to use, and along with the style.css file. So this is the basic structure of the folder. Okay, let me help you to run this application in local, and then we are going to run this in the AWS cloud using the Jenkins file. All right. So the first thing that I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to launch VS Code, that is Visual Studio Code, and let me open it. So it is stored in my desktop, and it is by the name Flask Portfolios. Okay. Now here you can see the application is there. So everything is actually ready. This application is ready. If you want to create your own application, feel free to create your own application. You can use a chat GPT, you can make use of Grok, you can make use of REPL IP. Okay. Either ways, your main focus should be to automate it, right? And how do we automate it? We need something to run, right? So that's the application that is being created using chat GPT and Grok. Okay. Now, as per the Docker file which we just read right now, in order to run this application, you need to run Python followed by app.py. Now see, since this is my local, I have installed all the dependency. Now in this case, it will run for sure. Okay. Now I'll go to my browser, and here I'll just run localhost, and the port number is 5001 in my case. And this is how the project looks like. Okay. If you go over here, subscribe on my YouTube channel, it will actually redirect you to my YouTube channel. Okay. Now, if you go back, if you click on connect on LinkedIn, it will forward you to my LinkedIn page. Okay. So this is my LinkedIn page. If you want to connect, you can just send a request over here, and feel free to connect. I will be able to help you out in that. Okay. Now, if you go back here, you will find the Jenkins playlist. Okay. If you click on Jenkins playlist, the current playlist which you're watching is actually present over here. And the best part is, if you want to learn from here, okay, the best part would be you will be able to learn here, that too without any interruption, that too without any advertisement. All, if you click over here, you can actually access any lecture. Okay. You can actually access any lecture over here. Okay. And yeah, you can click on go back. If you want to refer the Docker playlist, it will works like the same. Just click on play and you can just go on it. Okay. If you go back, I can show you the GitHub playlist. This is the 6 hour long playlist that we have created. Go back to home and here you can click on AWS playlist. Here we have recorded 11 lectures so far, and that will help you to understand what actually AWS is. Okay, so that is the general look and feel of the project that we are going to deploy using Jenkins in today's video. Okay, let me close it. All right, so the first thing that we are going to do is, okay, let me just turn off it on local and I'll just close the Visual Studio Code. All right, let us go back and here let me log into my Jenkins account. Okay, so the first thing would be we are going to create a pipeline. Okay, I already explained you how does the Jenkins pipeline looks like. Okay, so the first thing would be here, are we going to use a declarative pipeline or scripted pipeline? So write down the answer in the comments. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the dashboard. Okay, and the first thing, the first validation check that we have to do is that is credential ID. Okay, that will create an issue because in my Jenkins ID, in my Jenkins, I have explicitly hard coded the Jenkins ID, the Docker Hub ID that we have created while actually adding it into the credential helper. But I will help you in that same, and how to replace it. That is also we are going to cover in this specific segment. Now, the first thing would be we are going to create a new job for it. Okay. Now I will name it as Polio. This would be a pipeline. I'll click on OK. I'll go back to the portfolio and copy the link. And here scroll down. And here we are working on a GitHub project. Okay. So scroll down. And second thing would be the definition. The pipeline script or pipeline script from SKM. So basically we want to take it from the source code manager. Okay. And the source code manager here would be Git. Okay. And the path is the root path. Here I'll provide the repository URL. Now, is credential required in this section? No, because this is a public repository. So you do not need to pass any credential. Scroll down. Now it is asking you for the branch. I'll go back to the repository and check whether it is a main branch or a master branch. In our case, it is master branch. So leave the settings by default and click on apply and save. Okay. The main thing is done. Now the second thing would be, let us run this job. Okay. And see what sort of error are we getting. We did not install anything on our NC2 instance. Okay. So technically we are expecting an error and this is something what we want. Okay. So if you scroll down here, it is saying, okay, masking supported pattern matches of Docker credentials and Docker PSW. Okay. Now, if I go back to my Flask in the Jenkins file, here you will notice something new. That is in the environment section, I passed something called Docker Hub. That is my ID, credential ID for Docker Hub account. I'll go back to Flask Folio. Okay. And here I'll go to settings under credentials. I will check what is the ID given to the Docker Hub. So it is Docker VT caps and H caps. Okay. So the initial thing is correct. I'll go back to the Flask Folio. I'll scroll down. And here, what are the things that we are doing? Here, we are actually passing the credentials, okay, at runtime. Now, how did I came to this conclusion? Basically, I followed this documentation where actually he is passing the credentials using the credential manager, that is that too as an variable. Now, here the variable, the ID of Docker Hub was stored in this specific segment. Okay, that is this was the ID in Stack Overflow case. But in our case, if you see Docker Hub credential, you can see it is this place where we are storing our Docker Hub credentials. Okay, now let us go back to Jenkins and we'll go to Flask Folio. I'll go to configure again and let us understand what actually this log is trying to explain us. It actually captured the last commit, that is update Jenkins file. Okay. See, here the thing is, it is saying pip3 install break system package on Flask. It is saying pip3 is not found. Okay, so since this is the very first time we are running this application, dependency are not present. That is the reason it threw the error. So I'm going to my console, and the first thing that I'm going to use it, I'll just search pip3 hyphen hyphen version. But since it is not installed, it is saying pip3 not found. And in order to install it, just run this command apt install pip. Okay, let me do it. Now it will satisfy all the requirement that is actually needed. Now see, it is saying fail to fetch. So in order to do that, the first thing that you will have to do is you will have to update your system. So just run apt update. Okay. Now, whenever you are getting such sort of error, the first thing that you have to do is you have to update the system, and then you will be able to update the libraries. So that is the basic funda whenever you are getting that source error. Okay. Now, again, I am going to run that command. Okay. And it will install pip3 in my system. So let us wait for some time in order to install all the packages that is required to run this application. Okay. Okay. Now, once the package was installed, it is actually restarting all the services which are required or which is actually affected by it. So it will also restart the service, and I think it will also restart Jenkins at the same time. So let us wait for some time. Okay. All right. Now let me run pip 3 hyphen version to check the current version of pip, and it is actually showing me the package name. Okay. Now I'll go back to Flask Folio. Now see, it restarted the service. That's the reason we have to log in again. Okay, no problem. Now again, I will trigger the job and let us see what error we are getting this time. Okay, okay. See, this time the job is running fine without any error. Okay. Now let us see what sort of error or the things that we will be encountering this time. So it is tagging, it is pushing the image, and see, the thing is the deployment is success and the application is running in port 5000. Okay. Here we are getting build test and deployment successfully. If I go back to the job, here you can see entire thing ran successfully. The main thing that we did is we installed the package in the master node. Okay. The same thing you can do on the worker node itself. Instead of writing agent any, you can actually allocate a specific agent in this specific segment. Okay. So that only the application which requires Python or pip3 dependencies, it will run on those machines. But since this is just for learning purpose, we are running everything on master node. Okay. Now see, after everything is done, it actually printed one message. Okay. That is the build test and deployment is success. Now you are good to go and you should be able to access the application. Now it is running on port number 5000. Okay. I'll go back to instances. I'll copy the public IP and I'll try to see what actually I am getting on the screen. HTTP colon slash slash followed by port number 5000. Okay. Now see, it is taking much time to load. Why? Because in AWS, in the security, we didn't enable port number 5000. Okay. So I will go back to security groups, and in the under security groups inside the inbound rule, I'll add one more rule for port number 5000, and it will actually allow us to see the page that we are currently hosting. Okay. Now I'll click on save. Okay, and it actually updated, and here you can see our page is live. Okay, now it was working very good on local. Is it working the same way in this machine? So let us test the same. I click on subscribe on YouTube. It is actually redirecting to my YouTube channel. Okay, I click on connect on LinkedIn. It is actually redirecting me to my LinkedIn account. Okay, links are working fine. Now is it working fine with the videos as well? See, it is working very fast and very fine. So I'll click on play, and you can see the video actually played. It works fine as it is expected. I'll click on go back. So this is the basic thing that this application is supposed to do. Okay. I'll click on play and everything will working fine. All right. Now, this was the project that I wanted to tell you, and I hope that you learned from this specific project. And if you want to access this project, basically you can actually go directly to my GitHub repository, and you can find the project name flask-folio. Okay. But if you are following this playlist, you just have to go to Jenkins tutorial, and here you'll find subdirectory number 8, that is project 1 Flask application. And here you'll find entire thing. Also the project thing, if you click on it, it will redirect you to the Flaskfolio repository, right? Yeah. So I hope this video added learning to your video. Also, there is one more catch. Now, based on the current Jenkins file, what will happen if I re-execute it once again? Now see, the first thing that we did is we executed in port number 5000. Now what will happen if you re-execute this pipeline? Okay, that is something I want you to try at your end. And the answer is very easy, and that you should be able to figure out, right? So yeah, that was all. And I will again see you in the next video, where we are going to again implement or learning on one React bid application. And yeah, that was all in this specific segment in this video, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So in this project 2, we are going to deal with the next level of Jenkins automation. Here we are going to see what are the things that we can implement as a part of Jenkins CI/CD. Okay, so this is a React-based application. So under the same subdirectory, that is directory number 9, you'll find the description about this project. Okay, so the objective of this project is very much clear. It is to automate the build and deployment process of a React app. Earlier, we saw how application which is made up of Python can be automated. Here, we are making use of Jenkins and Docker for build push, and then we are automatically deploying the container after each successful build. So these are the objective of this project. Okay, the application link can be found over here, and here you can find what are the tech stack that we have used. It is React plus White plus Tailwind. Okay, and then we are using Docker plus Nginx and Jenkins for CI/CD. Now here we have a small description about the Jenkins pipeline that we are using for this project. Okay, here we are going to make use of the environment. Okay, under environment, the image name is stored as this because this is something which may vary. That's the reason we added it in the environment variable, and the tag also. Now see, in the previous video, if you remember, we just explicitly added the image tag, but here it will automatically update. Why? Because here the environment tag, the image tag will be changed by the environment build number. Okay, so the number of build will be added, it will add the number of tags. Okay, so there won't be any duplicate tags which are going to present over here. Then again, the same stages, it will check out, then there will be npm node and install and build, which will install the required packages in order for the application to work fine. Then we are going to build it, and then we are finally going to push it, and after pushing this done, we are going to deploy it, and we are actually going to see how does the application works. Okay, I want you to show you a small overview on my local. So npm run dev. Okay, and here you can see how does the look and feel of the application look like. Okay, now see, this is basically a GitHub profile summarizer that will actually tell how many repos are there. Okay, how many followers you have, what is your main tech stack. Okay, so let me just enter my username. Okay, and I click on summarize. Now here I am passing one environment variable, that is GPG key, that is personal access token of your GitHub. So that is the main reason it is actually doing the authentication and is actually fetching the data. Okay, it will take some time based on the repository that you have, and it will actually display the result. Okay, so right now you can see it has displayed my profile picture, all the tags, followed by how many followers I have, how many public repos I have. Okay, and then now it will generate a dashboard and will tell me, okay, how many percentage of languages that I'm using, and this is the actual stack that it actually told me. Okay, and how many primary language I'm proficient is. So right now it is saying that the primary language is JavaScript. Now it is based on the percentage that it is actually displaying. Now once you hover over it, you will find how many percentage of the language has been used in the entire repo. So that is the basic application, right? Now things work fine on dev. Now when it goes to cloud, things will change, right? So that is something that we are going to see today. Okay, right. So here you can see the repository currently present on this link. If you see, this is the actual repo where the entire code is present. You may refer the main branch, and further modification if you want to do, feel free to fork the repo and do the contribution. Okay, so I'd explicitly have added the .env file over here, and this is the place where you have to update your GPG key. Okay. Now, once the value is updated, then the application will work fine. Okay. And here you can see all the files are currently present. Okay. And it will work and it will look like the same that I have created. Okay. If you go through the readme.md file, you can actually see and actually run it into your local, and then you can work on the containerization. Okay. Now, further going to Docker file, you can see I have added multi-stage over here. Okay. So the first one would be we are using the Alpine image, and then we are passing the build arguments where we are passing the GitHub token, and then we are copying all the packages which are installed. Okay. And then we are running npm install. Now in the second stage, what we are doing, we are taking everything which was done in the previous stage, and then we are copying it into the build step, and then we are running the application directly. Okay. Now, that was the basic introduction of this application. Now, let's get started with the Jenkins CI/CD automation. Okay. Now, here we are in the dashboard. Let me create a new job for it, and we are going to write it as GitHub Folio Summarizer. Okay. And this would be a pipeline. I'll click on OK. Now, since my Jenkins file is stored over the repository, I'll copy it from here. I go back to pipeline, and here I'll define the definition, and my pipeline is stored in the source code manager, and here the SCM is Git. I have to provide the repository URL. Now see, since this is the public repository, we don't have to pass the credentials. Okay. And here we need to define the branches name. Okay. Now, once everything is done, click on apply and save. Okay. Now, is the thing done? Because if you go to the repository, if you see the .env, okay, here we have passed an demo value. Go back and click on build now. Okay, here see, it failed on build node. Let us see what actually is the issue. npm install, and here it is saying npm is not called. No worries, let us install npm first. Okay, so here I'll write npm -- version to see whether npm may actually install in my system. Now, since it was a very fresh machine and this was not present, so I'll run the command apt install npm. So based on the application size, it will actually install each and everything. And now once everything is done, we are actually going to see what is the current version of the node which is installed. Okay. So I'll just run npm -- version. And here the node version is 9.2.0. All right. All right. So npm is finally installed. Now let us go back to the pipeline. And here I'll click on build now again. Okay. Now this time the npm build should work. Okay. And let us wait for some time. And here if we go to console, okay, this should actually work. So let us see and iterate through the output, and this is the actual place where we'll see what actually is the issue. Okay, now here let us go back. Here npm install was done. Okay, and then let us scroll back, and if I go back to profile summarizer, it failed during docker build. Okay, now let us encounter what actually is the issue. Okay, let me go back to Jenkins file, and I'll just check what actually are the things that we passed in the Jenkins file, because there might be an environment mismatch. Okay, so Docker build is done. Here Docker login, we are passing Docker pub. Okay, meaning that is also good. Okay, here we are passing one credential which I wanted to show you. Okay, so during build time, this is failing. Okay, and if I go back over here, if I go back to the log for the second build, okay, here, okay, all right, it fetched the repository. Update Jenkinsfile was the last done. Okay, and it actually failed during the zipping. Chunk size limit for volume build size. Okay, now see here that stage got failed. Okay, because there is one value which was not passed. Okay, now that is this variable GitHub token secret. Okay. Now this is something that we have to define. Okay. Now during the runtime, this is the place where we are actually referring to. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll go back to GitHub portfolio summarizer. I'll go back to the Jenkins dashboard. I have to go to settings, and under settings, there is one thing that is credentials. Now, if you remember in the previous videos, we have been following along with credentials where we were actually adding the credential for Docker Hub, which was a username and password based authentication. Now, since this is related to GitHub, we are passing our PAT key. Okay. Now I'll go back to global and I just add the credential. This credential will be a secret text. Okay. And the scope would be global and I will have to pass the secret. Okay. Now I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code and here under .env, I will pass the GPG key. For your account, it may vary. So you have to pass the secret over here and click on create. Now we have added the secret credentials over here. I'll go back to Jenkins again and I'll go back to GitHub Folio Summarizer and click on build. So let us wait for some more time and see whether we are getting the same issue again or not. Okay, because here this ID was missing, which we right now just added. Okay, and this will, what it will do, it will pass this value, the token, the PAT key during the build time as an argument. That will help it to build the image. Okay, now if I go back, this time you see the build is actually happening. It is taking 14 seconds. It will take some more time and the build will be generated for us. Okay. All right, see, the build was success, okay, and the token was passed, and that was the reason we were getting that issue. And now you can see the pipeline is actually clean, and the image is actually pushed to the repo also, okay. And here you can see layer already exists, and we actually pushed the image, and the tag is the Shubham gour, Shubham profile summarizer, that is, and the version is v3, because if we remember in the environment variable we added the tag as the build number, and this is build number third. That's the reason it is showing as v3. Okay, it did the login and it actually pushed the image to Docker Hub. And if I go to deploy images, you can see it is exposed to port number 8081. So the first thing would be I will have to copy the IP address and the port number. I'll go back to here and I'll just replace this with port number 8081. But again, things won't work because we didn't define the security group rules. So I'll go back to instance and here under security, I need to update the inbound rule. If you go to security groups, here you need to expose the port number 8081. So I'll go to edit inbound rule. I'll add one rule that would be custom TCP and this would be port number 8081. And here I'll just add the CIDR and click on save rules. Now the rules are updated and you can see the application will be up and running fine within minutes. Okay. And here after exposing the port, the application is running fine. Now I'll just pass one username and that is my own GitHub username. And here you can see the application is running fine and it is actually showing the data as it was showing in the local host. Okay. So in this video, we learned about how we can containerize a React build application. We also learned that how you can pass your SSH keys. Okay. Now, not the SSH key, your PAT key, a personal access token key, because see, I would have added it into the gate. Okay, that is under the .env, but that is literally a very bad practice. So that's the reason we usually don't usually push .env file into the GitHub repository itself. These are the things which you pass over the runtime. In our case, we passed it using the credential helper. If you go to the Jenkinsfile, okay, in this Docker build step, you see with credential, we pass the credential ID, that is GitHub token secret, which we added in the credential helper. And from there, it is taking the PAT key and it is actually been executed during the runtime. And that is how we resolve this issue. Okay. And the second thing is we are renaming the build with the build number. So we don't have to worry about the tags. If I go to my Docker Hub account, I can actually show you how many builds we have generated so far. Okay. Now, if you technically see, the third build was successfully executed and we should be able to see the final build, that is v3. If I go to GitHub profile summarizer, if I go back to tags, okay, the latest would be the v3 that is pushed 3 minutes ago. So that's the actually thing that we encountered over here, and that is the actual solution that we are getting. Okay, here you can actually replace it with some another username also, Siddharth-SDK. If I run this one, okay, it takes some time and if it actually tell how many repos are there and what are the primary languages used. Okay, I hope you learned a lot from this specific project, and I will see you in the next one with one more another project that would be a Maven based project. And yeah, that will certainly add some more value to your learning. And again, there is one more thing. If you feel like to add something more that will help you in your understanding for Jenkins, feel free to fork this repository and do further modification. All right, because changes are very much welcome. All right. So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So in this specific video, we are going to create one more project that would be based on Maven. Here you can see the entire documentation of the project, and here you can find the repository link where the actual code of the Maven is present. Okay, so what this project cover? It will cover build automation, it will cover unit testing, it will cover Dockerization, it will cover image deployment, and here we are going to cover pipeline automation. Okay, and there are multiple stages which are covered in this specific project, and the technologies that are used, the tech stack used is Java 17, Maven, JUnit 4, which is a testing framework. Then we are using Docker for containerization, and Jenkins for CI/CD automation, and GitHub as a source code management integration. Okay, here what are the key important files that we have to take care of? That is, first is pom.xml file, that is Maven project configuration file. Second is Docker file where the Docker instructions are written. Third is the Jenkins file where the entire CI/CD flow is defined. Application.java, which is the actual Java source code, and application test.java, which consists the unit test cases. Okay. So if you go to this link, it will redirect you to this repository where again the description of the project is written. Here you will find the project structure, like where the actual file are stored. Here the main file where we will be dealing with is application.java, where the code will be running. And second is application test.java. This is the place where the unit test cases are written. Secondly, that is pom.xml file where all the dependencies and builds are written. And again, the tech stack is written as is. And if you go to the pom.xml, okay, this is the main file which is required for Maven to work. And here the main three options here are group ID, artifact ID, and version, which is also known as GAV value in Maven, which is actually required to create the jar and var file. Okay, and here you will find a dependency section where all the dependencies which are required, which are mentioned over here. So here we are using JUnit version 4.13.2, and here we are using few plugins which are mentioned over here. If you go to source directly, you will find under main Java com example.taboo, there is application.java file where we have added a greeting message, and here under just below it you'll find an application test.java file where we have written the unit test case for it. Right, so this is the actual application, and let us see how does this application runs in action. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to run this thing in local, and then we are going to see how it works in AWS cloud. All right, so yeah, let's get started. So the first thing would be I'll just make a clone in my local. So I'll just copy it, and here let me open Visual Studio Code, and I need to open a new window, and I'll clone it from the repository. Provide the URL. Here I'll clone it to my desktop, and once cloning is done, I will open it. Okay, so here is the entire application you can see, and we have the readme.md file where the entire instructions are actually written. Okay, and if you want to run it locally, so we have the commands which are written here as well. So I'll open a new terminal, and I'll just open this section so that it would be easier for us to read it. I'll scroll it just a little bit down. Okay, so here we are going to follow the readme.md to run the application locally. So the first thing would be to run npm clean package. But the first thing is the initial requirement is whether a Maven is installed in your system or not. Now see, you can see the build got success and the application is running. And the second thing is, let me run the jar file which is actually created. And jar file actually gets created under target. Okay, and under target you can see demo1 snapshot.jar is created. Now let me execute the jar file, and here you can see the log is printed. So that is how you can see the Maven based project has been executed in the local. Now let us try to do the same in AWS Cloud. Okay, we are going to automate this process using Jenkins CI/CD. Okay, so let me go back to dashboard, and here we'll create a new item, and this time we are going to name it as Maven project, and I'm going to select the pipeline, and I just want to copy the URL. Now see, this would be a great learning for it because we are going to involve few plugins in it. So I'll go back to pipeline, and our pipeline is stored in the source code manager. And here the source code manager is Git. And here you have to provide it the URL, and then you have to mention the branch. Now here in our case, the branch is main. And now once everything is done, just click on apply and save and click on build now. Now, if you remember, okay, there is one thing that I wanted to tell, that we didn't install Maven in our system. So definitely it will throw error. If I go to log, okay, either in one of the projects we installed Maven, so that's why it is running fine. But if you are getting any error while running this code, then just run apt install Maven, and then your work will be done. And in order to verify whether Maven actually installed or not, so just write nvn --- version. And this will print the Apache Maven version in your system. Okay. So yeah, see here you can see the Maven project actually executed. Okay. And here, if you go back, I'll just open each and every step and show you what actually is happening over here. Okay. Here you can go in run and deploy. And if you click over here, you can see hello Jenkins is actually printed. Now let us go back to the Jenkins file and understand what actually is happening over here. So whatever we did locally, we just automated it over here. So the first thing is, in the initial environment section, we defined the image name, that is the Shubham, that is my username, followed by the image name, that is Maven Jenkins demo. And here in the Docker Hub credentials, I am passing the Docker Hub credentials using the credentials. Now, in the first stage, we are doing the checkout. That is, we are cloning the repo and pulling the changes into the workspace. Now, once it is done, we are cleaning the workspace with the previous build files, and then we are building the Maven project by using mvn compile command. Now, once that is done, we are running the unit test cases, and the unit test case is actually getting executed from the source. And here we have example demo application test.java. So basically, this is the file that is being used over here. And then post, once everything is done, we are clearing the directory, and then we are packaging it. Okay. Now, once the packaging is done, we are archiving the artifact. Now, when I say artifact, you go to Maven. Okay. Here you can see there is demo 1.0 snapshot.jar is created. If you go to this build, okay, here you can actually download it. If you go to status, here when you click on view, and here if you click on this jar file, it is actually downloadable jar file, which you can keep and run locally. Okay, so that's the basic reason of creating an artifact which you can execute in your local. And secondly is, once everything is done, we are running a code quality check, and then we are building the image, we are pushing the image, and once push is done, we are stopping the container, removing the container. And basically the thing is, we are just interested with the log. So once the container is executed, we are just running the Docker log to see what actually is the log which is printed. Now, if you go to this section, if you go to Maven project, okay, under this stage, you can see under the log, hello one is printed, meaning the container was running perfectly, and then it got exited, and that is the actual meaning of this. Now, once everything is done, we are doing a post build action, that is, we are doing the cleaning up for clearing up the space, and then we are printing a message that the build is build is success, and we are good to go with this specific job. So if you go to cleanup, you can see we printed one message that the build is success. 1 second. Yeah. And here you can see build one completed successfully. So that was the actual look and idea of a Maven application. Okay. And here, let's say if you are facing any issue while building the project, you will get file missing error, or just click on here. You might receive few error while executing this project. So you just have to refer this repository. If you are getting error like you are unable to find files, you have to install this plugin, which is known as pipeline utility step, that will actually make your life easier and would be easier for you to understand what actually is the issue. Make use of ChatGPT, troubleshoot the issue, and then you'll come to know that this is the actual plugin that you are using. Okay, this plugin does again have a few dependency. So once you install it, you will definitely get the dependency, and it will guide you how to install each and every plugin, right? So yeah, that was all in this video. See, in this video, we didn't even do any prerequisite. All the things were installed as is. So there is nothing new that we did. Okay. Only the new thing that we learned today is we executed a Maven based project. And secondly is we were actually executing it with multiple steps. So yeah, that was the key learning for us. And the new thing that we learned today is the archival of artifacts. So basically it is giving you a downloadable jar file that you can actually execute in your local to see whether the expected output has been getting or not, right? So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next video where we are going to cover a fresh new topic that will help you to enhance your journey in Jenkins. Yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. In this video, we are going to cover about webhook, specifically in Jenkins. Now, what actually is webhook? Okay, so before even going with the standard definition, let us first understand what actually is webhook. In order to support this definition, I have created one visual for you to understand what actually webhook is. Okay, now see, till now what we were doing, we were developing something, we were committing into the GitHub. Okay, now once everything was done, we were going to Jenkins dashboard, we are going to that job, and then we were triggering the build every time when the changes were done. Now you said, Shubham, Jenkins is a tool that is the future of DevOps that literally enhances the functionality. You don't have to think about anything. Okay, things will be done in an automated manner. But this is something which we are doing manually. Is there any way to do it automatically? So answer is definitely yes. Here we have something called webhooks that will do the job for us. Now, if you see this visual, it will help you to understand what does webhook does at the back end. So see, same as earlier, you are developing your code, you're pushing it to GitHub, but here webhook comes into the action. Now, once you push the code, a webhook will get triggered. Okay. Now, once the webhook is triggered, it will go to the Jenkins build. The pipeline will automatically get started to build, and the automatic deployment will be completed. So that is the power of Jenkins. Okay. You just have to worry about writing the code, test it in local, push the code to GitHub, and things will be done automatically. So this thing can be achieved with the help of webhook. Okay. Now let us go and understand what actually is webhook. So webhook is an automatic HTTP request sent from one system to another when an event occurs. So in this case, okay, we are going to take the previous project only. So the source would be GitHub where the code is stored, and the destination would be Jenkins. Okay. So it is used to trigger builds or deployment automatically. Okay. Now when we are doing the same thing, you will understand how does this thing are actually working. So when a developer pushes the code to GitHub, the webhook notifies the Jenkins that some changes are done, and now Jenkins will start a new build. And that is how webhook works. Why we should consider webhook in the very first place, that in Jenkins. So it will enable continuous integration, that is automatic build on every push will be done. Second, it will speed up the feedback loop for developers. Let's say if something gets break, if something is not working as it's supposed to be. So we don't have to worry about going and triggering build automatically. They just will have to wait for some time. Once the deployment is completed, they will receive an email notification that the deployment got completed. Now you go to your URL and check whether the expected result of the web app is the same as you were trying to. If not, then they will make the changes. They will again make a commit. Webhook will get triggered. It will get deployed. They will test it again, and this will actually speed up their testing process also. It will reduce manual effort. That is, no need to trigger the build job manually. It will be done automatically. And the fourth would be real-time synchronization between GitHub and Jenkins. So, example would be when a developer pushes the code to GitHub, the webhook will notify that something is changed, and the Jenkins will start a new build automatically. Okay. Now, we already understood when a developer commit the code to GitHub, webhook will get triggered. Jenkins build will be created. Now, once the deployment is completed, we will actually see the change live into or the URL, right? So, yeah, that was all. In this video, we learned about webhook in Jenkins. Okay, in the next video we are going to see the practical implementation of how this webhook can be integrated with Jenkins. Okay, so yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to see a practical demonstration on webhook. Now, what actually is webhook? So in the previous video, we covered the theoretical aspect of webhook. So let me cover it in nutshell. So basically, webhook is something which is used for doing the automated build and test that comes into continuous integration, right? That is the CI part of Jenkins, right? In the previous video, we learned how a webhook works, what is the actual use case of webhook. So whatever changes we make on the fly into the repo, we manually have to go to trigger the build for Jenkins. But what if there is any automated way to do it? So there is definitely a way, and webhook is the answer. In the previous video, again, we saw a diagram through which we understood how does webhook works in GitHub and in Jenkins, right? So in this specific demonstration, we are going to use the previous projects that we created, that is the Flask portfolio. Okay, we are going to refer the same pipeline and we are going to use the same. Okay, so how do we do it? So the first thing would be, let me just create a branch out of the master branch, and I'll just rename it as main v1. So this would be the branch that we would be using for triggering the job automatically whenever something is pushed into the GitHub profile into this specific branch. All right. Now let me go to settings, and here I have to go to webhooks, which is present just below the models. I click it over here, and here what it is showing you a two level of description, like what actually is webhook. So webhook allow external services to be notified when certain events happens. Okay, now here whenever we do a push, it will notify to Jenkins that some new code has been added or removed. You have to trigger the build, and that is the actual use case of webhook. So I'll click on add webhook. Now here it is expecting us to add a payload. Now what would be the payload? Now see, if you are in corporate, you might write https://jenkins.companyname.com, okay, or https jenkins.companyname.ai.io. So it may differ. Now since we are using EC2 instance, we have to pass the IP address of Jenkins server. So here I'll just copy this IP address as is, and here I'll just add GitHub hyphen webhook followed by a forward slash. Okay. Now, make sure that you are adding forward slash over here, and this HTTP, not HTTPS. And at the last, we are adding a slash. Okay. Now, here we have passed down the payload, and this would be sending a post request to Jenkins server whenever any action has been performed. And make sure that the content type here is application JSON, and we are done to set up the webhooks. Now, once everything is done, make sure this is active and click on add webhook. Now see, here it is showing that the hook is never been triggered. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'll duplicate this page, and what I'm going to do, I'll go to main v1. Okay. And this is the exact branch that we are going to use for doing the trigger. Now, the thing is, initial setup for GitHub is done, but how would Jenkins know when the push is been done? Is there any to and fro where communication? Then yes, definitely. You have to go to your job and you have to go to configure. Here you need to scroll down and you have to enable this trigger, that is GitHub hook for GitHub SCM polling. And if you want to know more about it, just click on this question mark. It will tell you the exact thing what it will actually do. So when Jenkins server receives a GitHub push hook, now how that is received? It is basically received with the webhook. Okay. GitHub plugin checks to see whether the hook came from GitHub repository, which matches the Git repository section defined in SCM. So if you go over here, it will check this repository whenever a hook is been received. If they match and this option is enabled, GitHub plugin triggers one-time polling with Git SCM. When Git SCM polls GitHub, it finds that there is a change and initiates a build. That is automatically. The last sentence describes the behavior of Git plugin. Thus, polling and initialization, the build is not a part of GitHub plugin. Now see, it will do everything provided you have installed GitHub plugin, which installs by default. So that was the actual reason why we proceeded with install suggested plugin while we were installing GitHub, right? While we were installing Jenkins. So just click on apply and save. Now wait and do nothing. Now go to your repository and in the branch main v1, and also make sure that you have added the main v1 branch over here. I'll scroll down over here, and yeah, you can see that the current specified branch is main v1. So the Jenkins job know which branch to refer. Now I'll go to this repository and I will just make a small change over here. So in line number 1, I'll just add one comment. This is test for GitHub webhook. I'll click on commit and see the initial code push is done. If you see, okay, and the next thing is if I go to webhook, if I do a refresh, now see right now here you can see one dot, but when I do a refresh, here it is giving you a green check and it is saying that last delivery was successful. And if I go back to my Jenkins job, here you can see a new job was triggered and it is running successfully. Okay, if you want to see it again, what I'll do, I'll just make one more change over here. I'll just remove this line so that I can show you live. So while I was explaining it, builded everything. So no worries. I'll just remove this and we are going to trigger the job once again. I'll just click on commit changes. And here you have to see it will trigger a job automatically. Okay. Now let us wait. And here you can see a new queue has been ready. And this actually happened automatically. So that is the power of GitHub Webhook. I hope you understand how does Webhook work and what is the importance of Webhook. All right. So here we actually save time. We didn't build the job automatically. It happened automatically. Here things happen automatically once we did a push to GitHub. Right. So yeah, that was all in this practical demonstration. We'll learn about how does Webhook works. And yeah, that was all. And I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So we literally covered a lot of topic till now, and this is the last second topic that we are going to cover, that is specifically on shared libraries. Now see, since till now we have learned a lot of things, that is shared credentials, we learned about the environment variables, and that is the reason you might be thinking that the pipeline length is becoming very large. Now, is there any way to make it shorten? So there is definitely a way with the help of shared libraries we can achieve it. But why we are considering shared library in the very first place? Is it used for just shortening the Jenkins file, or is there any another purpose of using shared libraries? So see, shared libraries are used for calling the function. Now, if you are someone who is coming from Java background, you might be aware of functions, right? If something you want to call again and again, you are using it repetitively, you create a function, you just call it. The same thing is happening over here. Now see, if you remember the current pipeline structure that we have, it consists of environment variables, it consists of Docker credentials. But due to that reason, the pipeline length is becoming very large. Now here we can make use of shared libraries. What we can do, instead of adding that credential thing again and again, we can add it to some another repo as a variable, and we can just call it as a function, and every time whenever executing it, it will refer to that specific repo. Now, the thing that it will offer is it will help us to reuse the pipeline again and again. And see, the main case of using a shared library is, now let's say if you have more than 33 services and you have 33 Jenkins file, will it be feasible for you to go and update the changes again and again? No, right? So for that, what you can do, you can make use of shared libraries. Okay, you just have to update the change in one place and all your pipeline will get updated automatically. Now with the help of version control, that is, if you store that thing into GitHub, okay, you will have the access to the previous state also. If something goes wrong with the current new changes, you can restore it back to the previous one. That is the thing that we will get when we are using GitHub and Jenkins integratedly together, right? So yeah, let us go with shared libraries. What actually are Jenkins shared libraries? So it is reusable Groovy code for pipelines that can be used again and again. It helps us to avoid repetitive code. That is one of the best functionality that shared libraries offer. That is, it will make your pipeline cleaner and modular. Okay, and it will be perfect for the teams working in multiple projects. And here you will store those things in GitHub either or GitLab, or you may store it in Bitbucket. Doesn't matter. Okay. Now, why you should consider shared libraries in the very first place? First is it will reduce the duplication of Jenkins files. Second, there will be just a central logic and there will be easy objects. Okay, so you will be just making changes in one place, and all your Jenkins file across your microservice will get updated automatically. So this will help you to do the faster development. It will standardize the functions for all teams, and one change will affect all the pipelines. So the structure of shared library looks like this. So here you have a root folder. You can add it per microservice, but the best recommendation way is to store the shared library in some another public repo or the private repo. So you will create one wheres, and here you will write all your function. Okay. So in the next video, we are going to see how you can make use of that thing. And here, what you have to make sure is you are just adding .groovy, because this will help Jenkins to understand that this is the place where our shared library is present, and this is your function name. Okay, if you go to the next slide, you will go what actually Where's does. So in Where's, you will add the groovy file and you will define the function. So you will define the function in such a way you have to write def followed by the function, and here you will write your code that you want to use repetitively again and again. In the next video, we are going to make use of two things. First is we are going to print basic hello world just for understanding how does these wheres and shared library works, and then what we are going to do is, instead of writing that bulk Jenkins credential, we are going to make use of shared libraries. So it would be easier for us to update the things and make the Jenkins file very much cleaner. All right. So next thing is, what are the best practices when it comes to shared libraries? First is keep all the functions small. Second is you have to add proper logs. Third, use SRC for advanced code. Fourth is version your library and add README for every function. Okay, because let's say if you're not present, you should be aware and the team should be aware what that function actually does, right? So these are the few best practices when it comes to shared libraries, right? So that was all in this video. In the next video, we are going to see the practical implementation of shared libraries, and I will see you there. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to explore shared libraries. In the previous video, we learned and we understood what actually shared library is, what power does it add into Jenkins, and how it is very much useful when we are learning Jenkins, right? So far, we have seen multiple implementations of Jenkins. We even covered 3 projects that helped us to understood how does Jenkins work. But the cherry on cake here would be shared libraries, because this will not only help us in reducing the file size, the length of the Jenkins file, but it will be easier for us to understand the Jenkins file. Plus, it will also help us to update Jenkins files at once if we are reusing the same thing again and again, right? So in this same repo, which we were referring from starting, I have added one more subdirectory that is by number 12, Jenkins Shared Library, where entire documentation of each and everything, whatever we are going to use today, is documented over here. Okay, I have deliberately made it so much simple because I've been facing a lot more issues while I was learning it. I will try to make it very much simpler so that you can actually understand how that shared library works. Okay, so here you will find the basic hello world groovy syntax along with how you can write a custom log groovy. Everything is present under this directory, right? Along with this, I have created one more directory. Now, if you are aware of shared libraries, in the previous section we covered the theory, and based on that only we have created one more where's folder in a public repo where all the groovy files are present. Okay, and these files are ready to use, and all the documentation is again written in the directory readme.md file, which you can refer for your understanding, and it would be easier for you to grasp each and every concept. Okay, and lastly but not the least, what we are going to do, we are going to reuse the Flask application again, but this time we are going to implement shared libraries in it, right? So yeah, let's get started with the first thing is, let's just first understand what is there inside subdirectory number 12. So yeah, the first thing is, we understood about shared libraries. It is used to reduce the length of file of Jenkins, and we can use it to call multiple functions. Okay, now those functions are written that end with an extension. Now, what is an extension? Now, see, if you are playing a video file, the extension is .mp4. If you are on a text file, it is .txt. Likewise, here the extension is .groovy. Okay, and what would be the function name? So whatever comes before groovy, it will be acted as a function. Okay. Now, whenever you're writing a Jenkins file, you have to make sure that you're using the same function name so that it will refer to the same position and will call that function. Okay. Now, I know that this theory is very overwhelming, so why not let us do the practical and understand it parallelly? Okay. Now, once we are done understanding all these syntax, we are going to implement the same understanding, same concept on the Flask project. Okay. So, the first thing would be we are going to the dashboard, and this will be the place where we would be defining the shared library. Now, the thing is, do we know where the variables are present? Does Jenkins know this? No, because we haven't defined it. So in order to define it, you have to go to settings under manage Jenkins. You will find an option called system under system configuration. Okay. And here you have to search for a global setting. Okay. So if you're on Windows, just press Control F. If you're on command, if you're on Mac, just press Command F and search for the term library. Okay. And here we are looking for this, that is global trusted pipeline libraries. So these are the shareable library available to any pipeline job running on the system. These library will be trusted, meaning they will run without sandbox restriction, and they will be used automatically. So you just have to click on add. Now here you need to define the name of library. Now if you remember, when we were working on worker node and agent node, there we defined the ID. Likewise, you have to provide the name, and this will be acting as an ID. So I'll just write shared over here, and this would be the ID that I will be referring. I will be telling the Jenkins file to use. What would be the default version? Now see, usually you can give v1, v2, but here we are explicitly writing. It is a best practice to write the branch name. Now if I go to my shared repository, the branch that we are using is main. So I'll go to system configuration, and I'll write the default version as main. Okay. Now scroll down, and here the retrieval method can be multiple, legacy or SCM. So I'll select modern SCM, and here I will provide the repository. Now which repository? The same repository where we have created the folder hierarchy, which we understood in the previous theory section. So I'll just copy the URL. I'll go back to system configuration and provide the repository. Now see, since it was a public repo, I didn't provide it the credential, but if it is a private repo, you have to provide it with the credential. Okay. Yeah. So scroll down, and here let us keep everything as is. No need to provide the library path. It will update automatically. Just click on save. Okay. Now Jenkins know where to take the libraries. Now we have to define our workflow. So for this specific understanding, we are going to create a new job. I'll write it as shared demo, and I'll create a pipeline. I'll click on OK. Alright. So I'll directly go all the way to pipeline, and here I'll define a sample pipeline that is of hello world. Okay. Now let me click on save, and if I just click on build now, okay, I'll just click on proceed. We'll go back to shared demo. And here you can see the job one got executed successfully because it was very simple. It was just a basic hello world program. Okay. Now let us make further changes in it. I'll go back to configure this time. I'll go back to the pipeline, and here you can see there is a stage called hello, but I want to print it using the library. Now if I go to shared library, if I go to where's, okay, here I have something called a file name hello.groovy, and here you can see there is a basic function written. Now here we have defined the function def call, and here we have used circular brackets and curly braces, and inside it we have written the command hello world. Now as an user, if I want to call this library, I need to define it into the pipeline, right? So I'll go back to the shared demo job, and here I'll remove this statement. And when I want to call the job, I just have to write the function name. Now, what is the function name? I will again repeat, the function name would be the file name, and whatever is present before .groovy, that would be the function name. I'll just go back here and I'll just write hello, and that's it. But again, there is one more parameter that we need to pass. Right now, if you go through and iterate through this pipeline, you will just understand, okay, we have created a stage name hello, and we are calling a function by hello, but where it is defined. Okay, so here you have to import the library just like we do it in Java. So just write @library, and here you need to pass on the ID. Remember, we named it as shared. So I'll just write shared, and after that, just press one space and give one underscore. That's it. Your library will be imported, and this time, whenever you are printing the echo message, it will be printed from the shared library. I will click on save, and this time I'll again click on build now. The build is scheduled now, and things should be working fine. Now, if you see this time on build number 2, if I go and check the console output, this time it will print from the shared library. And here you can see hello world is printed. All right. Now let us take one more demonstration. I'll go back to configure this time, and let us take example of hello2.groovy. Now, Shubham, we printed a defined message. But what if I want to pass some parameters? Now, see, if you are aware of Groovy syntax, if you have done programming in Java, here your experience will come in handy, because see, whenever you're calling a function and whenever you want to pass a variable during runtime, you make use of these functions, right? And here we are passing one string name, a string value, that is user, and that would be passed by the user. Okay, so what I will do here, the file name is hello2.groovy, right? So I'll go back to share demo. I'll go to pipeline. I will copy this stage, and okay, hello2 from custom lib, and this time I want to call hello2.groovy file. And what it is expecting, it is expecting one string input. Okay, so let me write one string input. So for your understanding, I have already written the function that you will write on your library, on your job. So I'll just correct it. It is not hello, it is hello2. Yeah, now things are good. By the way, this is a wonderful update by GitHub. Whenever we are writing anything, whenever we are doing any changes, the commit messages are populating automatically. So I love this feature, this update from GitHub. So let us do a direct commit on it. All right. So we have defined hello2, and here we are passing my name. Okay. So here, if you remember, when we were learning environment variables, whenever we want to call any environment variable, whenever we are referring to any environment variable, right? So we make use of dollar and followed by the curly braces, and we would pass the value. So here it is expecting for a string input, and that would be passed in the pipeline itself. So I'll go back here, and here I have defined the function. Now, since it is a string value, I'll just write the double quotes and I'll pass the value. So what is my expected output? So when this pipeline runs, it should print hello followed by the string that I'm passing, that is my name, hello Shubham, welcome to Jenkins Shared Library. Okay, so I'll just go and click on save. All right, let me build it now. So this is the third build which we are triggering, where we are expecting two sort of output. That is, first is hello, that is a defined block, and second is a custom that we are passing through the Jenkins pipeline. So if I go and show you the logs, you can see it is showing the message as hello Shubham, welcome to Jenkins Shared Library. Okay, there are multiple use cases that we can use when we are working with shared library. Okay, now let's say if you want to pass a custom log. Now, why we need custom log in the very first sense? See, I'm deliberately taking multiple examples so that you can understand what is the use case. Now, why the use case is needed is because, let's say if I go to the console output, you can see there are multiple things which are running at the back end, and as a beginner, as an end user, it will become very hard for me to troubleshoot the things. So what if I just beautify it by using some arrows and things, right? That can be done. But will it be feasible for me to add it in the Jenkins file? No, right? Because it will make the length of Jenkins file very much higher, and it will be very much difficult for us to trace. Because if there is a syntax mix, it will mess up the Jenkins file. In order to avoid that, we already create one custom message, so that we are going to make use of this time. If I scroll down, this is something that we are getting, right? So I'll go back to share demo again. I'll go back to configure. I will go to pipeline, and this time before these two stages, we will pass that custom message so that it would be easier for us to understand. And I'll just write message from lib and this time we are calling the custom library, and let me just copy. It will be custom log. Okay, and here it is again expecting one string value, and that would be starting build, and I will just copy it over here. Now here what is happening, we are calling custom block shared library, a function, and inside that we are passing one string value that is starting build. So what it will do, it will pass on that value to here, and it will print starting build over here, right? So our end output will look something like this when we click on build now. So this would be the fourth build that we are demonstrating, and here you can see we have the custom lib, and let me just open it. So when I go to console log, this is how it will look like. So it will be helpful for us to segregate. Okay, for readability purpose, they can use the custom log. Now, if you just go through this shared library repository, you will find multiple examples. If needed, we will update it in future. But whatever is required for you to get started and to understand, everything is present over here. So this would be a very good thing that you would be doing. And now coming forward with the Docker build and push, we were doing a lot of we were taking a lot of examples with Docker. So instead of doing it in this manner, we will implement the same in the Flask application. But before even we do that, let me just explain what is happening over here, right? So if you are aware, if you are following till now, you are already aware that here we made use of credential manager. Okay, because we don't like to expose our credential. That's the reason everything is concealed. We are making good use of Jenkins. But the thing was, our pipeline length was becoming very much larger because we were using this. But is there any way to reduce the file size? Yes, definitely, because we are using shared libraries. But we will need to pass some value, right? So here we are passing image name. Okay, so you won't understand it theoretically. Let me show you how you can implement this practically. I will go back to Flask portfolio, and here I will create a new branch by name master v1, and I'm checking it out from master branch. So whatever code we have used till now, we are going to make use of the same code. Okay. Here I'll go to the Jenkins file, and here we'll define our workflow. Okay. Now let me just edit this file, and let me just scroll down. See, we can even automate this thing, but we are here to figure out how do we fix the Docker part, the Docker section. So the first thing would be, I will just remove this section entirely. I will remove this stage, this step completely, and here I will call that function. And what is the name of that function? The name of the function is Docker build and push. Okay. So I have called this function, but in return it is expecting something. Here it is expecting us to pass a string value. Now, how do you know a string value is required? Because see, here we have defined a data type, and that is the reason I am aware that I have to pass something. And here it is expecting an image name, because that is something that will be built and pushed into Docker Hub, right? So I'll go back to Flask portfolio again, and here what data can be used. Okay, so the first thing is I want to make sure that whenever I am building and tagging, it should be a unique number of the image. So here I'll make use of build number. Okay, that is the default variable that we have in Jenkins. But before even that, my tag is contact, and what is my image tag? That is image underscore name. I want to make use of it, right? So my structure would be image name colon build number. But this image name again can change. I want to make it something dynamic. So what I will do, I will call it from environment. So what I'll do, I'll go back to push to Docker Hub stage, and here I'll just call again and variable, and here I will write env dot image name. This is how you will be calling the image name from the environment section. And second is, we are referring the shared library for calling the build push function. Okay, here I'll import the library. So library, and here the name of the library would be the ID that we passed on. So it would be shared, and again space underscore. Now it will do the job. So what I will do, I will just remove this stage completely directly from here. Now, since in the shared library, we are already tagging the image, okay, we are already passing the values. So there is no need for us to define that image, and this will reduce the size of Jenkins file. And here, the only thing that we are passing is we are calling Docker build push, and from environment variable, we are passing the image name, okay, and by the default Jenkins variable, we are passing the build number. Now, I will just commit this time, okay, and we are going to build it now. And this time you see the lean test run, and it is pushing the image to Docker Hub. Image build was success, and it is deploying to stage. So yeah, in this video, this actually worked. So in this video, we learned the practical aspect of shared libraries, the importance of importing library, how do we troubleshoot it. So basically, the most important part over here is to import the library, because the pipeline will know where to take the Groovy files from. And here we have stored the Groovy files under one repository, that is Jenkins Shared Jenkins. If you want to know more of what actually things are going, so you just have to go through the README. Everything is present over here. Everything is written in a very good manner. You can just go through the Groovy files. You will understand what actually it is trying to do. And in the example section, you can just copy this completely and paste it, so that you will get a complete idea how does things work, right? So yeah, that was all in this video. I hope you understood the practical aspect of shared library. Okay, we even tried to do a practical demonstration on the previous project that we created. That was a Python Flask application. So yeah, that was all, and I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to do a practical demonstration on multi-branch pipeline. In the previous video, we have gone through the theory, how does it works. So let us do the setup for a multi-branch pipeline. We already know what actually it is. So yeah, for this specific demonstration purpose, we are going to refer this repository, that is multi-branch setup, where I have added few demo files and few Docker file and Jenkins file just for our testing purpose. Because the main thing that we want to do here is basically we want to create a multi-branch pipeline, and we want to see actually whether it will create the pipelines for the remaining 12 branches or not. Okay, so yeah, here you can see everything is created, and the first thing that you want to do is, let's say if you want to add more branches, just open this sh file, change the configuration, and you will be able to do. So if you want 20 branches, so change the count over here, okay, and then run the shell script. It will create it for you, and things will be done. All right, so let me go back to multi-branch setup, and let me copy the URL, and I go back to my favorite place, the dashboard, the Jenkins. Okay, and here I'll create a new job. So I'll click on new item. Here I'll just write multi-branch setup, and here if you scroll down, you'll find one option called multi-branch pipeline. I click it over there and click on OK. And now we will do the further configuration. So we are going to do a direct jump on the pipeline. So here I'll just go, and by mode would be Jenkins, and I'll add the branch source, and the branch source here would be Git. So I will be providing the URL. Okay, and since it is a public repository, credentials are not needed. But if it is a private repo, then you have to pass the credentials. And by what you will be passing the credentials, it will be through credential manager, and you have to store the credential in the credential manager. Okay, now moving forward, and here we are defining the build configuration. Now which file to look for the build? So here in each branch there is a file named Jenkins that we have to look, and once everything is done, you can click on apply and OK. So I'll click on save, and what it will do, it will pull the repo, it will scan everything. And if you go back to multi-branch setup, all the pipeline are created without even us to do anything over here. And the best part over here is you can make each Jenkins file unique per branch, so no need to do manual work. So this is how multi-branch setup looks like. And if I go to the main branch, okay, here you can see it actually got executed, the jobs are running, and I can execute it n number of times. So that is the power that multi-branch pipeline gave us. Okay, now let's say if you add a new branch, how would it work? Okay, so let's say, let me create a new branch. So branch 21. Okay, and I'm creating it from main. I'll go back over here to multi-branch setup, and I'll search. I'll just do a refresh and check whether branch number 21 is present or not. Okay, it is not present. So in order to make available, I'll just click on scan multi-branch pipeline now. What it will do, it will iterate over the repository and will search for a new branch. And once it finds a new branch, it will create a new pipeline for it. Okay, so here you can see it founded one and it actually added. So now again, when I do a refresh, this time you can see branch 21 present over here, and the build also got triggered. Now what you can do is, if you want to,
That brings us to the end of Jenkins in one short journey. We literally started from very much basic. We started from what actually Jenkins is. We learned about why Jenkins is important. Then we learned about the theory. We did practicals. We did further implementation on few basic projects that gave us the clarity how the CI/CD works. And that is how a DevOps engineers work, right? If you found this video helpful, do share it with the people who would like to explore Jenkins. Okay, right now, if you followed this video till the very much end, you are very much ready to handle CI/CD in real world projects. If you found this video helpful, do share it with the community, do share it with the people who are trying to explore Jenkins. Also, if there is any feedback that you want to provide for this specific video, just please write down in the comment and give me the context regarding the error that you are facing to. Your feedback will shape this channel, and that will actually help me to further improvise the quality and content of you. Okay, and yeah, apart from that, if you want me to create any specific video on a specific issue, do let me know so that I can create and help you with that specific error, right? So yeah, that was the journey that we have traveled in now. Also, one more update: if you want the notes that we have used till now, I will share you the PPT, share you the links of everything that we have used in the entire video. That is the link of the GitHub repository. You'll find it in the description, and also I'll pin it in the comments so that it would be easier for you to reference. And one more suggestion: like when you are reading and learning Jenkins for the very first time, I want you to first go through the video first, and the next time when you are doing it, you should do it with me so that you will have a context what you are actually about to, right? So yeah, that was all, and I hope this video does help a lot of learning into your learning journey. Okay, so thank you very much for watching this video till end. So this is Shubham Gaur signing off, and until the next time, keep automating.